Hi, Jeremy.
Anyway, all right. Anyway, god damn it. I hate that like Brandon says anyway so much that anytime I say anyway, you guys start saying, "Oh, it's just like Joe Biden." I to weave through the threads of the situation clearly, while also demonstrating why this is an extremely hopeful moment for Palestine liberation, not just doom and gloom. Chatter, that's so funny that you mentioned that, because of course Ilan Pape is the best at this. His book is probably one of the easiest to understand. Not only is he an incredibly important historian for Israeli history, but also his book 10 Myths, and all of the other books as well, but especially 10 Myths, is like the greatest introductory, simple to consume book that you could ever read on the matter. Yo, what's up with this outfit? Do you guys like it? I want to sometimes do a little juxtaposition, you know what I mean? A little like unique Adidas tracksuit on top of like otherwise very formal fit, you know? It's a little Slav looking. I like it. I'm a fan of this fit. If you don't like it, then you don't like it. It is what it is. But in any case, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. It's Friday, May 16th, 2025. It is 11:15 a.m. I'm right on time. You already know what it is. You already know what it ain't. Okay, we got a lot going on in the world. Before I get to everything that's going on in the universe, I'm going to talk about the HasanAbi universe by starting with my personal news for all the parasocialists out there who want to know, Hasan, what do you do when you turn the stream off, when you hit the stop streaming button and then you hit the start streaming button? Like, what's going on? And so help me God, I'm going to tell you all about it. Are you going to cover the right-wing snowflake outrage over Comey posting 8647? Yeah, we'll talk about that as well. That's some funny ass drama too. I think it's pretty hilarious. In any case, where was I? What is this? A new bad empanada banger? A banger empanada? YouTube's King of the Hogs is hitting the Hasan bad grift hard right now. Check out JD Delay's YouTube short about you getting detained. Who's JD Delay? I don't know who the fuck that is, and I don't really need to know. If I don't know who that is, then I don't need to know. You already know what I mean? So, what was I going to say? Personal news wise, I ended the broadcast last night, as you guys know. Had some time to myself, been doing really good on the diet. If you recall, I started off, I weighed myself first day in from France. I was 240 pounds. It was like shocking, right? It was terrifying how much weight I had gained. It was not good. But since then, I've been dieting pretty aggressively for the past couple of days, and I'm already down to 236. I'm shedding all the water weight. It's obviously going to hit a wall once I get to around 232 or so. And then after that, it's going to take a couple weeks for me to get all the way back down to freaking what? RM Brown owns Ezra Klein. What is this? You guys always want me to watch these RM Brown videos. I have not broached the RM Brown stuff yet. New Jersey Transit engineers strike. Florida fluoride ban. Oxford Union uploaded some of the videos. We got a lot going on. Okay, why is there a wall at 232? The way that I work out, Creator Draft League today, which team you want to join? I want to join whichever team will win. That's what I want to do. Obviously there's that too. Now listen. First and foremost, the boys back on conventionals, okay? Last night I ended the broadcast. What did I do? Dieting well, did all of that. That was great. What else did I do? I watched Love, Death, and Robots. I finished Love, Death, and Robots. I watched it all. I burned through it. It was pretty goddamn good, as a matter of fact. There were some misses and some hits in there. I especially loved the devil one, like the church bombing. Nazi Germany one. That was really good. There was a couple ones that were, you know, there were a couple episodes that were really bangers. The new season just came out. Alien versus Tiny World, I didn't like it that much. Bro, watch Andor. Stop watching Mid. I'm watching Andor. I'm gonna watch the Studio. I'm gonna keep watching Studio. I'm gonna keep watching Andor. I have a lot on the docket. I'm watching Farron. Chad, if you don't want spoilers, mute for a few minutes. Wait, what? There's no spoilers. These stories are literally 5 minutes long. Half of them don't even fucking end. You know, half of them just end weirdly without any sort of resolution. They always say that shit. Yeah. Didn't watch the Mussolini show? Oh, that's the other one that I want to watch. I want to watch the Mussolini show as well. I hear very good things about the Mussolini show. Very interesting about the Mussolini's transition and Italy's transition. Oh my God. So yeah, that's another one that I'm interested in watching as well. We got Severance on the docket. There's so much good stuff out there, man. There's so much content out there to consume. In any case, what was I gonna say? Why are you doing a Swedish chef accent? Okay. I'm not gonna play Expedition. So please stop demanding that I play Expedition. I have much love for the Frenchies. Okay. I have much love for the Frenchies. I'm probably not gonna play that, at least for the time being. Okay. But yeah, I ended the broadcast. I watched some Farron. I still can't get into Farron that much. I find it strange. I find something to be kind of strange about it. Maybe it's because I'm 33, but like the whole like she's an elf that looks still kind of childish, but is simultaneously 700 years old. It just weirds me out. I can't. It's like a mental block that I can't clear. Like obviously, if the protagonist is a male and they're a teenager, I don't care. You know what I mean? Because like, I'm a dude. But when the protagonist is, they don't do fan service, but like they kind of teeter on the edges of it every now and then. Like one of the episodes I watched, weird take. No, I don't think that's a weird take. She doesn't look like a child. What do you mean? Guys, she's not sexualized. Okay? She's not. But every now and then there's like weird moments. I found the misogyny, but it's still a green flag that you think is weird. She looks young. Yeah, she's like, guys, can I just say something without people fucking shoving it down my throat? I'm not saying it's lolly or whatever. I'm just saying from my experience, like when I watch shows like that, I just can't, like, I can't get into it. I can't get into it. If there's like if she was more adult coded, as someone who is supposed to be like 700 fucking years old, I feel like it would not be as much of a weird thing for me. I'm just saying it's a weird for me. I want to really get into it. I want to get into the show, but it just, that's, and as someone who obviously freaking loves anime and watches a lot of anime, this is one of those things that I've just not been able to get over. I'm still watching it because people have said so many nice things about it that it makes me want to see what the fuck is up. And I like I don't know if I like the hardcore evil, like the demons are evil. There's no redeeming qualities to them. They're pure evil. Like I don't know if I like it yet. I don't know if it's gonna get like more complex down the line. But who knows? So Do you have any thoughts on the Bungie Marathon art plagiarism? Sorry if you already covered it. I just got here. How could I have covered it? Didn't it just happen yesterday, like last night? So yeah, everybody really likes Freerin. Everybody really likes Freerin, but for that reason, I'm like giving it a shot. Like I totally was like, no dungeon meshy for me, right? No dungeon meshy for me for the longest time. But then I learned my lesson that like actually dungeon meshy is great. It's more Berserk than it is Zelda, and so we'll see. So slow start, goated ending, trust. I trust. I'm still going through it. I'm still burning through it. So there's that. Anyway, yeah, like I was saying, I woke up this morning, went back to conventional deads. First conventional dead. First conventional deadlift day. Ripping the 385s like it's nobody's business. I mean, back on the conventional train. As you guys know, I went for 500 pounds on the trap. I went for 500 pounds on the trap bar and I failed 2 weeks ago, or 3 weeks ago at this point. But now, I mean, look at those quads, man. Look at those fucking quads, dude. Bro, how is your back not broken? It's because I have an incredibly strong back. Okay, that is what it is. Is because my back is incredibly strong, and I'm not even using weight straps. Look, this is cope. Okay, control the bar back down is crazy. Okay, yes, my eccentrics for almost 400 pounds is not particularly great, but notice how I'm doing stop, and I'm not just going rip and dip. Okay, I'm doing stop and go. I'm putting it down every time and then relifting it every time. So they can't even complain about that. So now he has to hit me with the, oh, your eccentrics are not fast enough. I mean, your eccentrics are not slow enough. No, you need more controlled. Eccentric is where 90% of the muscle growth happens, bro. I know, Mike Israel. Okay, I know. You're not wrong. But on my fucking top set, that's crazy. Okay, first week back on deadlifts. And you're over here being like, you should do eccentrics for 400 pounds. Do you think I'm one of the strongest people alive? Like, doing slow eccentrics for 400 pounds requires me to, at ease, like with tremendous ease, be able to rip 500 pounds like I'm doing here. Okay? Control the weight on the way down for deadlifts is so funny. It's not like I'm ripping RDLs here, okay? We're not doing Romanian deadlifts. Like, I understand eccentrics is important and I care about it, but, you know, let's be real. Let me have my fucking moment, dude. Let me have my goddamn moment, okay? I'm ripping it. I'm gripping. So ego lifting? You think this is ego lifting? Oh my God, bro. All right, everybody shut the fuck up. We're done. I'm not entertaining it. I'm not entertaining it. You're stupid. That's it. That's all I'm saying. Also, here's a fitty. Here's a fit pic. Anyway, here's a good moment. Oh, I saw this morning. I liked it already.
I made this video for 2 reasons. First, stop Hasan infiltrating mainstream media.
Shut up, bitch!
Popular left-wing Twitch streamer and YouTuber Hasan Piker.
This is Hasan Piker.
Mr. Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker, one of the top streamers on Twitch.
Hasan Piker, what's up?
Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker.
Hasan.
Hey, she lie to your face, I really don't get it. She say what you want her to say. At the end of the day, I'm still getting money, regardless, I'm still getting paid. She want Gucci, Louis, and the Fendi. Fuck around and leave your pockets empty. Swear I ain't a killer, but don't tempt me. Missy, do you really miss me?
My lawyer can't do fucking shit.
Aura farming already? No, this is HasanAbi Productions. Yeah. Dude, how's your ego right now? I don't really care. Like, all of this stuff is aura, whatever, okay? Yeah, aura farming. Except the real problem here is, regardless of all the PR, I don't think I am making an impact in places, in avenues where it matters. I don't think I'm able to penetrate broader consciousness amongst the youth. And I think that that's what matters. And I still think that Americans are deeply selfish in their examination of foreign policy. And yeah, I don't know. I think I think people are just collectively getting dumber and dumber and more racist by the minute and by the day. And I constantly feel sad about that. That's because your head's so small. I agree. Where were we? Ay, ay, ay. Will we be talking about the dismantlement of the PKK? I did. I already covered it. If you want to HasanAbi, I will post my max deadlift and squat for you, boss. I mean, go ahead. Are you wearing matching tracksuit pants or are you a loser? No, I'm a loser. I didn't actually do that. All right. So let's do it. Let's blast off. Let's get it twisted. Let's keep it going. Oxford Union speech is finally out. Left-wing TikTokers pick up some slack for you. I think a lot of them rip your talking points. Not a bad thing. No, that is a good thing. I hope it sparks a broader movement overall. You know, I really do. I hope it does. Oxford Union talk is finally out. It's not even my speech. My speech is not going to be out yet. My speech is going to be out I think my speech is coming out next Tuesday. But the talk, like other parts of the talk, the back and forth is actually out. And we have that. We'll take a look at it. It took Oxford like 5 months or whatever. Oxford Union talk is finally out. The tapes are not lost, so that's exciting. The 8647 soy right, dark woke soy right continues. Obviously, we'll talk about that as well. Soy right complains about 8647 post as dark woke rises. Trump's Mid-East tour comes to a close as Israel escalates genocide. The whole grievance is predicated on the fact that James Comey is some radical assassination advocate and doesn't know what 86 means, although he was the head of the FBI. Wait, doesn't 86 mean just to like get him out of there? Like it means it can mean like kill, I guess, as well, but it just means like it could mean fire, throw out, terminate, replace, like it just cancel. Like it's everything. It's all of those synonyms. I had a Seth Meyers segment as well, which is pretty crazy. Like, look at this. This got 1 million freaking views already. Trump fawns over Saudi Crown Prince, profiteers in the Middle East amid GOP backlash. A closer look. And then I'm in there. They brought me in there, which is crazy. Yeah, in a restaurant, if you're like a server, 86 means like 86 of pickles means like cancel the pickles, right? Like don't put the pickles in there. Exactly. All right, whatever. I know it's primarily a restaurant term to stop selling because you're out of it. Yes, chef. Oxford Union Talks finally. Al Soyrek complains about 8647 post as dark woke rises. Trump's Mideast tour comes to a close. Israel escalates genocide. And so much more. Get in now. Twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Trump wants people to compete for a reality TV show. I heard about this as well. It's really fucked up. Your friends are learning new shit. About you through shows. Wait, where did I repeat that? Hold on. Anyway, let's blast off. Yes, I won Squid Game. Stop asking. If given a chance, would you host SNL? I don't think I deserve to host SNL, but I mean, if they ask me, sure, why wouldn't I? I love this fit that I'm wearing, but it's so goddamn annoying that every single person turns around and starts complaining. Sydney Sweeney says she won't stop watching Hasan Piker thirst. That is real. This is a real post. Okay, this is a real post. Kai would host it first. Yeah, they probably get Kai Cenat to do it way before someone like myself. Matt Walsh is doubling down on the swastika. Oh, dude, nice. Of course he is. I told you, he's trying to desperately signal to the white supremacists that he's like a real one, despite working for the Daily Wire. And his fan base are like all, you know, stop working for the Daily Wire. It's owned by Jews. There is a real... I've been telling you guys, like, there is real drama in the conservative sphere over the Jewish question, okay? This is like Republicans are trying desperately not to talk about this. They're trying to act like this is not a real point of contention. But as is the case, whenever someone gets into power, that political movement kind of falls apart. And there is right now a real point of contention with real point of contention amongst the right. Some people are like, oh, we're done with Israel. We're done with the Jews. We hate the Jews. And some on the right are like, well, I don't really care about the Jews that much. I don't really like them particularly, but I think that they're God's chosen sons and that my religion believes that they have to have Israel. So I'm obviously unconditionally pro-Israel. And then there are some who are like on the professional right, the more professional, think tank right, that are like, the fuck are you doing with this anti-Semitic stuff? And also you have to be super pro-Israel. So there are different camps, but basically all of them revolve around Jews. Like, how much do you like Jewish people? How much do you hate Jewish people? And more importantly than Jewish people, what's your take? What's your take on Israel? I've seen this Dreamleaf person's post before. They're on your side. I think they're like a sock them or something. Hamas fucked over in the American prisoner release. Yeah, I said, guys, look, I had this conversation with Jeremy as well. I've been trying to politely broach the subject matter, but I had I don't have a lot of confidence in Trump doing the right thing here. As I said over and over again, I said the only way that Donald Trump would actually facilitate a ceasefire negotiation would be because he fucking hates Benjamin Netanyahu personally. But even then, I don't think it's actually going to happen. Like, I told you, there were a lot of people who were like celebrating this decision. And I kept repeating over and over again, like, no amount of bribes is going to actually shake away Donald Trump this way shake away Donald Trump from its like endless support for Israel. I've seen some very anti-Semitic people who are diehard pro-Israel. Insane. Riddled that one too. What do you mean? That's the the large majority of Americans who are pro-Israel, like the overwhelming majority of Americans who are pro-Israel, are evangelical Zionists. And evangelical Zionists, both with their theological justifications and just in their daily practice, are very fucking anti-Semitic. They don't care about Jews at all. They would send the Jews to the desert by force if necessary. Like, they don't give a shit. They only care about triggering the apocalypse, what they think is going to inevitably happen. And then there's a lot of people who are pro-Israel because of, there's a lot of people who are pro-Israel, but just like very much anti-Semitic still, because that's just, they're killing Muslims. You know, there are a million different reasons to be pro-Israel, while also simultaneously being very anti-Semitic. That's it. What I find really funny, I mean, this is really awful, and we're going to talk about this, obviously, but what I find really funny about the whole, Israel Hasbara situation in a sea of horrifying things that Israel is doing, is that their Hasbara operations have gotten, have ended up with like hiring a bunch of Christian people to defend Israel. And I think part of that is because it's going to be really hard to find the same angle with like you're going to have Rabbi Shmuley, right? But nobody likes him, and he is breeding anti-Zionist every time he fucking goes out and speaks, right? But also, you need the I guess, Christian populations to also not feel anti-Israel. So the people that they've been fucking hiring to do this work is like Brianna Wu, which is a repulsive individual, right? Like, she is repulsive. She is horrible. Oh no, I permabanned that guy who just kept spamming that the volume is low, because if you're so stupid that you can't fucking understand that you have to tweak your own audio, then you don't get to talk in the chat, especially because he was spamming it over and over again. So we'll start off with the Hasbara side of things real quick. I do want to cover that really quickly. Obviously, we talked about Brianna Poo. She sucks. She's ass. She's awful. She's very dumb. You got the Douglas Murrays. Of the world. Who is like a British guy who is not particularly intelligent, but at least like is a mercenary, and Americans respond, I guess, to British people more positively than they do to they respond more positively to British people. They think British people are like intellectual, I guess. There's also this other chick on TikTok that's been going viral, talking about how killing children is emotionally emotion inducing, but like you shouldn't actually feel some type of way about Israel because they're killing children. And I want to see if you guys have that one, because there was some information I saw in her background where she like literally works for. No, I didn't see Chris Kunzler's new video on Douglas Murray. Okay, everybody calm down. I know Douglas Murray, the face of Zionist extremism. But that's not what I'm talking about, okay? Shouts out to Chris, by the way. He's fantastic, as always. We can actually watch this later. This is the lady, I think. Or no, not this lady. No. This is not what I'm talking about. No, I'm not talking about this lady. Hi, I'm Jewish. Asking people to stop murdering children is never anti-Semitic. Hope this helps. Wow, you might want to rethink your statement. That's not who I'm talking about. Yeah, the girl that I'm talking about is also not Jewish. This is yet another... Like, I think Israel, with their Hasbara operations, is like desperately looking for fresh-faced Christian pro-Israel talking spokespersons, because they think that this will make an impact in the marketplace amongst, like, I guess, people who are not Jewish. Yeah, here it is. I may not be Jewish, but I know emotional manipulation when I see it. Gen Z has been tricked into thinking that seeing graphic images of war automatically makes a war unjust. That's not true. It's never been true. Felix says, first sentence of his post made me double over. No, this is unironically her argument, chat. This is literally her argument. This is what she's been saying. Okay? This is what she's been saying over and over again. And it turns out she's literally hired as an evangelical Zionist to do propaganda for Israel. Like, she works for a pro-Israel, like Israel propaganda operation, from what I understand. And it's really funny because no matter how much money you dump into this process, like, you are not going to be able to overcome the endless amount of child murder that has been live streamed every single day. You can't do a baby Holocaust and then fucking act like people don't see it, or try to punish people for seeing it. All right? That's it. It's fucking ridiculous. It doesn't work that way, okay? It does not work that way at all. Look who's here. Right on cue. It's little lady. Down. Little lady. Hold on. I got to look at something. Did we blast off in the Discord? Did we blast off in the Discord chat? Was there a Discord noti? I'm trying to find it. Hold on. Let's see. May 16th. Okay. Yeah, we did. All right. Because something crazy is going on here. All right.
Just because you see images of dead children, as disgusting and frustrating and upsetting as it is, does not automatically make a war unjust.
I'm gonna say it. Just because you are getting the bag in and you are receiving crumbs of attention on the internet for spreading your abhorrent propaganda does not make it acceptable. Because in this video, this person basically admits that they work for the Israeli government.
And for the last 4 years, I've worked in some capacity for my full-time job in the Israel education ad.
Bro, this is Hasbara. She literally does Hasbara for Israel. She's an evangelical Zionist who is paid by the Israeli state to do Israel propaganda. Okay? Now, let me tell you something. The entire purpose of what she's doing is to try to get other evangelical Zionists, to get other evangelical Christians to be pro-Israel. Okay? At a time when there's like unprecedented negativity surrounding Israel for its live streamed child holocaust that it is doing to the Palestinian population. Okay? Yeah, she is supported by El Al, and she's a member of the Christian Students for Israel, funded by the Hobby Lobby. These people are fucking insane, okay? They are dumb, they are insane, they are unsuccessful. It's not going to work. This propaganda operation is bunk. Because the more effective propaganda operation here, far before all of this kind of Hasbara, all of this kind of advocacy, was to simply hit the anti-Semitism line. Oh, you don't fuck with Israel? Boom, you're anti-Semitic. Sorry. Now every fucking media outlet is going to actually run hit pieces on you, calling you a fucking anti-Semite. Now it doesn't work that way. It's gone. That tool is out, okay? This is a very sophisticated, very pervasive influence peddling operation that no longer fucking works because of the overwhelming amount of death and destruction that Israel has caused that everyone can fucking see. Okay? That everyone can see with their own two eyes. But I find it funny that there are still people who try to do this shit.
Advocacy space.
They say that they've been working within the Israel advocacy space, but you only have 30,000 followers. You're not generating your own income. You are being paid by the Israeli government, or at least an NGO or an organization that is adjacent to it. And you sit there and act as if it is the photos and images on the internet that are made to manipulate people's emotions, rather than the fact that the state that you support is currently paying people like you, white Westerners who appeal to people's Christianity, to spread nonsense like this so that Israel can commit crimes. It is in no way normal or acceptable to go on the internet every day and make rubbish like this so you can support a state which is currently starving 2 million people, which is currently trying to wipe away 2 million people's history and culture with the express goal of expelling them and never allowing them to return to their own lands. She says that she's getting a master's degree in genocide studies, but how dare you make videos like this if you really are? Because surely you must see that there are an incredible amount of experts who are referring to what Israel is doing as genocide. And under the vast majority of definitions, even Raphael Lemkin, the man who coined its definition, that Israel is perpetrating genocide. This is shameful, disgusting behavior.
There's a part 2 as well, which is crazy. Let's take a look.
Every single one of these creators has this grand conspiracy theory that I'm either secretly undercover a Jew or I work for the Israeli government.
No one thinks you're secretly undercover a Jew. Everyone knows that you are an evangelical Zionist. You're an evangelical Christian who is working for a most likely Knesset grant recipient organization that is probably privately owned by some fucking freakazoid Christians that are directly doing advocacy, also known as Hasbara, okay, for the state of Israel. You are a Hasbara agent. That is your job. That is literally on your fucking LinkedIn. And the only reason why it's on your LinkedIn, the only reason why it's openly a part of your CV, but you're still trying to advocate against it, is because in the past when someone said, oh, I work for an advocacy organization for Israel, people wouldn't look at that and go, that's weird. Why are you doing that? People would never say that. That's why people could openly say, I do advocacy work for Israel in the past. But now when you say that, they go, ugh, that's gross. That's the only reason why you have to deny these claims. For the longest fucking time, when you worked for a company like this, Passages, Israel.org, it didn't matter. You could just openly say like, oh no, I'm doing advocacy. My advocacy initiatives are about telling American Christian evangelicals to go to Israel and to fund the settlement operations in the West Bank, which are illegal, by the way. Okay? That's it. You were allowed to do this. This actually helped your career, as a matter of fact. It still kind of helps your career because there's still a lot of moneyed interest involved in this process, but it no longer helps your outlook amongst the regular population, civilians, normies, when they hear you doing advocacy, paid advocacy for the apartheid state that is doing a genocide, Israel. Everyone goes, ew, gross, don't do that. You're a freak, which is understandable. I think it's very understandable.
I'm not, and I don't, but LOL if you're watching.
You know, when you post things on the internet, you should be very careful about what other information can easily be found out about you with just a simple search. Because, you know, you misleadingly edited my original video. Because what I actually said is you either worked for the Israeli government or you worked for an NGO that was adjacent to the Israeli government. And who do you work for? Who do you work for? Passages Israel, a Christian evangelical NGO which spends money bringing young Christians over to Israel to turn them into nasty little propagandists like you, who spend their time explaining why children dying is moral and just. You claim that you don't think it is, but yet you go on about how the war is just in this video.
I'm sorry, I take it back. No, I will actually say it again. Just because you see graphic images of children does not make a war unjust. Notice how I didn't say that the killing of children is something to be glorified or praiseworthy. Notice how I never said that it's not a tragedy. Notice how I never said that you shouldn't weep for the loss of innocent children's lives. Somewhere along the way, a lot of people started confusing emotional pain with moral judgment. They started believing that if a war produces suffering, if there are horrifying images, if there are children caught in the crossfire, or if it seems like one side is suffering more than the other, then that means the war itself must be unjust. And that is not true. That's never been true. The nature of war is that innocent...
Is she brain dead? Yes. She's evil. She's evil and brain dead. She's just a bad person. She is literally a demonic agent, okay? It is fucking crazy. And the things that are coming out of her mouth are so psychotic and so demonic that the average person, when they hear stuff like this, probably experiences whiplash. Okay? When someone starts off the conversation by saying, listen, people need to stop obsessing over dead children, you're like, okay, what are you, Satan? What the fuck do you mean people need to stop obsessing over the who? I've never encountered a person in my fucking life that has ever actually made a take like that, and then that didn't like dramatically cause a rift in our relationship permanently. Okay? If I hear that in the real world, if someone were to say those words in the real world, okay, that like dead children is emotional manipulation, let's be logical about this, I would go, oh my God, you are a villain, okay? You are such a fucking villain. You are the biggest villain I have ever encountered in my life, okay? It's so villainous that most people, most villains in works of fiction don't even say these things, okay? Anyway, let's keep blasting off here. There was more I wanted to... Hold on. Where's the Felix tweet? I'm trying to find the thing that Felix said. But according to grifters online like Chris Kunzler, I enjoy the killing of babies and I'm funded by the Israeli government. This is good news to me. However, I would like to record the record to reflect that I would gladly accept a sponsor from El Al.
People suffer.
You think starving 2 million people is just. You think expelling 2 million people is just. You think wiping away the social life of 2 million people is just. No, that's genocide, and you should know that. But because just today, many experts in the field of genocide studies came out and said, yeah, what Israel is doing is genocide. There is no other way to look at it. There are only people like you who wish to use their education to spread lies on the internet so more killing can happen.
Most of the people talking about this kind of stuff online don't actually have a personal connection to the war. They don't have a friend that they know personally or a family member who is living in the region. They have never had to check a casualty list for a name that they might recognize. And the most productive conversations that I have had about the current war have been with people who
This is also the other side of the story that's really funny, because she goes, oh, dude, you guys need to shut the fuck up about the emotional appeal of dead Palestinian children that your tax dollars are contributing to. And what you should instead feel is the emotional appeal to Israeli society that gets to have bunkers that they can run into and gets to live a normal fucking life every day on the backdrop of a genocide that American weapons are contributing to. You should feel emotional about Israelis. Why are you feeling emotional about Palestinians? It's like, think about the poor Israelis. That's what this argument revolves around. It's not about emotional appeal. She's not like trying to do this hardcore logical perspective. She's just saying, I don't like that you are feeling emotional and recognizing the humanity of Palestinian children that are being fucking killed with bunker buster bombs. Okay? You should feel way worse about Israelis that have, you know, marketing jobs and eat the nastiest hummus you've ever heard and listen to the worst fucking psytrance music you've ever fucking heard, while there is literally an open-air prison that has turned into an open-air concentration camp with American weapons 40 fucking miles away. That's literally it. They're like, no, feel bad for the Israelis. Why the fuck won't you feel bad for the Israelis? Why would anybody feel bad for the Germans living in fucking Nazi Germany? Sorry. It doesn't work that way. You can't educate people on the Holocaust and then expect people to turn around and go, yeah, I realize that this kind of mechanized murder is actually really evil, But now that Israel is doing it, now I think it's actually good. Like, it doesn't work that way. People know right from wrong. A really unique bind. Oh. Yeah, poor SS officers suffering from PTSD. Poor Waffen SS, dude. It's just like they felt so bad as they were fucking slaughtering villages, entire villages, and wiping them out in Eastern Europe. Like, why won't anybody think about their perspective? Why would anybody think about their feelings? Like, this is crazy. It's not gonna fucking work. It's so overwhelming. The death and destruction is so overwhelming that Americans that are normally preconditioned due to the war on terror narratives to literally always assume that if there is a brown Arab that is being slaughtered, they probably deserve it. That American society has completely flipped on the issue of Israel. After decades and decades of concerted propaganda efforts and a complex influence peddling operation, those Americans have finally said, oh my God, this is so unacceptable. Think about that. This is why I always say, like, if the media legitimately covered the issue, because right now you're hearing the media finally cover Israel with a critical lens. They're no longer using neutrality, and it's rather suspicious. It almost feels like a permission structure has been opened up within Western media due to maybe America's State Department interests or something. I don't know what it is. And you're finally hearing the media cover this stuff as though, like, Israel blew up a hospital. Israel lied about blowing up a hospital, or the reasons as to why it blew up a hospital. And while that's happening, I've maintained the position that if the Western media across the board offered this level of warranted criticism to Israel's actions, 90% of the Western world would be openly pro-Hamas, okay? Not just like, I'm not talking like, oh, they would say, Palestinians deserve life and liberty. I'm talking like they would actively be petitioning a coalition of the willing to forcibly invade Tel Aviv to put a stop to Israel's Nazi activities. Because the very fact that the media has still tried to maintain this neutrality in the way that they cover Israel's sheer and utter brutality against the entirety of the Palestinian population, okay? In spite of that, you have an entire sea change amongst the ranks of Westerners who look at the situation dramatically differently from a very different perspective. I'm telling you, if they were covering it this critically from the start, they would have a way, way, way different approach. You are way underestimating Islamophobia, man. No, dude. No, dude, look at the polls, man. Look at the polls. I'm not underestimating Islamophobia. What I'm saying is, in spite of that Islamophobia, Americans still are going, yeah, maybe you've killed too many fucking babies, dude. Stop. Think about that. Like, that's my point. My point is, in spite of the unimaginable amount of Islamophobia demonstrated by the broader Western societies as a direct consequence of endless amounts of social conditioning and training from every orifice of the media to justify the war on terror since 9/11, Americans are still looking at Israel and looking at Palestine in a very different way. After 19 months of endless live-streamed child holocaust, Americans are like, I don't fuck with this. Fuck Israel. Do you think there's a chance of changing someone's minds like that, ladies? No, that's an enemy. That is not someone whose mind is supposed to be changed. This person is an enemy, an ideological enemy, an enemy of the truth. Her entire job is to do propaganda for money. That's entirely different. You're not supposed to, you have to pick your targets appropriately. You have to pick your targets that you have a direct relationship with, okay? You can actually get people, you can actually walk people down this ledge that they're on with ease, okay, by showing them the truth. But someone like this person, who gives a fuck about what their perspective is? They're getting a check. You can't convince someone to maintain a separate position when their livelihood relies on them maintaining the position that they have. You can't convince them of that. You can just pay them more, maybe, you know, get Qatar on the line, get Qatar to fucking give her money, and maybe she'll fucking swap teams. But we're not talking about convincing someone like this. We're talking about convincing people that might have encountered her idiotic commentary and might have been duped by her idiotic commentary.
Actually have lived through it. People in Israel and the West Bank and in Gaza. Not random internet personalities who are on here grifting for cash.
And this isn't some random thing for me, and nor is it a money spinner. I made videos long before October the 7th. I have 2 degrees in this. I have studied the Middle East. I have spent time around many Palestinians who, unlike your Israeli friends who you say you're upset about because they're in the IOF, well, my friends just live in Palestine.
Invited to a dinner with a bunch of lone soldiers. How freaking sweet is that?
And that's the difference between you and I. When I say I've got friends from the West Bank, Gaza Strip, and also East Jerusalem and 48 Palestine, they're not soldiers. And you have the audacity to make out as if I am the one making bank off suffering. No, 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 no. I had always wanted to work in this space because I knew that young people like me from the West didn't understand Palestine because of organizations like yours who try and trick us into believing that Israel is doing just and moral things. And so what I did was I started making videos, and now I'm able to share the years and years that I spent studying Palestine to a far grander audience than if I was writing papers.
Oh, man. Honestly, I think you just like to see the good in people and are giving Americans too much credit here. If there was sufficient empathy for Palestinians from the majority, this would have been over months ago. No, I think you're failing to recognize that there is no real democracy and that liberal democracy and its maintenance has been a complete fucking fabrication. And this is the moment for you to recognize that, because no, there is an overwhelming sea of there are overwhelmingly popular demands coming from broad majorities in the American public to stop Israel's genocide. Okay, that is just a fact. There is not a single poll that shows the opposite of that at this point. Every single person, like 70% on most polls, say ceasefire now, stop giving Israel weapons, no more fucking weapons for Israel. Israel's doing a genocide. Okay, the problem here is that while 70% of the broader public and like 80 to 90% of Democrats and 80% of independents and even like 53% of Republicans at this point feel this way, 99% of politicians don't feel this way. Do you see what I'm saying? So the tide shift is unfortunately irrelevant in this process. That's it. Because there is no real democracy when it comes to American foreign policy. Okay? That's it. There is no real democracy. I mean, this is like a great example of this. I brought this up on an episode a while back, but it really made me laugh when one of those big Hosmer accounts posted this poll as if we're a major coup for Israel. Roughly 25% of Americans saying I'm rooting for Hamas on the phone is a fucking catastrophic result for Israel. Exactly. There's 2 different reasons for why this took place, by the way. And this is a very old poll. I don't think this is a recent poll. There's 2 reasons for why this result comes out, okay? Because this is different than Palestinians, right? There's just people saying like, I'm pro-Hamas on a fucking telephone, on a phone line. Someone picked up the phone and said, I'm pro-Hamas. Now, that is, one, a designated terror organization. So the fact that, and it's a Muslim terror organization as well. So the fact that like 25% of Americans are saying like, no, that's right. You know, Al-Qassam brigades, keep it going. A couple months prior is a disastrous result. It is a disastrous result. Part of the reason why this result even exists, though, is because the way that this poll is conducted, in an effort to show that there is more support for Israel amongst the Americans, they literally go Israel versus Hamas instead of saying Israel versus Palestine or Palestinians. Because if this was Israel versus Palestinians, there would be like 10% support for fucking Israel on the poll, judging by every other poll. That's the reason why they lock people into Israel versus Hamas. And that number keeps growing. Okay? This is the real fucking negativity poll right here. Amongst all U.S. adults, 53% have a unfavorable view of Israel. And that is in spite of the multi-billion-dollar propaganda operation and all of the advocacy organizations, all of the NGOs that masquerade as organizations that care about Jews in diaspora, care about Jewish Americans and all this stuff, when they actually only care about Israel. Like all of these organizations that have institutional muscle working overtime, and even then, Americans' opinion has shifted with this overwhelming swing in the direction. And when you look at the Democrats, I mean, fucking 18 to 49, 71% of Democrats have an unfavorable view of Israel. With 50 plus, 66% of Democrats have an unfavorable view of Israel. Even Republicans have a 50% unfavorable view of Israel for 18 to 49. Think about how insane that is. That's it. That's it. It's coming to a point where the only people that like Israel are either A, paid to like Israel and paid to promote Israel, or they're like an 85-year-old boomer, okay? Or a rabid evangelical Christian. Like, Jewish Zionists are not as outward in their support for Israel at this point, unless we're talking about like ultra Orthodox, not Neturei Karta, but like ultra Orthodox Jews living in certain parts of New York and New Jersey or whatever that are like super conservative and anti-vaxxer and always been fucking MAGA, right? This is not a sustainable position. It's not. There is no future for Israel in terms of loyalty if they keep this up. No, look, the reason why Israel is engaging in, or the reason why our politicians are engaging in even more rigorous action in terms of cleaning up, in terms of actively attacking naysayers, whether it be even what happened to me at the fucking border apprehension and detention, or the NYU situation that took place that I'm going to be talking about in a second. NYU's withholding a student's diploma because he chose to recognize the atrocities being committed in Gaza. This kind of stuff. Or the black bagging of student protesters and student activists for no clause whatsoever. Okay, in a way that actually undermines constitutionally protected speech, in a way that is so un-American. It's unimaginably un-American. All of this stuff, like the aggressive actions that institutions are taking, is because they recognize that this is unsustainable. They recognize that this tide shift has taken place. So they're trying to silence people into submission. Do you understand? That's it.
Do you talk about Trump? And that was the first time where I was like, what the is this question?
Hasan Piker, the political commentator, you guys probably know him. He has more than 2.8 million followers on Twitch. He says he was detained and questioned by a Customs and Border Patrol when he tried to re-enter the country.
Where is this from? This is from MSNBC, bro. Look at this. Like, people see this stuff and understand. People see this stuff and they understand, like, yeah, this is fucked up. And the reason why this stuff is happening is because they can't do the positive association with Israel any longer. So they now are trying to silence people. They've always tried to silence people who are critical of Israel, obviously. But now they're obvious. They're extra obvious about this process, because it's no longer about just being like, oh, you're anti-Semitic, you're deplatformed, fuck off. You know what I mean? Now it's like you literally have to go to jail. Like, we need to get you to stop. We need to get you to stop protesting on the fucking streets. We need to get you to stop saying things that are mean about Israel. We need you to stop. We need you to shut the fuck up. And even if you're an average citizen, we're going to fucking look through your profile to be like, are you positive on Israel or are you negative on Israel? What the fuck is this about? And what a lot of people don't understand is that also continues to escalate the negative association with Israel, because you have the American government doing this at the behest of Israel at a time when there's an unprecedented amount of anti-Semitism exploding in the country. What do you think the average fucking dude, the average corn chucker in Nebraska thinks? They've already been fed a healthy diet that is unhealthy, obviously, of anti-Semitism, like anti-Semitic tendencies in terms of fucking, like, oh, Jews do control the media, I think. Why are there so many Jews in Hollywood? Like, all this shit, right? Like, what do you think that guy is going to think when they see the fucking Trump administration do loyalty pledges to Israel like this? When they see the Trump administration go, yeah, we're actually deporting this person, Shalom Mahmoud, they're going to go, oh my God, Jews do fucking control the government. Jews do control the media. That's it. There is no other way out of that for a guy who hasn't thought about this shit that much. Okay? Guy who's never met a Jewish person, who literally just looks at another guy that is supposed to represent him, that looks like him, that's supposed to represent his values, saying this like very weird thing that is so inconsistent with everything else. Because it's not like the Trump administration is doing this for France. You know what I mean? As a matter of fact, you could go so far as to say the Biden administration kind of did this for Ukraine, and a lot of people got pissed off about it. And of course, they didn't go anywhere near as far as the Trump administration or the Biden administration has gone for Israel, for the record. And also on top of that, there isn't, there is no moral equivalence between what Ukraine is doing and what Israel is doing. Please make no mistake. I'm not saying that at all. And even then, Americans were like, yo, what the fuck do I care about this Zelensky guy?
Security denied this had anything to do with his commentary, criticism of Donald Trump. In fact, they accused him of, quote, lying for likes. But here's how Hasan says it went down.
I get to the global entry line, and they're processing everybody expeditiously. It gets to me instantly. The Customs and Border Patrol agent goes, step aside, sir. I was like, here we go.
He goes on to talk about how they questioned him about his political beliefs, specifically trying to figure out if he, quote, supported Hamas.
I'm sitting there and they're asking me about Trump. They're asking me about like Hamas. And he kept saying stuff like, do you like Hamas?
Here's my question. If this wasn't about politics, why did DHS agents even ask him about Hamas?
Yeah.
He is, of course, a person born in this country. He's a U.S. citizen. The Hasan Piker thing by itself is concerning. But when you look at kind of the through line that we've been seeing, whether that's Ross Baraka, the Newark mayor who was arrested after going to an ICE facility, is it intimidation?
Remember, I'm a public person. And also, I have enough money to be able to fight back against this sort of thing. The reason for why they're doing that is, I think, to try to create an environment of fear, to try to get people like myself, or at least like others that would be in my shoes that don't have that same level of security, to shut the up.
What does the average American have the ability to do? What's the message that it sends to them when people with all this power are treated this way? Now, Hasan Piker, these members of Congress, they were able to go on TV shows and talk about it. They're able to talk to their thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of followers. But what about the people who don't have that access? What about the people who don't have a platform? What happens to them?
Yep, great question. That is the reason why this is getting a lot of mainstream attention, by the way, for those of you who are wondering. I mean, I was on apparently Late Night with Seth Meyers. This video already has 1.1 million views in 18 hours. Pretty crazy. I mean, the most of it is like talking about Qatar, obviously. And then, I mean, here, we'll start off there as well. He's doing, this whole thing is about like Trump's Middle Eastern tour. I'm going to talk about my opinions on Trump's Middle Eastern tour anyway, but we'll get started here with Seth Meyers. Dude, lib moms love Seth Meyers. This is big for your public image. I don't think television, and I don't even think like this kind of mention has as much, I will say this. Mainstream media still holds the keys for legitimacy. It still has the capacity to change the way boomers think, okay? And that's good. That's not a bad thing. Having said that, however, like one Theo Von appearance, from my own personal experience, I'm telling you right now, in the past, if you had this level of fucking mainstream coverage, it was over. Your career was, you've made it, you're launching into orbit, right? But in the new media landscape, they could write about me every fucking week, every day of the goddamn week in traditional outlets, and it would still not penetrate the collective consciousness of normies as successfully as one Theo Von podcast appearance or one Andrew Schultz podcast appearance. A lot of people don't realize this, okay? And the same goes for even my show. This is what Ested says all the time. Ested has had this conversation with Ested Herndon, the New York Times reporter, who is the host of the Run Up podcast, as you guys know. He knows this as well. We had this conversation where he's like, I go on your stream one time, okay? From that point on, anywhere I go, the people that come up to me are coming up to me to say, oh, I saw you on Hasan's stream. I became a fan of yours. It's because him coming on my stream is more beneficial for him and his work getting more eyeballs than the New York Times' own reach. That is the reality. Okay? Andrew Schultz, the fuck? Yes, Andrew Schultz podcast is infinitely more successful in like developing outreach and putting you in front of a much broader audience than the New York Times is. That is the reality, okay? A lot of people don't understand this. A lot of people don't understand this over the age of 40. I mean, here's another great example. I had Jeremy Scahill on, okay? I had Jeremy Scahill on the broadcast to talk about his interviews with Hamas, his interviews with Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and my detention and my opinions on Trump's Middle Eastern tour and why I thought it was going to be a failure. And I think it's we're getting there right now. My worst predictions are coming true. In that process, in the aftermath of that interview, you guys went and you fucking subscribed like crazy to Drop Site News. Look at this fucking peak. This is a much more real audience than mainstream media. This doesn't mean that mainstream media does not have the capacity to change people's minds. It's just a very different. It's just a very different audience, boomers, and you do still have the capacity to develop mainstream legitimacy when you do mainstream media. They still have that, but overall, the real audiences, the broad audiences, is on the podcast sphere, is on the YouTube sphere. This is part of the reason why I get very frustrated when there is a fuck Hasan orbit out there of idiotic drama slop tubers, because they do have a big organic audience. Okay? Maybe it's not the normies in the same way that like Theo Von reaches normies, but it still sucks that there are so many people who want to kind of understand what's going on in the world, and they get their notes from apolitical people that don't know what the fuck they're talking about, and they're led astray. Okay?
There has been some less than charitable insinuations this week that Donald Trump's trip to the Middle East is some sort of naked money grab. Insinuations. From conservatives, no less.
A revolt over President Trump's, quote, corruption tour of the Middle East. That's what people are calling it, including longtime Republican allies of Donald Trump. The National Review, one of the most conservative magazines out there, says it's a plain old grift. It's a poison plane. And welcome to the swamp now under new management. The outrage is dwarfing the trip. Conservatives, independents, and certainly opposition party Democrats all seem to agree on this story of the Trump era, that this is a kind of brazen profiteering.
How dare you? Donald Trump didn't pick Saudi Arabia as his first official trip because his family has billions of dollars in business there. He picked it because he's making the Hajj to Mecca. He is exploring different religions for a documentary series on Nat Geo called Are You There, God? It's Me, Donald. Next, this is exciting. Next, he's going to the Buddhist temple from White Lotus. And you guys, when Melania found out, she said, Donald, no. So even Republicans are a little queasy about Trump's Middle East corruption tour. I guess they're not thrilled about the fact that the 3 countries Trump visited this week just happen to be places where he is making, and I believe this is the technical term, fat stacks.
Right now, the Trump Organization is doing business in all 3 countries that the president is visiting on this trip, including here in Saudi Arabia, where there is a Trump-branded tower on the way in Jeddah. In Qatar, where the president is heading tomorrow, his son Eric recently unveiled a new beach villa and golf community. His 3rd stop on this trip, the United Arab Emirates, which is home to the major investments in one of the Trump's family newest ventures, the Trump's crypto company, World Liberty Financial.
I'm sorry, but you can just tell from the name that World Liberty Financial is an obvious scam. That sounds like a company that sells asteroid insurance to senior citizens. You're telling me they can just fall from the sky at any time? And all you need are my passport, birth certificate, driver's license, and bank routing numbers? Well, it seemed like a small price to pay for peace of mind. And Trump isn't just there to make money for himself. He's also got fellow rich weirdo Elon Musk with him, who is there to hawk his new Tesla robots.
We just showed to His Royal Highness some of your Optimus robots.
Yeah.
And to President Trump.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that. Tell me about them.
I think everyone will want to have their personal robot. You can think of it like as though you had your own personal C-3PO or R2-D2, but even better. Then who wouldn't want to have their own personal C-3PO, R2-D2? That would be pretty great.
Would it? I mean, I love them as movie characters, but they seem like they'd be a drag to have in the house. I mean, this one's always bitching about something. Oh, sir, pretzels this late at night? Is that?
I mean, pitching robot slaves to the Gulf nations is certainly a choice. You know, definitely not the worst audience to pitch that to. It's like pitching it to apartheid South Africa. You know, like definitely, or antebellum South.
Is that much salt a good idea? Shut the up, dude! Oh, language, sir. So even Republicans seem to think that Trump's visit was motivated by money, but that's not entirely fair. The man has a wealth of knowledge about the region. Just listen to him opine on the culture, history, and traditions of Qatar.
With Qatar, there's 6 different ways of pronouncing that, from Qatar to Qatar, right? There's many, many ways of pronouncing it. All of them are acceptable. I've said, well, which one? I guess maybe they like me. They say, you can say it any way you want.
Sorry, that's what you took away from your intelligence briefings? It must be so frustrating to get back from a meeting with Trump and your friends ask you, how far did you get on the Qatar report? How to pronounce it? Did he at least settle on one? Nope. Also, what's with the way he shouts Qatar? He sounds like the Beatles introducing themselves to America. I'll play the bass, I'll play the drums, and we play the...
Qatar.
Yeah, he earned it. So Trump doesn't seem super interested in the details of U.S. policy toward...
Please don't switch it up, but why do you always sound so different on stream and on your IG story announcing that you're live? Microphones, different sound systems.
These countries, unless there's money in it for him, but maybe when he actually got there, he was a little more tuned in.
You read a lot of the material now out of Saudi Arabia, and Mohammed bin Salman is saying we need a resolution on a Palestinian state. And I don't necessarily recall several years ago.
It's so funny that people that like, American politics never changes, okay? When Brandon was saying, we're working tirelessly for a ceasefire, or, well, he was saying, "Ah, blah, blah, blah," and then other people in the media were saying, they're working tirelessly for a ceasefire, including AOC. Liberals will be like, they are working for a ceasefire, Hasan, shut up. And now the Republicans are doing the same thing. It's the same thing, okay? None of these people care about the Palestinians. None of them, okay? The Saudi Arabians do not. MBS's own personal words on the matter are there for you to know and read. He has talked about Palestinians as though they are a nuisance because they are a hurdle in the pathway of the Abraham Accords, in a way for MBS to basically design a direct fucking flight path between Riyadh and Tel Aviv. That is the major hurdle here. They want to pack this all up. That's it. And I've been, I haven't been like daggering Trump as hard to hold back on what I've wanted to say. And there have been moments where I've, still lasered him a little bit in this past week when he was doing the Middle Eastern tour. And part of the reason why I was holding back is because, like, as I said, he is a very selfish person, and he is a very narcissistic person, and he also is he's a very narcissistic person who has a hair trigger and could potentially, due to his personal distaste for Benjamin Netanyahu and due to Benjamin Netanyahu's narcissism and arrogance, might actually change a little bit the way that we analyze our relationship with Israel, but not all that significantly. But that was the possible best case scenario that was very unlikely. And there you go. It's happening. Nothing changed. As a matter of fact, in order to show the world that nothing has changed, Israel has literally pummeled the civilian Gaza population, attacking hospitals. Like, they have aggressively escalated their ethnic cleansing campaign in the backdrop of all of these Middle Eastern deals that are taking place.
Pre-October 7th, as that being a demand that he had necessarily stated publicly.
Remember the chatters yesterday were telling me, like, I hope this doesn't happen. This is, I am genuinely afraid of this potentially taking place. But I believe that the Hamas envoys might have been duped by the Trump administration for releasing the Israeli occupying force soldier without any sort of assurances. And there were chatters in here being like, "What, do you know better than Hamas?" I'm like, I'm not saying I know better than them. I'm just saying they're desperate. They're so desperate to find an end to this ethnic cleansing campaign that they'll do anything. They'll even fucking make a deal directly with the devil, not realizing that that is the devil behind Benjamin Netanyahu. Okay? That's the problem here. And chatters was still trying to fucking argue with me over this. I even had a brief conversation with Jeremy Scahill over this as well, if you recall. Yeah, Hamas says Steve Witkoff personally promised to lift Gaza blockade in exchange for Eden Alexander. The U.S. broke the deal. A senior Hamas official told Drop Site News. They threw it in the trash, and there's been zero progress on a Gaza ceasefire. But if you watch the news, it did give them a bunch of brownie points in the eyes of the people. It is clear that they thought, because of their desperation, because of their sheer desperation, that they thought maybe there is an opportunity here with Trump if we go directly to Trump.
Do you think his position has changed, or do you think the way he has expressed himself, has that changed?
Oh my God, he looks like a turtle who just heard a twig snap. Knows it's bad, still not gonna move. Uh-oh. That's my favorite part, not when he's sleeping, but when he wakes up and clearly thinks to himself, where the am I? The other thing I love about that clip are the Fox News hosts continuing to talk about serious policy while Trump is on the screen right in front of them, passed out. They sound like local newscasters talking about Punxsutawney Phil. The question is, will he wake up or will he stay in his burrow? Oh, he's waking up. That means an early spring. Oh, actually, maybe he's in the movie Groundhog Day. That would explain why he always looks so confused when he wakes up.
Then put your little hand in mine. There ain't no hill or mountain we can't climb.
Come on, there's got to be something other than his own personal business deals that held Trump's interest on this trip.
You take a look at this room. This room is the real deal. That's called white marble. It's very hard to buy. Believe me, I know very well, because you try to buy it, you can't buy it. As a construction person, I'm seeing perfect marble. This is what they call perfecto. And just a great job you've done, and what a beautiful place. And we appreciate those camels. I haven't seen camels like that in a long time.
May I just ask, what is the purpose of this trip? Is it just for you to ramble about things that are in your field of vision? Beautiful marble, flag, plant. Also, what do you mean you haven't seen camels like that in a long time? When did you ever see camels? Back in the U.S., we used to have camels like that all over the place. But then people said they caused lung cancer, so we got rid of them. Joe Camel was treated very unfairly. No. If you're wondering what exactly are these countries getting in return for the cash they're dumping on the Trump family, let's look at how Trump used to talk about Saudi Arabia or Qatar back in the day.
Saudi Arabia paid Bill Clinton a lot of money to make a speech and then got an arms deal from Hillary and her State Department that they were unable to get. The nation of Qatar, unfortunately, has historically been a funder of terrorism at a very high level. Nations came together and spoke to me about confronting Qatar over its behavior.
They wanted me to confront Qatar, and I said, you mean Qatar? And they said, sure. And I said, you know, you can pronounce it any way you want. You can pronounce it like you're playing the guitar, or you can say, you love the white marble, and you want to take a piece of marble home, and you need a marble.
Qatar.
Anyway, so that's how Trump used to talk about these countries. I wonder if time and, more importantly, money have changed.
This segment really demonstrates that libs are still hung up on Trump's weird behavior instead of the real harm of his actions and his administration. I think this is a late night comedy show. It's getting to the point where he's going to start talking about my detention as well. But it's important for you guys to understand, if you tell me I'm going to get fucking pinworms one more goddamn time, I'm going to permanently ban you. Okay? I've been biting my fucking nails and cuticles for the past 33 years. Shut the fuck up, okay? Let me do my thing. I'm a 33-year-old adult. God damn, dude. Holy fuck. Like, the parasociality of all of this is out of fucking control.
His opinion at all.
We have never had a relationship with Qatar as strong as it is now. You know that better than anybody, and they're very happy, and we're going to protect you. We're going to protect you. The gentleman that's right before me, he's your greatest representative. I like him a lot. I like him too much. That's why we give so much, you know? Too much. I like you too much. Oh, what I do for the Crown Prince.
Whoa, dude. Play it cool. It makes sense you're in the desert because you thirsty as Also, is it me or did Trump just fully confess? You just described a quid pro quo. Everyone keeps asking.
Yeah, it is quid pro quo. It is 100% quid pro quo. And I think the interesting part about this isn't just to talk about how it's quid pro quo, or at least my interest in this is the fact that which countries quid pro quo due to their positions on the most important piece of negotiation that did not fucking take place, Israel versus the entirety of the Palestinian population and its endless ethnic cleansing campaign and a ceasefire negotiation that was supposed to take place in this Middle Eastern tour, okay? Like, the one country that is at least neutral towards the Palestinians, even though they are still aligned with the United States of America, is Qatar, okay? And everybody lost their minds over this when, in fact, Trump has gotten endless amounts of funding and endless amounts of deals from Israel and all of the other surrounding Gulf nation states as well, including Syria, not even a Gulf nation state, but the new Syrian government has greased the fucking wheels aggressively to get the sanctions lifted, which I agree with, by the way. I agree with lifting the sanctions on Syria, okay? I agree with developing Syria because we're punishing the civilian population of Syria for no fucking reason since like 2010, you know?
Asking what Trump's going to give him in return for all that money or that luxury private jet. His defenders are out there saying stuff like this.
Do you worry that if they give us something like this, they want something in return?
Absolutely not, because they know President Trump and they know he only works with the interests of the American public in mind.
Sure. Mr. President, do you want to respond to that?
Oh, what I do for the Crown Prince.
I don't think I've ever heard him talk about America that way. I don't even think I've heard him talk about his wife that way. Oh, what I do for Melania. I make dinner, clean the house, give her a back rub. I mean, technically, it wasn't me, but I made my C-3PO do it. Sir, wouldn't the gesture have more meaning if you shut the up? Why can't you be more like R2? He and I speak the same language.
Ding, 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 ding.
And by the way,
they lifted it and UAE just paid their debt off. Amazing what happens when you kill Alawites and kiss the booze with Saudi Arabia and Qatar. No, I mean, it's not because they're killing Alawites or whatever. It's because this is now a American stronghold. Okay, that's it. It's a American controlled stronghold. Qatari Cat says it wasn't the UAE, it was Qatar and Kingdom of Saudi Arabia that paid off their debt.
it's especially galling that Trump is overseas enriching himself because here at home, his party is currently trying to kick millions of people off their health insurance.
The Republican budget outlines $880 million in cuts over the next decade.
The total number of people who will lose health insurance coverage under the Republican Trump plan is now 13.7 million.
You don't want able-bodied workers on a program that is intended, for example, for single mothers with 2 small children who's just trying to make it. That's what Medicaid is for, not for 29-year-old males sitting on their couches playing video games.
No, you're against 29-year-olds on the couch playing video games? How about 78-year-olds on the couch who are just asleep? Now, I can't believe I'm saying this, but Trump's fawning speech in Saudi Arabia got even more absurd.
We are rocking. The United States is the hottest country, with the exception of your country, I have to say, right? I'm not going to take that on. No, Mohammed, I'm not going to take that on. Wouldn't that be a terrible thing if I made that full statement? But I will not do it. You're hotter.
Oh, my God. If this was a best man toast at a wedding, someone would cut the mic. You're so hot. I can't believe you're taking yourself off the market. Look at how hot he is. So Trump is abroad sucking up to oppressive regimes that give him money. And if you criticize that, or any aspect of Trump's foreign policy, you might have some trouble next time you're at the airport.
Popular left-wing Twitch streamer and YouTuber Hasan says he was detained at a U.S. airport for hours this weekend and questioned by U.S. Customs and Border Protection about his political beliefs, specifically on Gaza and President Trump.
The Customs and Border Patrol agent at the gate told me to step aside and that another agent would be coming over to take me to a separate location. We arrived at questions about what my opinions were on Donald Trump. I told him I don't like Donald Trump. After that, he asked me about my opinion on Israel and my opinion on what's going on in Gaza.
I mean, that's insane. I can't imagine having to answer questions like that. I melt down anytime I get asked simple questions at passport control. They'll say, like, are you bringing back any produce? And I'm like, I don't know, maybe. I don't think so. I mean, you know, who among us hasn't ended up with a loose tomato in their luggage? Lawyer! Of course, this is just the latest development in the Trump regime's attempt to suppress speech critical of America's complicity in the war in Gaza. They've already sent masked agents to disappear students whose opinions they don't like, and that's creating even more problems.
I do have some substantial concerns over how ICE agents present themselves to the public. Oftentimes, we've seen many videos out there where they're masked and not properly identified. Don't you think, Madam Secretary, that people have a right to see whoever's trying to apprehend them. I think it's creating this unrealistic vigilante system. And are you aware that your materials, ICE agents, jackets, and the sorts are available on Etsy for $20?
I'm sorry, but the only law enforcement uniform you should be able to buy off Etsy is a shirt that identifies you as a female body inspector. I thought Etsy was for cute oven mitts and like that. What else can you buy out there? Some of that expensive white marble Trump's been looking for? Not only is it wrong to detain people for their constitutionally protected speech, it also won't work. You can't stop people from speaking up about America's morally disastrous policy towards Gaza, which is opposed by a majority of Americans. Just listen to Ben & Jerry's co-founder, Ben Cohen, who was arrested for speaking up about it during a hearing on Wednesday.
Ben Cohen, the founder of Ben & Jerry's Ice Cream, was arrested by Capitol Police after protesting during a hearing that featured Health Secretary Robert Kennedy Jr. He posted a video of the protest saying, quote, "I told Congress they are killing poor kids in Gaza by buying bombs, and they are paying for it by kicking poor kids off Medicaid."
We will not look away. We will not be silenced. We will do everything we can to get our government to stop being complicit in starving little kids to death.
He's right, and I applaud him for speaking up, which is not easy for me to say because his company has been rudely ignoring my many attempts to get a Ben & Jerry's flavor called a Closer Lick. I have been asking for years, and soon I will have no choice but to approach a competitor with my idea for a pint of ice cream called Late Night with Seth Breyers. Trump is abroad, sucking up to oppressive regimes that give him money. It's an obvious grift, and even Republicans are criticizing him. Unfortunately, he can't hear them because he's doing this. This has been a Closer Look.
So, it's interesting. The reason why I watch this is partially to identify what liberals are paying attention to and how they're paying attention to this at a time of unprecedented cruelty, unprecedented violence that is unfolding right in front of our eyes in a way that I think Americans are not used to. Like, if we had TikTok during America's invasion of Afghanistan and Iraq, I feel as though the attitude would be dramatically different. If the internet was the way it is right now, I think it would have been far faster where Americans would mobilize in far larger numbers. Okay. Now, mainstream media is still late to the game, and it's always going to be a day late and a dollar short, as they are even in this situation. Okay. And even then, they focus on like Trump, and they briefly cover the Gaza side. No one actually wants to touch that third rail of talking about like resistance groups, right? Because that was a big part of our back and forth with Customs and Border Patrol. It's honestly amazing how we spoke about Gaza. I could never in my entire life have imagined a liberal speaking like that. No, for sure. For sure. It's a step in the right direction, even though it's late, after 19 months of live streamed child Holocaust, right? And I think that like a lot of unprecedented violence. Hey, do you know what the 1500s and 1900s was like? This isn't even close to all of that. Hell, all settlers perpetuated on indigenous and stolen Americans. Dude, you are genuinely the dumbest person on the fucking planet. Yeah, the Holocaust also happened. That is far worse than what's taking place right now. That doesn't mean I'm adjusting it to today's understanding. What the fuck is wrong with you? It's live streamed. Can't you comprehend how that's different? Like, I'm the point of contention here is literally not that like there's mechanized violence taking place and it's completely normal and totally good. They're doing 1500 style sieges currently on a fucking captive population that they are the belligerent occupier of, and they're doing it in real time and it's live streamed. Okay? That's the unprecedented part of this. That's why I said, like, even America's invasion of Iraq and Afghanistan, even America's invasion of Iraq and Afghanistan would have probably had a very different, broader, mobilized popular resistance against it if people were that aware, that tuned in to like the day-to-day death and destruction, okay? it's not just the numbers, it's not the raw numbers that we're talking about, which are insane, okay? They're completely unacceptable, but the very nature of this genocide happening, unfolding in real time, where you have forensic evidence that you can point to, forensic analysts that you can that can look at the mechanized death and destruction and directly figure out what weapons were used, when they were used, what the civilian population looked like, what the civilian to enemy combatant ratio looked like in real time, and then offer coverage that the mainstream media rarely ever offers is truly different, okay? It's impossible for people to be clueless in this moment, and a lot of people are not clueless in this moment. They're only talking about it because they oppose Trump. If Kamala was in office doing the same thing, they wouldn't say shit. I think that there would be a lot less coverage on stuff like this, yes, if the Kamala administration was taking this kind of action as well. But the reason why all of this, like, extra detention, extra apprehension, and institutions basically flexing their institutional muscle to try and silence people into submission through actions like this, the reason why this is happening is because people are waking up to the realities, okay? And here's the great example. Here's the best example. Here's yet another example, okay? NYU is withholding the student's diploma because he chose to recognize the atrocities being committed in Gaza. By the way, I think you guys, once my Oxford speech comes out, and remember, it was like 5 months ago at this point, you'll notice that, like, the angle that I took on the Oxford speech was a little bit different than the Cambridge one, where I specifically talked about how Israel's actions being conflated with Judaism is actually creating an unprecedented wave. No, the Oxford speech is not out, I don't think. I don't think the speech is out. I think it's just the back and forth that's out, right? No, just the interview is out. Yeah. Hasan Piker on what's next for Republicans after Trump and the widening gender gap in politics. Hasan Piker on right-wing commentary, appealing to young men, and President Biden pardoning his son. The Q&A and the interview segment is out, but the actual speech is not out. There's more. The speech will be out soon. Anyway, this is what meanwhile, this is what's going on with this is what is happening at NYU.
It is appropriate to say in this time and to a group this large is a recognition of the atrocities currently happening in Palestine. I want to say that the genocide...
Stop saying that Israel's doing October 7. October 7 was an act of resistance. Please, this is getting people angry. Bro, please read. Stop saying that Israel's doing on October 7. October 7 was an act of resistance. Please, this is getting people angry. Stop comparing. You are so stubborn. Stop saying that Israel's doing on October 7. I'm talking about, when I say that, I am talking to a Western audience, okay? A Western audience that thinks by the way, the person, for the record, the person is mad. This person is mad at me for this take. I'm going to read it to you, and you tell me if you think your liberal mom and dads, if they heard me say this, if they would think this is an incredibly radical take or not. Israel is far worse than Hamas. It has done thousands of October 7s with airstrikes, ground invasions, and mass starvation for 19 months. Anyone who refuses to recognize this fact simply doesn't believe Palestinians are human. There is no moral equivalence between Israel and Hamas. Hamas is a resistance group that was born out of Israel's violence, that was born out of the Israeli apartheid. Hamas doesn't have an air force. Hamas doesn't have the population demographics or the population registry of the entirety of the Israeli Jewish population, okay, and the Israeli Arab population, their own demographic designations, not mine, okay? This take, chatter, okay, I know what you mean, but people on Twitter will call you liberal Zionists. I don't give a fuck what people on Twitter will call me. People on Twitter can suck me from the back. Do you know what my fucking replies look like on Twitter? It's infested with neo-Nazis and also ultra-Zionists constantly fucking... You think this is a liberal Zionist take? You're fucking deluded, okay? It's Twitter. Who gives a shit? Yes, but you were not saying that on your tweet. Look at the quotes. I don't care. I don't care. This is a fucking incredibly shortened format. Anyway, there is a level of permissible speech. There is a level of permissible speech that allows people to enter public discourse without getting an endless amount of shit and deplatforming, okay? Everyone plays a different role here. I always word the things that I'm saying carefully because I want to be effective to the audiences that I'm speaking to. Okay? Shut the fuck up. I know what I'm doing. You do you. I'm going to keep doing me. Do you understand? Holy shit. Like, look at the replies. Who violated the ceasefire in place up until October 7th? I will await your answer. You also think the Allies were worse than the Axis? I don't think that. It's not for you. Hasan will get hate from Red Triangle, Hammer, and Sickle Twitter accounts and Bad Empanada. I know, exactly. So, is 100% a bad empanada watcher. Are we really at the point that saying killing civilians is bad? Israel does it far more than Hamas, so they're a much greater evil. Is a bad Zionist take? What the fuck is going on, man? Okay, don't get your liberal panties in a bunch, Cloud District enjoyer. This is also the other side of this fucking equation where people just like lose their minds. No, that chatter is not incorrect in terms of like what I leave out of a situation like this. Because there is no moral equivalence between Israel and Hamas, because Hamas is a resistance group that has become more radicalized over time due to Israel's violence. Hamas does not have the logistics or the weapons or the targeting systems that Israel has in an effort to that would allow them to basically conduct careful striking and careful and precise targeting in the same way that Israel has that capacity. There is no moral equivalence between the two. But even if there was a moral equivalence, Israel is still far, 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 far more incomprehensibly worse than Hamas. Okay? That's it. That's it. That's simply the point. Okay? And I'm not bringing that up in this situation. Classic Ultra using what Twitter thinks is at the end all be all of what politics is. No, there is a place for people like that as well. There is absolutely a place for people like that as well. There is. That's why I say everyone has a different role to play in this endeavor, okay? That's why you don't see me fucking setting hard lines and boundaries all the time, or positioning myself as like the most rational person in this process. Look at how fucking irrational the tankies are. I don't do that shit. The reason why I don't do that shit is because everyone has a different role to fucking play in this process. That's it. Okay? You will not catch me unless it's like the ACP or whatever. And even then, if they have a decent take on an issue, I'm not going to fucking spend a whole bunch of time. But my hard boundary on this is when people are cynically using Israel's genocide of the Palestinians as a means to promote anti-Semitic sentiment. Okay? That's my boundary on this. My boundary on this is not about the intellectual back and forth or the academic discourse surrounding militant resistance against a far superior Western-backed settler colonial enterprise. I have those conversations on my broadcast with regular frequency, and there are instances where I talk about the tactics and what I think is not the best, okay, or what I think is inevitably going to lead to failure or bring about death and destruction. But the reason why I don't spend a good deal of time constantly fucking ripping into Hamas, regardless of some of the disagreements I might have with Hamas, is because they are the only line of defense currently. They are the only line of defense currently as Israel, as a belligerent occupier, is fucking doing a genocide in Gaza. That's it. It's so fucking stupid to be like, well, I don't really appreciate, I don't know, their trash collection initiatives, or I don't appreciate the way that they're dealing with collaborators, right? Like that is a conversation to have at a separate time and place. There's never been a singular resistance movement that hasn't fucking directly executed civilian collaborators, okay? For example, French resistance, they did that. Holy shit, in the Netherlands, they did way worse shit, okay? ANC was doing the necklacing practice of fucking putting tires on collaborators with the apartheid government and lighting them on fucking fire, okay? But that's not IRA did kneecapping. This is not the time and place to have these conversations, especially when there's a far larger, far greater evil, okay? Ultimately, the fucking hammer and sickle accounts that don't understand what I'm doing here, don't understand that I'm using the liberal framework to drive home a fucking point, are, you know, they're just chirping into the wind. It's irrelevant. Look at my most normal hater, by the way. This guy said, I love your monotone writing. It reads exactly like you talk, which is like listening in on your grandparents fucking in the other room. Ew. You don't want to keep listening, but you can't stop. What are you saying? You don't want to keep listening, but you can't stop listening to your grandparents fucking? Depraved. Trash collection, Omega lol. Yeah, I mean, I'm using that as an example, as Jeremy Scale also brought it up as well. Okay. Or even like they're fundamentalists, or even amongst the leadership, if there's like Islamist fundamentalists that aren't fucking kind to gay people, like that is completely irrelevant in this process. Okay. Just like I always draw a comparison to World War II so that fucking dumb liberals can understand where I'm coming from. You don't give a fuck that, you know, Easy Company was comprised of segregationist, homophobic, anti-women American soldiers. They fucking gave the Nazis hell. And I fucking stand proudly on their side on this, okay? They were on the right side. They were on the morally righteous side. Who the fuck cares? Do you go, I don't know. I don't know. Were the Jewish people that were being sent to concentration camps, well, like, what were their opinions on gay people? No one would ever say that. That's fucking insane. Like, if you make that calculation, you're a morally repugnant monster, right? And then, and this is the same calculation that's taking place when people talk about like the worthiness of victims and the worthiness of resistance groups. And they're doing that because liberals have been taught that like any sort of violent resistance against a state-backed act is supposed to be wrong, especially if that militant resistance is coming from, or this militant resistance is against an American state-backed enterprise. Anyway, let's finish this NYU thing, and then maybe this will help you understand the depravity of our institutions in terms of what you are allowed to fucking say in a position of influence.
Currently occurring is supported politically and militarily by the United States, is paid for by our tax dollars, and has been live streamed to our phones for the past 18 months. And that I do not wish to speak only to my own politics today, but to speak for all people of conscience, and all people who feel the moral injury of this atrocity. And I want to say that I condemn this genocide and complicity in this genocide.
Legend.
Thank you to the class of 2025, and congratulations.
He says silence is complicity, chose to spoke out, and NYU is withholding the student's diploma. NYU student speaker at graduation addresses Palestine, and the school is now withholding his diploma as they pursue disciplinary actions. What an insane thing to do. As an Institute of Higher Learning, it's supposed to be liberal, right? This is supposed to be a bastion of liberalism and bastion of free speech. How many hours have been spent talking about why Nazis actually have to be on college campuses and Nazi professors have to actually freely give their Nazi-ass fucking takes in classrooms and whatnot, only to turn around and be like, oh, you don't like that there's a genocide happening? Like, fuck you. You're actually not allowed to talk. No one cares, you terrorists. No, a lot more people than you think care about this, okay? You're just explaining that you don't care because you are in a circle that is constantly fucking echo chambered into oblivion, into thinking that like what Israel is doing is not seen as morally repugnant by broader Western society. That's it. That's it. And the moment that you actually leave that little hug box to come in here and behave in this antagonistic manner, you realize that you are surrounded by people who do fucking care. The reality of the matter is a lot of people do care about this, okay? In spite of the broad censorship regime that has been implemented. As a matter of fact, the broad censorship regime would not even be implemented if people didn't care about this actually. That's it. Most Americans are waking up to this fucking reality, and that's precisely the reason why the administration and institutions are doing everything they can to silence people. If this didn't have any motion whatsoever, these institutions would not care. Okay? That's it. But because people are actually recognizing the reality here, that is precisely the reason why institutions are taking action to try to stop people from saying these things. Tariq Kennedy Shawah says, a new cultural hegemony is being formed where Israel is seen, especially by young Americans, as a dystopian big brother who's always watching and who you are not allowed to criticize. This is going to trigger a reckoning when it comes to the U.S.-Israel relationship. But it should also come as no surprise that punishing young Americans for simply criticizing Israel, making Israel appear untouchable, will inevitably fuel anti-Semitism, tropes about Jewish control that emanate from the right. And that might be exactly what Israel is hoping for. Since day one, Israel has sustained itself and thrived off the narrative that it represents the only safe haven for Jews in a world aligned against them. Without that narrative, Israel as a settler colonial project in Palestine becomes obsolete. This is verbatim something that I believe and repeat over and over again. Israel loves when anti-Semitism is popping off in the West. You might say, Hasan, what the fuck do you mean? It's a Jewish nation state. It's in their constitution. What are you talking about? And I'm like, exactly. Okay? Israel's inception is due to the very real pain that Jewish people experienced for thousands of fucking years in the hands of Christians that implemented pogroms and even did the Holocaust, okay? That is a major driving point for Zionism, is that if Israel is a Jewish nation state that has demographic concerns of maintaining its Jewish supermajority as a Jewish nation state, if it doesn't exist in the ways that it does, then it's over. Then Holocaust for every day is the fucking primary argument that Zionists make. And this argument doesn't work if you, as an American Jew, are like, what the fuck are you talking about? I live in the United States of America. I have no loyalty to the Jewish nation state, as you say. That's the weird thing that's going on there. That has nothing to do with me. When American Jews decoupled themselves from Zionism, okay, after an incredible, insurmountable amount of propaganda from a very early age that is baked into the collective consciousness of American Jews by fucking force and constantly reinforced through birthright trips, for example, and things of that nature, with a steady dose of Jews are constantly under attack as a marginalized identity in the diaspora. And that's why you have to fight on behalf of Israel and wage an information war. And you have to do Hasbara, as Ruth Weiss famously fucking said when she gave the game away on numerous fucking speeches, as a matter of fact. If that didn't work anymore, and it doesn't for a lot of young American Jews, as a matter of fact, many of you are fucking in here. That's part of the reason why I'm public enemy number one for a lot of these Israel advocacy groups, like the Apartheid Defense League. Not because they truly think I'm doing dangerous anti-Semitism, but as a matter of fact, because I'm not doing that, and because I'm fighting against dangers of anti-Semitism while simultaneously being steadfast in my defense of the Palestinian emancipatory movement. That is the reason why I am a far scarier threat to the goals of Zionism, at least amongst American Jews, young American Jews. They are fucking terrified that young American Jews are going, why the fuck, why are you doing all this? It's actually having a negative impact on my life. It's actually playing a formative role in anti-Semitism exploding. You're ruining my life. I had a pretty normal life in fucking Sherman Oaks, and now I'm seeing a lot of people Heil Hitler left and right. My classmates are fucking listening to Kanye West, okay? What the fuck is going on? Because Israel has packaged its actions as though it is defending Judaism when it has nothing to do with Judaism. Yeah, here's ADL, Apartheid Defense League, New York, New Jersey. We're appalled to hear that during the New York University graduation student, speaker altered their approach to speech to make the divisive and false comments about the current Israel-Hamas war. We are thankful for the NYU administration for their strong condemnation and their pursuit of disciplinary action. Come on, dude. Come the fuck on. Cults are bad, okay? Yeah, I agree. And Zionism is a cult. It literally bricks the brains of so many people post October 7. How many people you know that were just like kind individuals, that were normal individuals, that were individuals that you maybe even engaged in like social justice side by side, in like civil liberty struggle side by side, have completely fucking flipped and say Hitlerian shit when it comes to Palestinians. And you're like, what the fuck? Is this the same guy that was at the Black Lives Matter protest with me? How the fuck did this happen? That's a cult. That's cult-like thinking. Yeah. Here's the other side. One thing that's worth noting, this student didn't even say the word Israel. A simple recognition of Palestinian suffering was enough for an American university to withhold the student's diploma and pursue disciplinary actions. Same thing happened after 9/11. People lost their collective shits. No, this is not the same thing happening after 9/11. Because in the approach that Americans have to what's going on, it's very different. 9/11, America was attacked by the Islamic world. That was the argument. Israel is not America. And no matter how hard, well, technically Israel is an extension of America, but in the eyes of Americans, Israel's a foreign country. Do you not understand? So no, Americans don't have that same approach because Americans are inherently selfish people, okay? American exceptionalism and American individualism requires Americans to have an incredibly narrow frame of thinking. So if the only impact that Americans are fucking experiencing from this is literally their friends getting fucking apprehended or people that they see saying things that they agree with, losing job opportunities, losing their fucking diploma for saying something that they agree with, they go, what the fuck is happening here? I don't like that the First Amendment is being eroded. I love American free speech. I don't like that it's being eroded for a fucking foreign nation. What the hell is this? Imagine doing this for Estonia. You know what I mean? Like, there's no other country on the planet where you could do this for. In the United States of America, someone being like, I don't like Estonia. Fuck Estonia. And then they're like, okay, we're removing your diploma. That would be ridiculous. If someone came out and was like, I think Iran is a fundamentalist shithole that needs to be bombed, no one would fucking bat an eye, okay? So no, this is not like post 9/11. And that's precisely the reason why. That is precisely the fucking reason why a lot more people are angry. Because they are not Palestinian. They are not Israeli. They are Americans. And as Americans, they care about their own personal lives and their own personal livelihoods. They're far too invested in what's going on in their own lives. And even though they have a decent dose of Islamophobia baked into their collective consciousness, guess what? It's not a fucking Muslim that's stopping them from saying shit. It's Israel. That's the way they see it. And they don't just see it as Israel stopping them from saying shit. They see it as Jews stopping them from saying shit. And that's how anti-Semitism explodes. Because Israel not only has these advocacy groups, but they don't just say this is an Israel advocacy group. They say this is a Jewish advocacy group. They say our advocacy is around combating anti-Semitism. They constantly package Israel's actions with Judaism falsely, with this dangerous false conflation. Fuck. So that's the way Americans approach it. If you don't understand this, I don't know what to fucking tell you. Okay? Bigotry is a very powerful motivator for a lot of dumb Americans. In a time of unprecedented stupidity, you're seeing a lot of Americans look at the situation and not see it in the appropriate framework and not recognize it in the appropriate lens. They don't look at this and go, well, this is actually America doing all this death and destruction. No, they think it's Israel doing all this death and destruction, and they have an unprecedented amount of influence from the perspective of the average American and an unprecedented amount of institutional control that they enforce, that they flex all the fucking time in an effort to silence Americans. So then Americans go, all right, they're doing this for Jews, I guess. Jews do control the media, I guess. It leans into pre-existing stereotypes that are incredibly dangerous and also false. Because Americans, that's the reason why I always say, like, one of the greatest identifiers of someone being anti-Semitic is when they think America is a small bean in this, okay? That America is actually a nation that wants to do good, but it's actually Israel's like Mossad-backed blackmailing pedophilia operation that is causing American politicians to fucking feel the way that they do about Israel, and they're too silenced into submission. That's not the fucking case. American politicians love Israel. Part of that is because they get paid by Israel, but most importantly, because Israel plays a formative role in American foreign policy. It's not an accident that the Democratic Party's approach to fucking the unlimited genocide in Gaza is no different than the Republican Party's approach to the unlimited genocide in Gaza. Okay? People don't want to see that our politicians are directly at odds. Our politicians are directly at odds with our goals, with our opinions. They're directly at odds with democracy. It is the case, though. Why are you denying it? It is not the case, you dumb fuck. It's not. Because the reality of the matter is every single American Jew could be an anti-Zionist, and America's approach to Israel would not fucking change. This is something that I've said since October 8th. This has nothing to do with Jews and nothing to do with Judaism. Judaism is a false shield that Israel applies in this conversation to try and stop people from talking. And since it doesn't have, I didn't mean Jews are controlling America, I meant Mossad only. No, dude, Lindsey Graham might simultaneously be in the closet and gay, but the reason why he's actually promoting Israel like the way that he does is not because he's worried about a blackmail operation. It's because he fucking loves American foreign policy. That's what he does. That's why he was pro continuing the fucking war in Ukraine without any sort of exit ramp for Ukrainians to survive, because he openly stated his desires there. He said, it's great that we're using only 5% of our military budget and offloading all of our fucking old refurbished weapons in Ukraine as their soldiers are fucking dying. But hey, we have withered away the foreign adversary, Russia's military equipment in the process. I'd say that's a great bargain. He doesn't need to be blackmailed to be pro-Israel, is my point. You're abdicating responsibility from people who are ride or die in this process. After World War II, that was the narrative the U.S. Europe leveraged as they refused to absorb Jewish refugees and redirected them to Palestine. Today, that sentiment is renewed. Like when Biden insisted on repeating, were there no Israel, no Jew in the world would be ultimately saved, which is an incredibly insane thing to say as the American president, by the way. You are the president of the United States of America. Until recently, there were more Jews here in the United States of America than fucking Israel. What are you talking about? That seems like a threat. That reads, to me, that reads as a threat. He's like, yeah, listen, without Israel, you Jews are done. You're toast. American Jews, Jack, you're toast. I'd send you all to the desert. Now, by using anti-Semitism as a false pretext to crush criticism of Israel and by conflating Zionism with Judaism, everyone from the Trump admin to university administrators are consciously and unconsciously fueling actual anti-Semitism, narratives that Jews control everything. And that's exactly what Israel's most extreme supporters from Beitar to the ADL want, because it feeds the narrative that Jews are only safe in a powerful Israel that can protect them. And this directly aligns with the fortressification strategy of Israel itself. Israelis are recognizing their growing isolation on the world stage, but because that isolation hasn't translated into actually effective targeted sanctions and diplomatic pressure that deters Israel's genocidal instincts, Israel is actually using it as a pretext to seize more. And I say this is a short-sighted bargain. This was also part of my warning to Jews in diaspora at my Oxford speech. Okay? Because this is short-sighted. It's gonna flip. You're literally doing pro-ISIS style propaganda for Israel right now. Before you know it, all of the positive defenses of Israel and that packaging that like Israel and Jews are intertwined like this is going to very quickly, in the eyes of even American politicians that recognize the change of attitude, will turn into a negative association, because it is a negative association. It's already happened in the minds of many Americans. That's why you're seeing like anti-Semitism increasing. NYU strongly denounces the choice by a student at the Galton School's graduation today, one of over 20 school graduation ceremonies across our campus, to misuse his role as a student speaker that expresses personal and one-sided political views. He lied about the speech he was going to deliver and violated the commitment he made to comply with our rules. The university is withholding his diploma while we pursue disciplinary actions. NYU is deeply sorry that the audience was subjected to these remarks, that this moment was stolen by someone who abused the privilege that was conferred upon him. Yeah. What's really interesting about this is the room was fucking cheering. The audience was thunderous in its applause. Much to think about. Perhaps that is the reason why they had to take this disciplinary action. And his remarks were addressing a genocide. It's disgusting. It is totally disgusting. And it's unsustainable. And there will be a tide change. Okay? America's endless and unlimited support for Israel will eventually end. Okay? This is unsustainable. And there's only two options in that end. It either ends because Americans recognize that anti-Zionism is the moral position, or they are deluded into thinking anti-Semitism is the best possible way to cut this unlimited loyalty. They're deluded into thinking that this is about the Jews. And that second option, unfortunately, given the track record of Americans and their predisposition towards bigotry, is probably the option that will happen. And that's what I fear. Americans literally love adopting the most racist framework they possibly can on any issue, even if they're morally on the right side in terms of like decoupling from Israel's agenda of genocide. Israel's adopting the mindset of everyone hates us, so let us take what we can while we can, which explains their rabid land grabs from Gaza to Syria, insatiable expansionism by a genocidal entity that recognizes it may not enjoy the same impunity a couple years from now. So as more and more people in the U.S. are recognizing Israel as the inherently violent, undemocratic project it is, largely driven by the crackdown on any criticism of it, we need to recognize how that crackdown fits into Israel's wider fortress strategy. Liberalism tends towards good-bad dynamics, so the second a group is associated with bad, they immediately throw out the baby with the bathwater without any critical thinking or nuance. Exactly. The NYU student who wasted his commencement speech for performative activism is not a hero. He's a privileged, pampered, petulant child who wants more attention. This is not how adults behave. Grow up. You're a teacher. My God, how can you speak of the students this way? It's ironic because it's pure projection. Everything that Israel does is pure projection. Everything that Israel claims is pure projection. And of course, everything that Israel defenders do and say is also pure projection, because that's precisely what Shai Davide did at the behest of fucking Israel when he like whined and cried. And here it is. Here's what he was doing on fucking college campus nonstop. Not as an American citizen, mind you, as an Israeli citizen. But did he get fucking deported for this? Of course not.
Right now, we are not okay. Right now, we...
Fucking bitch. Shai Davide implemented mass harassment campaigns against Columbia students as a fucking Columbia professor. Anyway. If Shai Davide had been black, LGBT, Hispanic, Muslim, Arab, Palestinian, and demanded the National Guard and FBI be sent to colleges to arrest, torture, and kill white supremacist, transphobe, Zionist, anti-black racists, not only would he be fired in 1 second, but the entire conservative media sphere would frame him as an evil, monstrous snowflake, easily triggered fascist who hates free speech. But Shai Davide isn't from any of those groups. He's a genocidal Zionist advocating mass arrests and violence by the FBI and National Guard for Zionism, to censor for Zionism in his precious Israel. So Barry Weiss, Aaron Sibaraum, Jonathan Haidt, Ben Shapiro, and the entire conservative anti-woke media sphere all love and adore him and have turned him into their free speech hero. Here's the full fucking speech, by the way.
We'll call on the governor, Kathy Hochul. You have the National Guard. You have terrorists in a university at New York. That's your state. Bring in the National Guard. Make sure we are going to rid this country of terrorists and terrorist supporters. We believe in love. We believe in free speech. But we believe that enough is enough.
Everyone knows this. Everyone in the media and political class who hysterically cried about snowflake SJWs and brand themselves free speech absolutists know Shai Davide is the actual embodiment of the woke SJW easily triggered snowflake fascists, and they love him. That is precisely the reason why, by the way, that there is never any conversation. There has never been any conversation surrounding the fucking supposed free speech advocates like Ben Shapiro or Barry Weiss, for example, and their endless endeavors to fucking fire, even way before October 7, to fire and also expel students and teachers that are pro-Palestine. They have always been able to get away with this, where they, on the one hand, will be like, well, I'm free speech. I love free speech, blah, 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 blah. But then every single time, for years and years, I've talked about this for years and years. I believe I even brought it up to Charlie Kirk in the first debate that we had at Politicon in like 2016 or whatever, where I was like, you guys love talking about free speech on college campuses until that free speech revolves around being pro-Palestine. Yeah, Barry Weiss led the charge to fire David Miller because he makes Zionists feel unsafe on campus, and it worked. They actually got him fired. But Shai Davide, literally demanding the FBI mass arrest and kill students he calls terrorists, is their hero. I know I have the two stories on the docket where I will be covering the expulsion of 1 million Palestinians to Libya, which is something that the Trump administration brilliantly put together, apparently. And I also simultaneously will talk about the Supreme Court blocking Trump's efforts little by little. Okay? But before we do that, here's the last part of this equation. In the backdrop of this, as I mentioned, in the backdrop of like the Trump Middle East situation, the Middle East Gulf tour, okay, Israel was destroying Palestinian lives in a way that resembles the immediate aftermath of post-October 7. Israeli army has also admitted that in this process, 80% of those killed in Gaza were civilians. The Israeli army itself is recognizing it. The Israeli military has admitted that more than 80% of the people killed in the attacks on Gaza since Israel breached the ceasefire 2 months ago are uninvolved civilians. Hamakam reported on the 13th of May. In response to a request from the Hebrew magazine, the Office of the Israeli military spokesperson stated that 500 of the 2,780 killed in the Gaza Strip as of Tuesday are terrorists, in contrast to the remaining 2,280 people. Now, remember, that doesn't actually mean that they're enemy combatants that they killed, okay? Because these numbers are simply the raw total of men over the age of 16. That just means they are boys and men over the age of 16 all the way up until the age of 65 when they become elderly. Okay? That's it. That's what they declare, or I think it might even be 15 if I'm not mistaken. That is what they declare as enemy combatants. Okay? That's all it takes. This data shows approximately 4.5 civilians were killed for every Palestinian resistance fighter supposedly killed by the Israeli forces. For comparison, the ratio of combatants and civilians killed in the Russia-Ukraine war was 1 to 2.8, while the ratio during the U.S. war against ISIS in Syria was 1 to 2.5. Hamakam wrote that the total number of deaths in Gaza was taken from data compiled by the Palestinian Ministry of Health, whose figures were found credible by the Israeli military itself. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu claimed that the ratio is just 1 civilian killed for each combatant killed. For the record, a couple things I want to mention here. Number one, Palestinians have a legal right to resist against Israel's genocide. Okay? So when they talk about killing enemy combatants, regardless of where they're killing them, and in most circumstances, they're not killing them in the process of war because they are so cowardly that they can't even engage with the Palestinian resistance groups in direct combat. They're just fucking lasering them at their homes. They're lasering them inside of hospitals when they're being treated, when they're not in combat. Okay? That in and of itself as a belligerent occupier is also a fucking war crime. The idea that we think that that is normal is also completely wrong. The legal right in this situation is in the hands of the Palestinian resistance. They have every legal right to rise up in arms and engage in a spontaneous militia movement against a belligerent occupier that is illegally destroying Palestinian lives. Make no mistake, okay? While I have openly recognized the atrocities that took place on October 7 with civilian targets, okay? Everything post October 7 is perfectly fucking valid in terms of Palestinian resistance groups killing IDF soldiers. That is legally recognized by international authorities as a spontaneous militia movement that is defending themselves, okay? Ironically enough, Israel does not have a right to defend itself by bombing Gaza, but Palestinians do have, under international law, Palestinians do have a legal right to literally shoot Israeli soldiers in the Gaza Strip. That is legal. That is 100% legal. What Israel is doing, on the other hand, is 100% illegal. Don't listen to the fucking extra noise in the background on this issue. And I'm telling you right now, people get very sensitive when I say this. People get very, very sensitive when I say this, but it is the fucking truth. And you can't say this. They'll say this is an opinion. They'll say this is a matter of disagreement, and you're pro-terrorism. No, I'm not. That's why I say I'm not pro-Israel. Okay? However, many estimates of the death toll in the Strip are much higher than the number documented by the health ministry, all this stuff. So, is there proof? What do you mean? I think what's interesting about people saying Israel had the right to respond to the October 7 shit is that a lot of people don't realize this. But when they say stuff like this in defense of Israel, they're relying on people's fear of flipping the script back on Israel. Because this argument is not even one that I maintain, okay? This argument is not one that I maintain. You want to know why? Because this argument means that Palestinians, no matter what group they're a part of, have a right to do October 7 then. Like, you're justifying October 7 by saying Israel has a right to respond after October 7. Do you understand that? Because Israel has done far worse than October 7, far before October 7. So you can't arrive at this conclusion where, like, nothing that came before justifies October 7, but everything that Israel did after October 7 is justified because of October 7. You can't arrive at this conclusion because history didn't fucking start on October 7. Were you alive on October 6, 2023? I think you were, even though you have the brain processing power of a fucking amoeba if you're making this goddamn argument. Maybe you just were built in a fucking lab on October 7, 2023. Okay? So when is your starting point? I think the Nakba is a pretty solid starting point. Or if you want to go back to it, the beginning of the Balfour Declaration is a pretty solid fucking starting point. The starting point is when is not when Jews were living in the region peacefully alongside their Muslim and Arab neighbors, but instead when it became a settler colonial enterprise, which started before 1947, but 1947 is the apex of this death and destruction. The Nakba, 1947 and 1948, the Nakba is the final culmination of this settler colonial enterprise. Look up Plan Dalit. Chad is giving a dozen different dates, by the way. Don't think you have a nadir. What? Yeah, the reason why Chad is giving different dates, first of all, listen to me, not Chad. You're trying to talk to me. But secondly, okay, the reason why they're giving a shit ton of different dates is because there have been a shit ton of different atrocities and a lot of pain in the 77-year history of apartheid death and destruction, which started. My brother with a degree in peace and conflict studies is vehemently opposed to my claim that agrees with yours that it is legal. He says it isn't because they never signed any international agreements. It's so cold. Even if that's the case, isn't it fair to say that it's against all semblance of international order? Wait, what? No, dude. People that defend Israel love playing this game, okay, where they're like, well, no one signed a legal document. Okay, everything beyond the 1967 fucking boundaries, everything beyond the green line is fair play then. What are we talking about? How ridiculous. Like, oh, they didn't sign the legal document. Okay, my bad. Yeah, you know what that sounds like? That sounds like when that sounds like First Amendment auditors and like libertarians that get stopped for like a busted taillight or I don't know, doing meth in the car, and then a cop will stop them and they go, "Sorry, sir, I'm actually traveling under Admiralty Maritime law. I'm traveling. I'm not driving a motor vehicle. I'm traveling, sir. You have no legal what you're doing is illegal, sir. Sorry, I didn't sign the document. I'm a sovereign citizen." It's like, okay, well, you're going to jail anyway, dumbass. Now, of course, the situation is different because legality is only as important as those who are willing to enforce it. You know? But none of that matters. What matters is what people can see in this, what people can see. People can recognize right from wrong because legality is also no substitute for morality. Not only do the Palestinians have a legal right here, but they also have a moral obligation. Do you understand? That's it. People don't want to have this conversation on either ground. They just try to obfuscate and muddy the waters and make it seem as though there is like there is a good reason for all of this death and destruction when there clearly isn't one. Okay? Stop saying unalive in my chat. Also, resistance to invasion and occupation is legal under the general rights that every people have, as recognized by the United Nations. You don't have to be a signatory to anything to have those rights. Yeah, you don't have to be a fucking officially sanctioned state either. You are absolutely correct. Yes. That's why I used the careful terminology of spontaneous militia movements. And the same goes for the West Bank as well, for the record. The concepts of genocide and apartheid were established and retroactively persecuted. Committing these crimes are crimes even if Nazi Germany didn't sign a document that prohibited genocide. That too But in this day and age, in the post-Holocaust world that we live in, obviously the reason for why genocide is not measured on the basis of its success of what percentage of the population has been ethnically cleansed, but instead on intention, is for that reason. Because laws don't fucking matter in this process if you prosecute it after the fact. The goal of both genocide studies and the genocide statutes is created, or the apartheid statute is created around making sure that this doesn't happen again. The entire point of Holocaust studies and genocide studies in general is so that this doesn't happen again. Never again doesn't mean never again just to Jews in Germany, in Greater Germany and fucking Eastern Europe. It means never again. People will be like, no, genocide is only valid if it comes from the fucking Champagne region of France, you know? Sorry, it's not considered genocide if it's outside of that region, outside of that specific time frame. It's fucking stupid. That's not how this works. That perspective used to be a Kahanist perspective, and now, increasingly, I hear that perspective from fucking liberal Zionists as well, which is crazy. Anyway, I'll get back to the Oxford Union speeches and stuff later, but I want to start off with some broader media coverage. And here's a 3-minute and 58-second video from a normie to help you better understand the normie framework and the normie perspective on this.
You know, I wanted to say something. There's been something that's just been kind of on my heart, and so I feel like I should bring it up. There is, you know, we've had people on the podcast in the past to talk about it. And there's a conflict that's been happening in the Middle East. People know about it.
Normie lol, dining with Trump? No, I'm saying he embodies the normie perspective. Of course, Theo Von is anything but a fucking normie. Okay? It's like when I say Moist Critical is the normie barometer, okay? That doesn't mean Charlie, Moist Critical, is a normie. Look at his living circumstances. He's incredibly fucking wealthy, right? But a lot of people get their takes from him on these issues, okay? And the same goes for Theo Von.
Between Israel and Palestine and some of the areas over there, the Gaza area they talk about. And I just think it feels to me, I don't know if it feels to me like it's a genocide that's happening while we're alive here in front of our lives. And I don't, sometimes I feel like I should say something. I'm not a geologist or geographer or anything like that, you know, so I don't know a lot of some of it I do know, though. Like, I know the basics of the issues over there, but for me, it's just like how I feel like you see all these photos of people, just children, women, people, body parts, just people like putting their kids back together. And I just can't believe that we're watching that and that more isn't said about it. And so I'm not saying anyone else needs to say anything, but I think I'm just that more isn't said about it by me. So I just, I want to be able to speak up about that I think we're watching probably like, you know, one of the sickest things that's ever happened. And I'm sorry if I've kind of haven't said about it. I've tried to talk about it and learn about it. But I don't know. Maybe I just wanted to say something. I don't even know what to do. You know, and it's crazy because our country's also complicit in it. You know, it's in it and has been for a long time. And it's just kind of interesting because then you just realize, oh, well, I'm a member of this country, but I'm just, what we want sometimes doesn't matter, you know, and you just have to be a member of a place and your government is making other choices. So I don't know if I said that correctly, or I don't even know exactly what I said, but I just have, it's just like been making me really sick, and I feel like I just needed to say something that I think. You don't have to think that. I'm not asking you to do anything, but I just have to say that so I'm not sitting by, there's that piece inside of me like, why can't you say something? There's people that can't even speak, and you can say something, and so that's how I just had to just speak up. Anyway, I think maybe it's starting to make it about me there at the end, but yeah. So just praying for those people and just the grief that is all going to cause. Just like, what are we doing? But, and I know that this has happened to other ethnicities and other cultures. I know that it's happening to other places too. I just don't see that as much. And so, yeah, anyway.
Anyway, you've been talking with Stabi, making him watch your vids, dude. Theo's a go take. No, I didn't play a role in this. Gabor Mate did. I'm not taking credit for this at all. Gabor Mate is the reason why Theo Von has this approach. That was the turning point for him. He cried in that conversation that he had. And Gabor Mate is a Holocaust survivor. Okay? Gabor Mate is Daniel and Aaron Mate's father. Daniel Mate, you might know from Bad Hasbara, co-host of Bad Hasbara alongside Matt Lieb. Anyway. He's a phenomenal person. Reach out to Theo before someone like Candace Owens does. Ironic you say that because he had me on a show, but he also had Candace Owens before me, the day before me, apparently, and I didn't even know.
Trump finished his week-long trip to the Middle East this morning with deal-making front and center of his agenda. He made one last sales pitch to the region's business leaders, hoping they will invest as much as possible in the U.S. Nancy Cortez covered Trump's visit. She joins us now from Abu Dhabi, capital of the United Arab Emirates. Nancy, good morning.
Good morning, Nate. The president just departed Abu Dhabi after touting billions of dollars worth of new investments in U.S. companies, especially when it comes to AI, airplanes, and military equipment. He leaves without a breakthrough in the Gaza-Israel conflict, but this was less of a trip focused on regional tension and more of a trip focused on dollars and cents.
Yeah, I mean, exactly, as expected.
Boeing makes the best plane.
The president served as pitchman for U.S. industry this morning as business leaders here in Abu Dhabi did their best to impress.
We're also announcing today our first flight to Charlotte.
Oh, good.
North Carolina. Today, North Carolina.
That's a good place.
This first major foreign trip of Trump's second term was a departure from traditional foreign policy. Instead, it was diplomacy by commerce.
So it's over $200 billion, but 160 in terms of the jets. That's fantastic. 600 billion knowing we will be $1 trillion.
Trump bypassed long-standing regional allies like Israel and Jordan to visit three booming oil and gas-rich Gulf states.
We have a president of the United States doing the selling.
It's hard to know at this point how much of this investment was driven by the salesman-in-chief and how much was already in the works. These quickly growing countries have been aggressively importing American excellence for years. The Cleveland Clinic opened an outpost in Abu Dhabi in 2015, And Disney just announced plans to build a new theme park here.
Fantastic.
Indoors to beat the heat. In all three nations, Trump urged the leaders to go even bigger and buy even more from us.
We're a hot country just like you're a hot area. I can tell you that our country is hot. It's hot as a pistol. We were not such a hot country 6 months ago. And now I think we're the hottest country, if you want to know the truth.
President Trump is now on his way back to the...
They're not just milking Trump. Trump is milking them as well. It's just direct quid pro quo, corrupt deal making. And the way it's taking place, is happening in the backdrop of a fucking genocide that has escalated as Israel seeks to punish the Palestinian civilian population again and again and again because they feel angry and resentful that Trump even aesthetically sidestepped them to talk to Hamas directly. And here's a good take as well. If democratic elections were held today in Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Qatar, Jordan, Egypt, they would elect governments that will break off all relations with the genocidal Israeli Zionist entity and vow to destroy it. So the U.S. props up fascist puppets that violently suppress them. That's it. When Iran retaliated against the genocidal Zionist entity, the U.S. NATO-Israeli Empire's Arab Shield was activated, literally shooting down missiles aimed at Israel, risking the lives of their own people. That is how much contempt these fascist puppets have for their own population. They literally shot missiles at the Iranian missiles that fell on top of their own citizens, potentially. And Egypt is a great example of this because they did have elections, and then lo and behold, a coup took place. That is not true at all. Yeah. Why are these countries ruled by monarchies still? I thought America cared about democracy. You think that's not by design? Why is the Jordanian king... Why did the Jordanian king train with the British Navy? The fuck? King, then why is Israel still geopolitically important to the U.S. Now when all Arab and neighboring countries in the Emmy are U.S. puppets now? Because why would you... Gulf citizens don't care? That's not true. No, that's not fucking true. That's absolutely not true. If you think that Arab citizens are there, if you think that Arab citizens across the board are not are oblivious or careless or don't give a shit, you are delusional, because that is the only reason why the Gulf leadership still maintains this posture towards Palestinians. The only reason why leadership in that region makes it seem as though they care about Palestinians is so that they fucking don't have rebellion, okay? Because the reality of the matter is you have to at least like offer something to your citizens. And the same goes for Turkey as well. Why do you think Erdogan makes it seem as though he is positioned against Israel over and over and over again? The reason why, by the way, I'm Lebanese and half the population was against involvement in the Palestine situation is such a funny thing to mention, because Lebanon was literally packing up pro-Palestinian protesters and fucking putting them in unmarked vans and shit and arresting them. What are you talking about? In many of these countries, like if you have a Palestine flag in Mecca, they will take it away from you. That's in Mecca. That's the heart of Islam, right? I think it's completely ridiculous. Gulf citizens literally can't speak. It's illegal to criticize normalization with Israel in the UAE. Yeah. UAE government intensifies suppression of voices opposing its policies, escalates rights violations. But of course, none of this is ever talked about. Why is none of this ever talked about in the Western media? Just like the same people that constantly talk about like Houthis being backwards and homophobic and having horrifying practices against women and all this shit, they don't have a peep to say about any of the Gulf states because they're aligned with Israel. That's it. And therefore, because of their alignment with Israel, America lets them do whatever the fuck they want. And America gives them a steady flow of weapons that they can inevitably use to suppress their own citizens as well if there is some sort of revolt or rebellion, some sort of coup. A recent opinion poll revealed that 96% of Saudis believe that Arab countries should cut all ties with Israel and protest against the Israeli forced aggression against the Gaza Strip, according to the New York Times. I'm telling you right now, if Gulf nation states, especially ones that have like high population, a high number of people, as opposed to like a tiny population that benefits tremendously from being fucking oil barons with a healthy dose of subsidies and is almost entirely comprised of like voluntary and involuntary slave labor style practices. Like there's a lot of these Gulf countries that just like don't have a lot of people in them and are simply propped up by immigrant labor, some of which resembles slave labor practices or are directly considered slave labor practices. If those countries had these chatters making up their own stats when the Lebanese population have 79% support for Hamas outright, not to mention ending a genocide in Palestine. Yeah. Dude, if America is like 53% unfavorable to Israel, if you think the countries that are getting bombed by Israel or within proximity of Israel don't have an even more negative view on Israel, you are delusional. It is the very fact that the citizens of these nation states that have this anti-Israel slant, that is the reason why the Gulf leadership has to make it seem as though they're not super pro-Israel. That is the reason. They have to say that. Otherwise, there will be insane protests that even they cannot squash with all of the American weapons that they get and the American training that they get. Where does Qatar fit in? Qatar is, out of all the Gulf states, the only one that has at least a neutral position on Palestinians. They are still, of course, very much in favor of normalizing with Israel. And they have a similar undemocratic structure as well. But having said that, they are at least neutral. And here's what I wanted to talk about. And this is what my fears were, and my greatest fears are being realized in this process. Hamas says Witkoff personally promised to lift the Gaza blockade in exchange for Eden Alexander. The U.S. immediately broke the deal, senior Hamas official Bassem Naim tells Dropsite. They threw it in the trash, and there's been zero progress on a Gaza ceasefire. A senior Hamas official told Dropsite that the group received a direct commitment from Donald Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff. That 2 days after the release of U.S. citizen and Israeli soldier Eden Alexander, the Trump administration would compel Israel to lift the Gaza blockade and allow humanitarian aid to enter the territory. Witkoff, according to the official, also promised that Trump would make a public call for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and for negotiations aimed at achieving a permanent ceasefire. It was a deal, said Bassem Naim, a member of Hamas's political bureau who has previously engaged in direct talks with U.S. officials. He said the pledge was made by Witkoff himself. In an interview with Dropsite, Naim said the agreement was if we release Alexander, Trump will speak out thanking Hamas for this gesture, obliging Israel on the second day to open the borders and allow aid to come into Gaza. And Trump would call for an immediate ceasefire and to go for negotiations to end the war. He did nothing of this, Naim added. They didn't violate the deal. They threw it in the trash. The White House did not respond to a request for comment. The release of Alexander, who was taken by Palestinian fighters on October 7, 2023 from the Israeli military base where he was stationed, was a significant event. He was the first male soldier freed by Hamas since the war began 19 months ago. Hamas said it freed him as a gesture of goodwill towards Trump because it believed it had received a commitment Alexander's release would result in the immediate delivery of food, medicine, and fuel into Gaza. On Friday, as Trump wrapped up his tour of Gulf nations, he briefly addressed the Gaza war and the dire humanitarian catastrophe caused by Israel's full-spectrum blockade of Gaza. For 76 days, Israel had banned all food, medicine, water, and fuel from entering Gaza. The siege had plunged the population into a state of forced starvation. Nearly the entire population of Gaza is facing severe levels of food insecurity, and thousands of children are already suffering from acute malnutrition. These numbers are expected to rise dramatically in the coming months if the blockade is not lifted. We're looking at Gaza, and we got to get that taken care of, Trump said at a public event in the UAE. A lot of people are starving. A lot of people. There's a lot of bad things going on. Naim acknowledged Trump's remarks about starvation in Gaza, but pointed out that the day prior, Trump had once again raised the prospect of the U.S. seizing Gaza and saying he'd be proud to take the Palestinian territory and make it just a freedom zone. In February, standing alongside Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the White House, Trump announced that he wanted to transform Gaza into a U.S.-owned Middle East Riviera. You are not dealing with steady, stable politics, said Naim. Trump can say what he wants. We are looking for actions. Now, I want to maintain something here, okay? It's a position that I've had for a long time, okay? Which is that Hamas and Iran, regardless of their domestic affairs, regardless of their fucking worldview or fundamentalist perspectives from time to time, especially with the Iranian leadership, are far more restrained diplomats because they have to be, okay? Because they recognize that their position is lower than dirt in the global eyes, in the global stage. And for this reason, they are always a much better party to negotiate with than fucking Israel. But because America does not give a shit about them due to their position that they will always be dominated, especially Hamas, that will always be dominated by the belligerent occupier Israel, that they don't care. They fucking come in and they say, oh yeah, we'll cut a side deal with you, and then they fuck off. Steve Witkoff did this with the previous ceasefire. I talked about it. And the role that it plays in my assessment of this current ceasefire, or the potential for a ceasefire coming up, when I said they did this one time, they're probably going to do it again. Hamas and all Palestinians across the board are completely alone. Okay? They're alone. None of the Gulf leadership cares about their well-being. None of them care enough to stop this genocide. They care about getting good business deals done. Okay? Even Iran doesn't fucking care about the Palestinians as much as people seem to think that they do. That's it. And the only other group, the two groups that actually cared, one has had its entire leadership structure decapitated with a fuck ton of civilian deaths accompanied with it, Hezbollah. And the only other group that actually cares in the region and actually does something about it is Yemen, is the Ansar Allah movement, also colloquially known as the Houthis. That's it. Trump's humanitarian plan. Both the U.S. and Israel has been pushing plans which would not be linked to any ceasefire to deliver aid in the Gaza Strip. The White House has said it would empower a newly created NGO to formally run the program alongside U.S. security contractors. This proposal for aid distribution involves a system of political vetting and calorie restrictions, and it would require Palestinians to travel long distances past extensive security checks to receive meager rations of food. Pre-approved representatives of families in Gaza would be permitted to pick up food supplies once every other week under the plan. While Israeli forces would not distribute the aid, the army would be involved with security. It's literally straight up Auschwitz shit, okay? It's fucking insane. Yes, I know. My Kyle Kalinske interview just dropped. Yes. The UN and dozens of international aid groups working in Gaza have denounced the proposal, saying it would weaponize access to food and other life-sustaining supplies. They have called for an immediate ceasefire followed by unrestricted aid flowing into Gaza. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, a new Trump-backed group registered in Switzerland, said this week it had reached an agreement with Israel to begin operating in Gaza by the end of May. Israel's indicated that the aid distribution would be run from southern Gaza near the border with Egypt. UN officials have warned that the plan could be a part of Israel's stated aim of driving hundreds of thousands of Palestinians from northern and central Gaza to the south. On May 4th, the Israeli cabinet approved a plan codenamed Operation Gideon's Chariot that it threatened to implement if Hamas did not capitulate to Israel's demands by the time Trump finished his tour of the Gulf. Its explicit aim would be the conquest of the Gaza Strip, an open-ended occupation enforced by wide-scale attacks and the destruction of Gaza's remaining infrastructure. Palestinians would be herded into the wasteland of what was once Rafah. In the days leading up to Trump's trip to the Gulf, Netanyahu authorized a dramatic escalation of Israel's terror bombing of Gaza and began amassing troops along the stretches of Gaza. Hold on. In the days leading up to Trump's trip to the Gulf, now we talked about that. On Friday, more than 90 Palestinians were killed and over 200 wounded in Israeli attacks, according to Gaza's health ministry. Nearly 3,000 Palestinians have been killed since Israel resumed its relentless assault on March 18th, with at least 250 killed in just the past 2 days. The ministry's Director General, Minir al-Barsh, described the attacks on the Strip as the most heinous massacres of ethnic cleansing. The Israeli military has issued mass displacement orders for Beit Lahia, Jabalia, and other northern areas, causing panicked families to flee their homes with no safe haven to go to. Whether you're in shelters, tents, buildings, evacuate to the south immediately, read leaflets dropped by the Israeli military over the areas. In northern Gaza, paramedic Mohammed Abu Luai reported over 15 airstrikes hitting densely populated residential zones, including Tal al-Zatar and Jabalia camp. Entire families remain trapped or missing under the rubble. Mahmoud Bazal, spokesman for Gaza Civil Defense, described the assault as a night of horrors of the Day of Judgment. He described Israeli forces intensifying indiscriminate bombings, striking inhabited homes without warning and targeting ambulance crews attempting to reach survivors, in a process known as double striking or double tapping, where they hit an area and then ambulances come and first responders come and people try to take people out of the rubble, and they hit the people that are trying to take people out of the rubble. Hamas says zero progress has been made on the ceasefire, while Witkoff, according to Hamas, has promised the U.S. would facilitate the lifting of Israel's blockade on Gaza 2 days after Alexander's release. The U.S. appeared to completely abandon the agreement. On May 13th, the day after Hamas freed Alexander, Israel launched a massive series of airstrikes. Israeli officials have suggested that targeting Sinwar would soften Hamas's stance in negotiations, claiming that Qassam commander was enforcing a hard line. Hamas has not confirmed Sinwar's death, and Naim dismissed the idea that killing him would have any impact. I think this is part of the Israeli strategy, but it is proven that the strategy is failing for 17 months. They have killed Yahya Sinwar, they have killed Dave, they have killed Marwan Issa. They have killed a lot of leaders, and no one has witnessed a clear breakdown, not only in the negotiation, but also in the whole battle, the whole fighters, tactics, and strategies, Naim said. This is the other side of the story, is that the reason why you're not seeing a lot of Israeli soldiers die right now is because they're cowardly lobbing missiles, okay, from their planes against a defenseless population. But once the ground invasion starts, deaths are obviously also going to escalate. But you will see whether or not Hamas or any fucking militant resistance group has the capacity to fight back. This is precisely what happened last time they invaded with boots on the ground. And even then, it doesn't matter, because before a single Israeli occupying force boot hits the ground, Israel pummels that ground into oblivion. Witkoff and Adam Baylor, the White House special envoy on hostages, held several meetings in Doha this week with Israeli negotiators as well as with regional mediators from Qatar and Egypt. Both U.S. officials publicly expressed optimism this week that a deal could be on the horizon. Naim said that there's been no progress. Zero, he said. Big zero. They returned back to talking about the Israeli proposal or the Israeli Witkoff proposal as if nothing happened during the last 1 or 2 weeks, including the release of Alexander, who was released within the context of direct talks with the Americans, Naim said. They are insisting on gradual or partial deals. They are talking about partial deals to release some of the prisoners for a temporary ceasefire and then to go to war, to go for open negotiations without any commitment to end the war. And yes, in the process of this, last night, troops amassed at the border. Heavy reinforcement on the Gaza border tonight. This was last night. I covered this yesterday. Gearing up towards what is expected to be a brutal slaughterhouse-style invasion. They're gearing up for a massive ground operation, and that is precisely the reason why the bombing that took place, the bombings that have been taking place, looks exactly like the bombings that took place in the immediate aftermath of October 7, before the relentless bombing campaigns, before the ground invasion, because Israelis are fucking cowards, okay? They are the most cowardly diaper brigade on the fucking planet. The only enemy combatants that they can kill are fucking children in cribs, okay? And even then, they do it by lobbing missiles from airplanes. That's it. This is why calling this a war is fucking ridiculous. Israel is a belligerent occupier on the Gaza Strip. It's not a war when you get to control all of the fucking supplies. It's not like state versus state violence. Okay? What? Holy shit. You and tariff news? And you tariff news? What? U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio spoke by phone with Prime Minister Netanyahu and told him that the Trump administration is concerned about the humanitarian situation in Gaza. How is this any different than what Biden has been fucking saying? So yeah, excuse me if my words actually frustrate you when I say fuck Israel, okay? Fuck Israel and fuck anyone that defends Israel, okay? They are doing a live streamed Holocaust. And anyone, especially at this point, that still tries to fucking defend any piece of this is a disgusting, repulsive monster. The picture with the swastika is Matt Walsh. We're going to talk about that later. Israeli news outlets reported Friday that no breakthroughs had occurred in Doha this week. Ynet reported that after 2 days of meetings, Witkoff has given up and is letting Israel make the decisions. The Times of Israel reported, in the face of Netanyahu's refusal to make any concessions, Witkoff has told other mediators that Washington doesn't plan to force Israel to end the war in Gaza. Now, what's absolutely unacceptable in this is unacceptable in this process is that Trump controls Israel, okay? The American government has unlimited power over Israel. Israel could not even defend itself for a second if it wasn't for American weapons, American targeting systems, American shields, American defense, American munitions, and the coalition that America has put together in the region to defend it. Okay? The idea that Israel be able to fucking do a 7-front war and also simultaneously defend itself is ridiculous. They caught you talking shit about getting detained. Homeland Security says you lie for likes. The news are talking on how you were talking shit about getting detained. They said federal agents are denying this. That's a really interesting way to fucking demonstrate that you have no critical thinking skills or you don't even know how to read what the news are saying. Yes, the Department of Homeland Security said I'm lying for likes about the way that I was detained or the reasons for my detainment, which of course they're going to fucking say. They're the goddamn government. But even the Department of Homeland Security does not deny that I was detained at all. Are you fucking stupid? Do you not understand how words work? Also, lying for likes is so funny. It's just like boomer shit. Yeah, I understand you talk shit to get attention. Brother, are you pro-Trump? Maybe you are. I don't know. Thoughts on the new nation of Balochistan? Any thoughts on the new nation of Balochistan? Do you think AI like Grok or ChatGPT are a reliable source of information when deep searching for unbiased news? You are the dumb people magnet? I know. If you are a stupid person, if you are one of the stupids, you most likely are going to have a deep, unexamined hatred for someone like myself. And you won't even know why you have this kind of hatred. You'll just kind of go along with it because other people, still no answer, like always, just talk shit. What? I already told you. The Department of Homeland Security did not say what you think it said, you fucking moron. Even in that statement, they fucking openly admit that the detention happened. What do you think we released them means? The fuck? God. Sometimes I'm just like trying to explain how words work. And it's so difficult for them to comprehend this. Oh, Asmongold's talking about this right now. That's why this fucking dumbass came in here. I love it. Anytime Asmongold talks about me, some of the dumbest people on the fucking planet click off of that stream, come in here, click into this stream. What? There are rumors going around that you made up your airport detention after being on U.S. Chicago News. How do I deal with stupids of this magnitude? How do I deal with stupids of this fucking magnitude? Yeah. Yes, I coordinated with the Department of Homeland Security to say that I was fucking detained. That's what I did. Anyway. You have to consider that these Asman fans might literally be children. No, they're not. How many times have we actually fucking clicked on their profile and they have accounts created in 2009? They are not children. They sound like children. And the reason why they sound like children is because they're mentally stunted, but they are absolutely fucking adults. They either have accounts that they just created just now, a sock account because their original account got banned, or they have accounts that were created usually in like fucking 2011. Are you the new Jussie Smollett? Yes, dude. I made up my detention and then I got the fucking Department of Homeland Security to admit it because I'm in cahoots with the Trump administration. It doesn't even fucking make sense. It does not make any fucking sense. CBP, DHS should release the tapes if I'm going to call you a liar. Yeah, I mean, seriously. Great. It's just one of those situations where it's like, it's you know, it's already addressed. He didn't know what a FOIA was and immediately went to Ask Grok. Brilliant stuff going on there. Oh my God. Yeah, they're not. I saw a 45-year-old disgusting fat incel watching Nazi gold on the train. They're not children. They're just infantile in their minds. Yeah. No, a lot of the people that watch Nazi gold are, you know, 35 to 45 years old and repulsive. No, the claim is that you made up the questions and people dream up how the tapes will ruin you. Okay. I hope they release the fucking tapes then. Except that's not the fucking claim here. The claim is that it didn't happen. That's what they keep saying. Also, it's incredibly common now that this is happening to a lot more people. That's the reason why it's fucking That's the reason why it's an important story, okay? That's the reason why so many people are covering this. Calling people Nazis who think differently from you is really helping your case, Jussie Smollett. No, I'm not calling them because they think differently from me. I'm calling them that because they support the Nazi state of Israel. Do you understand? And you might also be a fucking Nazi if you agree with the current Trump administration's Nazi-style detention policies and anti-immigrant policies, while also simultaneously agreeing with the fascist state of Israel and their Nazi exterminationist policies. If that actually hurts your fucking feelings, well, sorry, you got to have to work with it on your own, you know? You got to work it out. That's it. Thank you for the PR, though. Also, yeah, they do support the neo-Nazi party of AFD. I have a domestic flight at the end of this month. No, domestic flights don't, you won't get that kind of questioning. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to the news instead of whatever fucking Nazi Gold is saying and what his dumb fuck Asmund Mold followers are saying. I think more people should be embarrassed to openly say that they're fans of Asmund Mold, a guy who literally is living in his own rot. But unfortunately, we don't live in that society. You call me an idiot for me asking a question. Majority of the time I'm on your side, although there are some things I disagree with, but this pushes my thinking further to agreeing with your lack of accountability and humbleness. When people sum to you with valid questions or criticism, you just go straight to insults. Let's hear what the question was. You're no average Joe either, buddy. That historically promotes terrorism. Where was it, I wonder? Oh, can we get another Daily Asmund YouTube promo? I love this guy. I love this guy who's like, dude, I'm usually on your side, but you seemingly lack accountability. And then we look at his fucking background, and it's literally him constantly coming in here to be like, dude, cover Asmund Gold, cover Asmund Gold, cover Asmund Gold, cover Asmund Gold. And then turning into, are you going to cover Asmund Gold again? Are you going to promote his YouTube channel again? It's like, what a pathetic means of existence, dude. Do you not feel bad about the way you operate? Like, what the fuck is... Oh, my God. You have a child, too. Ay, ay, ay. Jesus Christ. These chatters are a part of the new soft right. Adopting the lib soft boy politics is funny for old heads. No, they're not. They're not soft right. They're hard right. Come on. There are soft right people that adopt the politics of the hard right while still maintaining this, like, I'm a centrist veneer. Okay. But this is not one of them. People who maintain these positions are fucking through and through right-wingers. I am glad that we looked at this, though, because once again, I'm glad that we looked at this, though, because, like, this guy went, I ask you reasonable questions, and then you banned me, or you called me stupid, and then I looked at his background, and there is not even a single fucking instance where he's asked a reasonable question. He is always antagonistic. Why do you think you can... Like, is there any other fucking Twitch streamer whose chat you can go into and literally, consistently, for months on end, constantly fucking hammer him over and over again. And then also, even when you get your wishes met, like you say, oh, dude, watch Asmongold's take on this. And then I do. And then you turn around and go, dumbass, you're always watching Asmongold. Do you know what would happen under normal circumstances to someone like yourself? You would get banned by like the third time you did this. You would get permanently banned. And it's not the end of the world, by the way. You can still watch if you're permanently banned. You just wouldn't be able to chirp in here. This is the interaction that you desperately crave. And I give it to you. Go fucking ask Asmongold why he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about and see how quickly you get perma-banned if you want to understand what lack of accountability fucking looks like. How many instances has Asmongold been completely and entirely wrong on, especially as it pertains to fucking politics? Yeah, go bring that up in his chat. He will immediately ban you. Of course, you're in agreement with him, or perhaps too utterly terrified to fucking have any sort of reasonable discourse with a creator such as this one. So you just come in here and you fucking chirp over and over and over again. You know what I mean? You just prove my point. I watch y'all simultaneously. I like the troll for sure, but to insult my character like that when you don't know me is crazy. I was specifically speaking on the question I just asked. Did Hasan cover that he's on the news and they might be pulling footage from the interview? Did you cover this already? I hope they do. That would be fucking fantastic. What the fuck is this video?
A popular
Yeah, I have. I already covered this. The funniest thing is, they're going to fucking, I don't even know if the DHS would release this footage, because if they do release the footage, it directly shows that I was 100% correct. Obviously, recall is not going to be 100%, but they would never release the full footage, because then it would prove that they're asking fucking people, American citizens, whether they like Donald Trump or not. You think the Department of Homeland Security wants that kind of information out there, especially when they didn't actually fucking mention it? Nazi mold perma banned me for asking why students protesting was bad if they exercise their free speech right. Yeah, go ask him about his inconsistencies when it comes to free speech. Do you get anything back from the inquiry you submitted? I don't think so. No, I have not gotten anything back. The thing is, if the footage were ever to be released, especially if the full footage were to be released, I don't know if those things are recorded or not. I'm sure they are. Okay. By the way, yeah. Remember, Nazi gold is not a Nazi. Elon unbanned a white supremacist. In air quotes, mildly right-leaning political commentator Nick Fuentes gets unbanned on Twitter. This is the guy that fucking Ethan says is Trump-coded, but not fully on Trump's side, by the way. Yeah. You call everyone a Nazi. Yeah, mildly right-leaning political commentator Nick Fuentes, famous for denying the Holocaust, famous for saying white people and black people engaging in miscegenation is akin to white people breeding with animals. That's what he has said. An actual fucking American neo-Nazi. At the time, I reached out to Asmongold when this fucking came out because we had a much better rapport, because he wasn't hiding behind his fucking hug box while launching attacks and simultaneously refusing to ever talk to me directly. By the way, for the record, 100%, 100%, the moment that the role reversal takes place, Asmongold will gladly come in here, okay, and will try to have a conversation with me. The moment that the environment and the political environment and the attitude shifts in a way where a lot of these fucking dumbasses that are currently hopped up on the pro-Trump shit turn around and go, maybe this was stupid. Maybe I should entertain some alternative perspectives here. Oh, Hasan is right there. And then that fucking 30K to 40K dynamic shifts in the other direction, and I have more viewers than him. He will come back gladly here to try and have a conversation and will expect me to be charitable, as it has happened in the past over and over again. Trust me on this, okay? This is how it works for a lot of these people. The only thing they care about, and it's pure projection when they're like, Hasan's a grifter or he's audience captured or whatever, the only thing they give a shit about is, you know, doing this for fucking clout or relevance or maintaining a fucking audience. If there was an overwhelming sea of support for progressive values, Asmongold will slowly but swiftly change his perspective, massage the narrative until he was also resembling the progressive values. What is this? These people admit that they're lying? What is this?
You have to get global entry.
And then you get to go through the global entry line. Oh, wait. No, wait. You're right. Wait. Refresh. Refresh. Wait a second. Refresh.
Yeah. I'm trying to help you. Okay?
Right.
You're such an asshole.
I'm not being an asshole. I'm just trust but verify. Okay, go ahead.
It's you. I'm trying to help, motherfucker. You shouldn't be verifying. Go. Allow the fake news to go.
8 hour to 9 hour. That is insane. That is actually fucking insane. It's kind of wild that, like, this is just pure stalking shit. It's also been addressed by the fucking main party that had no reason to fucking say that they even detained me. They could have just lied about it and said that it didn't happen. You know? And yet, they're still doing this shit. You and Asman are the Shannon Sharp and Skip Bayless of Undisputed. There's political Twitch streamers of two sides of the same coin. Don't ever fucking say some dumb fuck shit like that. That basically only shows that this for you is nothing but drama. This is precisely... Oh, God, I'm done. I'm done entertaining this stupidity. And yes, that is fucking stalking. Yeah, we're just two sides of the same coin. Is fucking idiotic. This person doesn't know anything he's talking about and literally relies on fucking ChatGPT. Come on, dude. Endless well of stupidity here. I'm sorry. Go watch Asmongold. Why are you watching me? God damn. Trump administration is working on plan to move 1 million Palestinians to Libya, by the way. Details are murky and no final agreement has been reached, but the plan is under serious enough consideration that the administration has discussed it with the Libyan leadership. The current Libyan leadership is in the pocket of Erdogan, by the way. This goes along with the same designs for the region that I was talking about. And this is, again, ethnic cleansing. The Trump administration is working on a plan to permanently relocate up to 1 million Palestinians from the Gaza Strip to Libya. 5 people were working knowledge of the effort, told NBC News. The plan is under serious enough consideration that the administration has discussed it with Libya's leadership. 2 people with direct knowledge of the plans, and a former U.S. official said. In exchange for the resettling of Palestinians, the administration would potentially release to Libya billions of dollars of funds that the U.S. froze more than a decade ago. No final agreement has been reached, and Israel has been kept informed of the administration's discussions. The State Department... Current Libyan president and prime minister fled Libya 3 days ago, by the way. The current, the State Department and National Security Council did not respond to multiple requests for comment. The situation on the ground is untenable for such a plan. Such a plan was not discussed and makes no sense, the spokesperson said. Bassem Haim, a senior Hamas official, said that Hamas and the U.S. designated terror groups that has run Gaza was not aware of any discussions about moving Palestinians to Libya. Palestinians are very rooted in their homeland, very strongly committed to their homeland, and are ready to fight up until the end and sacrifice anything to defend their land, their homeland, their families, and the future of their children. Naim said, in response to questions from NBC News, Palestinians are exclusively the only party who have the right to decide for the Palestinians, including Gaza and Gazans, what to do and what not to do. Representatives of the Israeli government declined the comment. Libya has been plagued by instability and warring political factions throughout the nearly 14 years since the civil war broke out in the country and its longtime dictator Muammar Gaddafi was toppled. That's a fun way to describe the events that unfolded. Libya is struggling to take care of its current population as two rival governments, one in the west, led by Abdul Hamid Dbeibeh, and the other in the east, led by Khalifa Haftar, are actively and violently fighting for control. The State Department currently advises Americans not to travel to Libya due to crime, terrorism, unexploded landmines, civil unrest, kidnapping, and armed conflict. Dbeibeh's government could not be reached for comment. Haftar's Libyan National Army did not respond to a request for comment. How many Palestinians in Gaza will voluntarily leave to live in Libya is an open question. One idea administration officials discuss is to provide Palestinians with financial incentives, such as free housing and even a stipend, a former U.S. official said. The details of when or how any plan to relocate Palestinians to Libya could be implemented are murky, and an effort to resettle up to 1 million people there would likely face significant obstacles. Such an effort would likely be extremely expensive, and it's not clear how the Trump administration would seek to pay for it. In the past, the administration said Arab nations would help with the rebuilding of Gaza. Yes, you are respected by many mainstream establishment media. No matter how many viewer Epstein or as Dumbfold has, doesn't matter. Nobody knows who they are. Nobody's lining up on their door begging for an interview. You have institutional popularity, which is much more than Twitch numbers. I know you know that and agree. No, the question I have always for people like this that are fans of people like this is always like, do you think all these other fucking adults in mainstream news and shit are just like duped? They're blinded? They haven't watched the appropriate number of YouTube videos? Is that what it is? Or perhaps they don't fucking respect people like Asmongold who live in rot. Or they don't respect people like Ethan Klein who are very clearly unstable. Like, what do you think is going on here? If your perspective on someone like myself is so directly at odds with what the overwhelming number of fucking adults believe, then don't you think you should at the very least entertain that you might have been duped? I'm not asking you to just like switch your worldview overnight. Okay? I'm not asking you to switch your view overnight. I have academics on this broadcast all the time. I have award-winning journalists on this broadcast all the time. Why the fuck do you think they come here? And also, why the fuck do you think what their output looks like is very close to what my output looks like? You know? Why? Do you think it's because they're all deluded? Do you think I'm paying all of them? Do you think there's this like mass conspiracy? Or do you think the alternative is that you might be getting things a little wrong? I love you, but the argument doesn't work when the majority of adults that the layman can hear are siding with Israel. That's not even true. That also isn't even true. A lot of the perspective that we have here that we see online is just incredibly dumb, incredibly ill-informed, and for the normal person in broad daylight would be seen as like the most repugnant thing anyone has ever said. This is what I tried to remind people when there was that Valentina Gomez chick who was running for Secretary of State. I forget in which state. And she was like constantly dropping the F slur, saying that like Muslim extremists deserve to be executed in the streets, or like gay people need to be killed, stuff like that in Missouri, right? And she gets a lot of fucking clicks on Twitter, and everyone would look at her and point to her to be like, look at how dangerously radicalized the Republicans are. And it's true to a certain degree. There are a lot of Republicans who agree with that. And she got 7th place in Missouri. And at the time I said, if any person in Missouri, any person whatsoever, even a fucking like right-wing Republican in Missouri was walking down the street and they heard Valentina Gomez say those things, you know, dropping the F slur, saying that gay people need to be killed and they're pedophiles, they would fucking beat her ass. Okay? The idea that like what pops off on the internet, especially on Twitter and now specifically on certain communities on Twitch or on certain or around certain communities on YouTube, the idea that like those attitudes are reflected in broader society is silly. Okay? Just like the entire scope of my perspective is not broadly reflected in society. But the difference, of course, is that I know that, right? Like, I don't think the average American is talking about the legitimacy for resisting against the state of Israel. The average American simply is just looking at this and going, it's really fucked up that children are in bags and getting decapitated by like American munitions that Israel's using on them. That's fucked up. We should stop that. That's the average position. Okay? That is the position of the average American. Theo Vaughn is a great example of this, yes. But if you were to watch all of these like slop tubers or whatever, you would think that the average American's position was insanely pro-Israel, like insanely pro-Israel. That's not reflected in broader society at all. The only place where you would see that level of support for the dangerous state of Israel would be Congress. Do you understand? That's also part of the reason why. That's also part of the reason why when you look at the likes and shit, even on TikTok, which is certainly a lot more democratic, even though there's a healthy dose of insane right-wing sentiment that pops off there as well, as opposed to Twitter or even Twitch. Very different attitude overall. Anyway, here is the back and forth that I had with Kyle Kulinski the other day.
Welcome, everybody, to Crystal Kyle and Friends. Today it's just Kyle and Hasan. Hasan, thanks for joining me, man. I appreciate it.
Look at how unstable this camera is as opposed to mine. I'm just going to say, you guys always shit on my setup, but setup is pretty fucking goated. What happened? Why is Crystal not here?
Long story. We normally record in the studio in DC, but we had some family thing at home that we had to take care of in Virginia. And I mean, I literally went to bed at 6:30 in the morning.
Oh, this is just the detainment part. Okay, never mind. If it's just the detainment, I'm not going to watch this. You guys have already heard me speak on this.
They're arresting judges already. They arrested
we talked about a bunch of other stuff as well. He's going to post the rest of it too. Yeah. All right. We got that done. We covered that. U.S. investments.
To a Fox News alert right now, President.
Breaking. Trump confirms U.S.-Iran nuclear deal proposal.
Donald Trump is heading back to the United States after wrapping up his historic trip to the Middle East.
And the commander-in-chief breaking some...
I am going to get to the soy right as well. Don't worry. Oh, yeah. The world can always get worse, but this kind of horrifying plan most likely will not come to pass. If it does, the Libyan government in Tripoli would be signing what amounts to its death warrant in the eyes of the country's people. When Libya's foreign minister in 2023 was revealed to have spoken to the Israeli foreign minister once, there was such concern for her safety in that climate that she was forced to flee the country. This did not happen with the foreign ministers of the UAE or Bahrain.
Some news while flying home on board Air Force One, revealing the U.S. has given Iran a proposal for a nuclear deal.
Okay, here we go. Lucas Thomason joins us from Abu Dhabi with the latest. Lucas, what do we know about the deal?
Well, Lawrence, that's right. President Trump making news aboard Air Force One, departing the United Arab Emirates moments ago, concluding his three-nation swing here in the Middle East. The president is confirming that the U.S. has given Iran a proposal for a nuclear deal. We still don't know the details of that, but here's the quote from the president moments ago. He said, "They have a proposal," speaking about Iran, but more importantly, they know they have to move quickly or something bad is going to happen. And part of that bad going to happen is right here in the United Arab Emirates, where the United States keeps some of its fast movers, F-15s, F-16s. But let's talk about the good news of this trip. Commerce, not conflict. That's been the president's theme, and we have the receipts right here. Saudi Arabia, the first stop on this trip, pledging over $600 billion in U.S. investment. Qataris pledging $243.5 billion, as well as that 747 and freeing Idan Alexander. And right here in Abu Dhabi, the UAE capital, the Emiratis are pledging $200 billion in commercial deals. And they also said that's going to go to $1.4 trillion over the next decade. And let's not forget the captains of industry, the business leaders that have come here to the Middle East. They didn't have to. And last night, UAE's foreign minister sat down with their own Brett Baer about what the president's visit meant to his country.
We've been investing in the United States for decades, but now we're taking it one step further, not only in terms of size, but in terms of trust, and we're grateful for President Trump for that.
After arriving...
They're not mad about Trump Muslim ban or Steve Miller in the administration? That's so funny. Dude. Listen. I don't know if you know this, but they don't even give a shit that Israel is currently doing an ethnic cleansing campaign. No. They don't give a fuck, dude. They're rich as hell. The people in these places do care, but these guys don't. You need to understand, these are monarchs. Like, through and through. We're talking about monarchs, okay? They're kings. And no, the kings don't care when they're happy to continue getting money, funds, weapons from the American king, Donald Trump. If anything, they like Trump more than previous administrations, because at least previous Western administrations would at least present themselves as though they were above. There is this this elitist mentality that prior administrations demonstrated over and over again that this one does not. This one openly flaunts its monarchy-style structure. This is exactly the type of guy that these dudes know how to deal with, and deal with very well.
Yesterday in the UAE capital, Trump touring the Grand Mosque with his shoes on, the president of UAE closing the mosque for the first time ever, guys. Now, there are other international issues looming. Of course, it's Iran. Last night on Hannity, Secretary of State Marco Rubio talked to Sean about Iran, not far from where I'm standing, about a potential deal of its nuclear program.
He says this offer won't be around forever. And what he means by that is at some point, decisions will have to be made about more maximum pressure and other options, because Iran can never have a nuclear weapon.
So it's really Secretary of State Marco Rubio confirming to Sean Hannity that that offer had been proposed, saying this offer won't be around forever. Now, here's the tallest building in the world, the Burj Khalifa, lit up in the stars and stripes, a symbol of unity and solidarity. One more image, Trump earlier today visiting the Abrahamic House in that's home.
I'm not seeing a lot of talk about how the U.S.-Iran nuclear proposal is happening. Yeah, I don't know why this is... Here is the foreign minister of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Iran has not received any written proposal from the United States, whether directly or indirectly. In the meantime, the messaging we and the world continue to receive is confusing and contradictory. Iran, nonetheless, remains determined and straightforward. Respect our rights and terminate your sanctions, and we have a deal. Mark my words, there is no scenario in which Iran abandons its hard-earned right to enrichment for peaceful purposes, a right afforded to all other NPT signatories too. The great Iranian nation has shown its power and fortitude in the face of those who have attempted imposition. We always welcome dialogue based on mutual respect and always reject any diktat. And the question you asked is it appropriate to wear shoes in a mosque? No, it is inappropriate to wear shoes in a mosque, chatter.
To a church, synagogue, and mosque, which speaks to the tolerance of this country, including co-ed gyms here at the hotel. A different story, though, across the Persian Gulf in Iran. Here's President Trump earlier from UAE.
$5 billion trade surplus for the U.S. last year, making us the third largest in the world.
I should have left yesterday, but I couldn't disappoint you. Your father would have been extremely upset with me, and you would have been more upset.
He would have understood, sir.
We had such a beautiful evening, and they planned it so beautifully. I said, I'm going to have to wait just a little bit. But the way we were treated by your family, the way we were treated by Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and others has just been so I'm very proud to be representing the United States of America. And thank you all for being here. And media, thank you very much. You've been very fair. Thank you very much.
Like, it's so funny. It's like claiming that you arrived at a deal with Russia, okay, because you went on a tour and you got hyped up from Estonia and Poland. Like, that is the analog here. Claiming that you have facilitated and secured a deal with Iran, a denuclearization agreement with Iran, when you haven't talked to Iran and you went to the fucking UAE and Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, especially directly in conflict with Iran until recently, as a matter of fact, is like saying, oh, I went to Poland and, you know, Russia is going to finally do a ceasefire. We did it. We went to Estonia. We went to Poland. We went to Finland. He's just lying. What the fuck? Or I guess they're playing fast and loose. They're trying to dupe you. We got clickbaited. Trump confirms U.S.-Iran nuclear deal proposal, as in there's going to be a proposal at the table. They haven't even brought it to Iran at all.
So the president there talking about the full diplomatic and military honors he's received, not only here in the United Arab Emirates, but also in Saudi Arabia and in Qatar. We remember the F-15s escorting Air Force One, not only to Saudi Arabia, but again to Qatar, and then respectively from their countries here, United Arab Emirates. And we just saw fighter jets escorting Air Force One out of the UAE, but full diplomatic and military honors, full pomp and circumstance wherever the president goes, bestowing honors, that very rare honors that these leaders could muster and have ever given out. And no question, the success, the business success, commerce, not conflict, that's been the theme of this trip as the president wraps up his first official overseas trip.
You're watching Fox News, brother? No, it's important to watch Fox News. Again, watching Fox News is important. Sometimes even watching Asmongold is important. And the reason for why is because these guys, whether we like it or not, are speaking to millions of fucking people. And millions of fucking people are just that stupid. And it's important to get where they're getting their notes from. It's important to understand what kind of talking points you're going to see out in the fucking wild. This is where those talking points are materializing.
Since beginning his second term here, not only to the United Arab Emirates, but also Saudi Arabia and Qatar, guys.
It's incredible. What a great trip. Thank you so much, Lucas. You get to come home soon. Look at this. This is the cover of the New York Post this morning. It says, shake it up. And in this little box, it says, President Trump announced nearly $2 trillion in deals with Mideast countries, lifted sanctions on Syria, pushed for a new Iran deal, an onslaught that left some former Biden officials jealous. Quote, it's amazing what can be accomplished when the president isn't brain dead, one said.
And the breakdown is just extensive. When you look at $200 billion plus in commercial deals between the U.S. and the UAE. Then you got $243 billion in economic deals between the U.S. and Qatar. And then you got $600 billion committed from Saudi Arabia to invest in the United States. And one thing that they're doing differently that they did the last time is they're making sure it's happening in the 4-year period. The president is aware of what happened the last time, where he got out of office and then people didn't keep their commitments.
Of course, the Palantir CEO went on a trip with Trump, and so did Elon Musk. They also want to force American security contracts into these countries. They want Palantir to be working within these countries so they're easily fucking traced, so they can surveil these nations better. And in the short term, it's beneficial for Saudi Arabia to have Palantir because they think, oh, we'll just use Palantir against political dissidents in the country and easily fucking stop them from gaining momentum. What they fail to recognize is that that is a way for America to have a backdoor into all surveillance in the country, even more than they currently do. That's it. And the same goes for Elon Musk. They want Starlink to be everywhere. Why do they want Starlink to be everywhere? I think the reason why they want Starlink to be everywhere is so that they can have broad surveillance capabilities all around the planet. Okay, Starlink is, make no mistake, a defense contractor. Your ISPs have incredible amounts of data that they're collecting from you. Okay, incredible amounts. Data that you can't actually hide with a VPN even. Starlink is an internet service provider in that regard. This is the United States of America's role in implementing mass surveillance around the planet.
Get the ink there dry and say, hey, you got to do this timely and very quickly.
And Brian, look at that. That's what he accomplished in a matter of a few days. That's jobs. When I see that, I see all these deals. Those are jobs here in America.
Right. And they are going to build. They're looking to get a lot of power because they want to develop AI. And with them, they had the who's who of AI executives with them, from Elon Musk to Sam Altman, really conducted by David Sachs, who's well connected in the area. And they have a lot of defense contracts. I thought it was fascinating in Saudi Arabia. They're going to spend, they want $600 billion worth of defense, and they're spending the contracts across various companies to make sure they get it. So I just wonder if that helps Secretary Hegsted's budget. So if he's trying to get $1 trillion, okay, but if he's selling a lot of it, shouldn't those profits go to, I don't know, maybe allowing them to work it against the invoices, right? You know, in order to get that $1 trillion, you sell off, you can make a profit from this at the same time. We build up our defense. Meanwhile, Marco Rubio is making it clear, I want all our allies to start spending 5%, including 5% of their budget on military spending. Smart. So he wants our allies to step up. He wants our tech centers.
Israeli airstrikes have killed nearly 100 people in northern Gaza, according to Hamas-run civil defense teams. It comes after...
These countries are always U.S. adjacent, but Trump somehow always pulls the leash better than the Democrats. Yeah, but not in a way that is like going against the previous administration's goals in the region. It's just in a way that it advances America's interests in the region, which are death and destruction. Like that's it. It's not. He didn't do anything unique. You guys understand that, right? Like the things that he did unique were uniquely corrupt and cutting out the middleman in terms of like setting side deals for American corporations. Instead, he just like lined his own personal pockets in a very obvious way, in a way that like people understand, people recognize as pure, transparent graft. Having said that, it's not like he snubbed Israel by not going to Israel in his Middle Eastern tour, and that pissed off a lot of arrogant, entitled Israeli leaders. Having said that, it's not like he reined Israel in. It's not like he told Israel, you're done, cut it out. No, not at all. He simply said, people in Gaza are starving. That's it. Imagine that. People in Gaza are starving. That's all you get. That's okay. That's a little bit better than Biden, I guess. But who knows? Maybe if Biden's brain was still working by this point, he might have said something like this too, you know? Like, this is some Kamala Harris shit.
More than 120 Palestinians.
We're working tirelessly around the clock for a ceasefire shit, just so you know. It's just performative.
were killed yesterday in the south of the territory. The UN's human rights chief says that Israel's actions are tantamount to ethnic cleansing. Palestinians in Bethlehem and Jabalia have described a large-scale assault on the ground and from the air and sea in the early hours of this morning. The Israeli military said its troops were dismantling what it called terrorist infrastructure. It's not clear whether this operation marks the start of the major new offensive promised by Israel's Prime Minister, with no sign of progress by negotiating teams in Qatar. Israel doesn't allow independent access to Gaza for international journalists, including the BBC. Lucy Williamson reports now from Jerusalem.
Israel says its target.
Ugh. You're so fucking cringe, dude. You're so goddamn cringe and so fucking annoying. I know. How many times have I talked about this? Do I have to bring AOC's name up every time, dude? We know you're not revealing something new. Please. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. Shut the fuck up, dude. Fuck me. Holy fuck. It's so goddamn annoying. Oh my Lord. Every fucking day. Some of you guys are just more invested in constantly talking about AOC than anything else. Like, who gives a fuck? I know. We all know. We already criticized it a million times over. What do you want me to do? Fucking every day start off with 10 M Israel highs and 10 fuck AOCs? Is that what I should do? Some of you motherfuckers think you're leftist but behave like this. Is so weird.
Is terrorist infrastructure. This is Bethlehem, after 19 months of war. Hard to find the scars of this morning's assault on a town already in ruins. Residents know where to look for survivors, just not for answers. The heavy assault involved tanks, they say, and armored vehicles around a shelter for displaced people. We went to the south, we were targeted in the south, Abu Omar said. We came to Gaza City, we were targeted there. Where should we go? For God's sake, have mercy on us. The floor of the nearby Indonesian hospital, a makeshift treatment room, a makeshift morgue. These children now facing life without their mother. Where are the Hamas negotiators while this happens to my mum, he cries. After many months of war, doctors say this morning's assault felt different.
So the last night, it's like the beginning 2 months in this aggression and in this war.
Dr. Salah lost 2 nieces and a nephew in the attacks, 2 of their bodies unreachable under the rubble. They were 8 and 10 years old.
When I see my family is totally destroyed, so there is one person has to be controlled because all of them is crying and shouting, all of them. But after that, I am go to my office and crying alone.
Israel is calling up forces for a major new assault on Gaza, saying this time the army will hold the territory it takes.
As a result of the October 7 massacre and as a result of the fact that Hamas is still continuing to hold 58 hostages, Israel is forced to carry on fighting. It is not Israel's fault. We didn't ask for this war. We didn't initiate this war. We don't want it to continue on. This is the fault of Hamas. This is the fault of any.
Insane. The government that he's a part of directly contradicts this statement on a daily fucking basis. But of course, that's not going to stop BBC from covering it. I wonder if the BBC reporter will turn around. BBC and the New York Times, by the way, 2 of the most important news outlets in the Western world, have collectively dropped the ball in spectacular fashion. Like Channel 4 does decent coverage. You know, they also sometimes say ridiculous shit, but they do decent coverage in comparison to the BBC. Guardian sometimes does decent coverage in comparison to the BBC, where they do like investigative reporting pieces and stuff like that. But god damn, is the BBC so fucking bad with this shit. Like it is completely and utterly unacceptable. The way that they have approached the subject matter is so fucking insane. Because it's a lie. Like, this person is just straightforwardly lying. Just like I don't know if they like mistranslated the Palestinian, or even if they showed the Palestinian that was like, where's Hamas? Where's Hamas? Hamas, where's the Hamas negotiation? This happened right after Hamas actually, in a gesture of good faith, released the hostage without any conditions. The reason why Israel is punishing the Palestinian population again is precisely because Hamas, in a good faith gesture, released an American-Israeli hostage, a prisoner of war, and Israel got pissed off that they were talking directly to the Trump administration. It made them feel bad, so they made the Palestinians feel their anger and resentment. That's what took place. I mean, I don't fault the Palestinians for feeling that way in all of this death and destruction and simply wanting it to stop. But I absolutely fault BBC for not offering some clarity to statements here, or clarity to the events that unfolded.
Anyone who supports Hamas.
Bet Lahia was emptying again today, but with no easy way out of Gaza. Doctors say that some here are losing the will to leave or to live. We'll die wherever we go, people tell them. So why not die here? Lucy Williamson, BBC News, Jerusalem.
Well, President Trump said for the first time today that a lot of people in Gaza are starving, and he vowed that the US would take care of the situation. He was speaking after finishing a tour of the Middle East, during which he chose not to visit Israel. So does this signal a shift in support away from Israel? Ros Atkins has more.
World leaders see the same stories from Gaza that we do. Today, it's reports by the Hamas-run Civil Defense Agency that another 100 people have been killed by Israeli attacks in the last 24 hours. It's charities warning that young children are now dying from hunger and disease. And it's accounts such as this, sent to the BBC by a British doctor working in Gaza.
I'm sure it won't be long until we get to a situation where we're seeing pictures of them that image what we saw in the early 80s with the famine in Ethiopia.
Despite its total blockade of Gaza, Israel says there's no shortage of food there and that the real crisis is Hamas looting and selling aid. But there's mounting evidence that there are shortages. A recent UN-backed report said Gaza's whole population, over 2 million people, is at critical risk of famine. And this week, the UN's humanitarian chief made this plea to world leaders.
I ask you to reflect for a moment on what action we will tell future generations we each took to stop the 21st century atrocity to which we bear daily witness in Gaza.
Leaders have been responding to what they and we are seeing. This week, Spain's Prime Minister called Israel a genocidal state, something that Israel disputes. France's President Macron called the Gaza blockade shameful, to which Israel accused him of siding with a terrorist organisation. For his part, Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer said the situation in Gaza is intolerable, calling for aid to be brought in and hostages to be released. And then there's Israel's most important ally, America. Talking to the BBC, its top diplomat again called on Hamas to surrender, then added, "We're not immune to the suffering of the people of Gaza." And President Trump has said this too.
We're looking at Gaza, and we got to get that taken care of. A lot of people are starving. A lot of people there's a lot of bad things going on.
Mr. Trump also reiterated that hostages held by Hamas must be released. Now, words don't always translate into actions, but language does matter. It can point to shifts of policies or approach. And this week, there's some evidence that Israel's actions in Gaza are testing even its staunchest allies.
The only thing that is appropriate to say in this time and to a group this large is a recognition of the atrocities currently happening in Palestine.
New York University says it is withholding the diploma of graduating student Logan Rozos, who condemned the war in Gaza while delivering a graduation speech.
The genocide currently occurring is supported politically and militarily by the United States, is paid for by our tax dollars,
and has been live streamed to our phones for the past 18 months.
In a statement, NYU strongly denounced the student's choice, saying, quote, "He lied about the speech he was going to deliver and violated the commitment he made to comply with our rules. The university is withholding his diploma while we pursue disciplinary action. NYU is deeply sorry that the audience was subjected to these remarks and that this moment was stolen by someone who abused a privilege that was conferred upon him."
I condemn this genocide and complicity in this genocide.
CNN has reached out to Rosos and NYU for further details. CNN also reached out to the student government for comment on Rosos.
All of you know that this week we had a real chance to take important steps toward ending this war. If only Putin had not been afraid to come to Turkey. And I was ready for a direct meeting with Putin, whether in Ankara or in Istanbul, and not just for a meeting, but to resolve all the important issues to my mind. But he didn't agree to anything, Putin. And you can also see that the Russian delegation that came to Istanbul is of a very low level. None of them are people who actually make decisions.
The first direct peace talks in 3 years between Russia and Ukraine, they wrapped up just a short time ago in Turkey. Not in attendance, Russian President Vladimir Putin or Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky or U.S. President Trump. He says he plans on meeting with Vladimir Putin soon, and that's where real progress will be made. Let's get right to the White House. CNN's Kristen Holmes is there. Good morning.
Good morning, John. Well, that's right. This week of wheeling and dealing in the Middle East is over, and now that focus is on peace talks between Russia and Ukraine. And Donald Trump himself had been floating this idea that he might go and somehow serve as mediator between Putin and Zelensky should they both decide to go. Of course, that became more evident that he was not going to be doing that, as we saw Putin backing out of these negotiations, or at least rejecting this offer to sit in on them. So there are really low expectations from the U.S. on what's going to come out of it.
I don't know why Al-Jilani was talking
he's
there.
Holding out hope he can still have these direct
Sounds a lot like
conversations with
Zelensky.
Vladimir Putin. Take a
Didn't
listen.
know his English was so good.
I think it's time for us to just do it. I said, they all said Putin was going. And
I don't care about watching the second part of the fucking Bernie interview. Calm down. Okay?
Zelensky was going, and I said, if I don't go, I guarantee Putin's not going. And he didn't go, and I understand that.
When do you think you'll meet the president?
As soon as we can set it up.
He also said that maybe he would have a call with Putin. He spoke to reporters on the plane once they got on their way back to the U.S. He also said that he thought that they could solve it together, but maybe not, but at least then they would know. I mean, one thing that we know is happening here, particularly with the United States, is that they don't want the administration to in any way look like Vladimir Putin is taking advantage of them. They want to look strong in these negotiations, which of course is why Donald Trump appeared to have waited until it was clear Putin wasn't going to say that he also would not be attending those talks. John?
All right, Kristen Holmes, great to have you back on in the mornings after a very important assignment. Thank you very much. All right, with us now, Jill Doherty, our CNN contributor and former Moscow bureau chief. And Jill, I want to read you a couple very early readouts that we just got from these fairly low-level Ukrainian-Russian meetings. First, we were told that the Ukrainians only spoke to the Russians through an interpreter, which is always interesting because Russia is widely spoken in Ukraine. And the second thing here from a Ukrainian source with knowledge of the negotiations, they said the Russia delegation did not have any mandate to make important decisions. They're not ready to decide anything meaningful to end the war. Those are the latest tidbits. What's your read on them?
I'm not surprised. I mean, language is really a factor here because Ukrainians, yes, some of them speak Russian, but fewer and fewer are speaking Russian because they're speaking Ukrainian, which is a different, though related language. So it's a political statement to speak Ukrainian. And then the fact that they didn't get very far and that delegation from Russia wasn't that high up and couldn't make decisions, also very predictable because we know that almost deliberately they didn't send the foreign minister. They sent, these are competent people, but they are not very high up in the ranking. So, but I think both of those are predictable. But then you have to go back to President Trump, who basically said, Nothing much is going to happen in Istanbul until Vladimir Putin and I meet and talk.
Talk to me more about that and why that statement.
Initially, this was set up so that Trump would go to Turkey and Putin would go to Turkey and Turkey would present itself as the table. And that there would be a real communique between all of the leaders involved to get serious about the ceasefire negotiations. Russia, of course, said fuck off and no, without openly saying it, but basically saying that. And after that, Trump didn't want to go to Turkey. And then he was like, well, I'm not going. Putin is not going because he knows I wasn't going to go, even though he literally said he was going to go. He actually said he was going to a undisclosed location. And I think the reason why they revealed that he was going to an undisclosed location is because they didn't want to fucking give the game away, whether they were going to Turkey or not. And of course, once Putin stated that he's not going, he's not appearing at these fucking meetings, then Trump said he's not going either. And then it's over at that point. There's no fucking real ceasefire conversation.
Has implications not just on the meetings that just took place, but also on the broader situation here and how it's being viewed in Europe.
Yeah, I think it's really important. You know, right now I'm in Tallinn, Estonia, and that is one of the countries you'd have to say right on the front line.
Estonia getting a lot of play today. I will say, what Vladimir Putin is doing right now is disgusting. Like it's obviously disgusting in terms of like invading Ukraine, killing Ukrainians, all this stuff. But what he is doing to Donald Trump is insane. He is literally fucking him over in unimaginable ways, over and over and over again. Trump is so desperate to put together a ceasefire negotiation because he ran on that ceasefire negotiation and because so many people in his constituency, in his base of support, think that Ukraine represents homosexuality and the Democratic Party and yada, 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 that he literally has to put together something, anything. And Vladimir Putin recognizes that and has at first farmed Trump to just shit on Zelensky because he thought maybe if he leans into Trump in that regard and says like, oh, we want ceasefire, of course, that if Trump undermines his party in the negotiation aggressively, perhaps there will be a ceasefire negotiation. And now he's just fucking leading him on. Trump gave Vladimir Putin everything. Trump gave Vladimir Putin everything in the fucking ceasefire negotiations. Trump forced Zelensky to make concessions on every issue. Issues that would most likely cause Zelensky to be assassinated, okay? And while doing so, even before Russia came to the table for a ceasefire negotiation, Trump unironically undermined his fucking proxy in the negotiations like a man who has no understanding of how negotiations are supposed to take place. It blows my fucking mind that Donald Trump, Mr. Art of the Deal himself, came to the table by shooting his own proxy in the foot before they arrived at the negotiations and then saying, I'm sorry, sir, my proxy is a pussy. He fucking sucks. I want to farm him for all of the raw earth that they have. It is one of the most insane things I've ever seen. Now, is Trump wrong when he says you don't hold the cards to Zelensky? No, he's not wrong. Of course, Zelensky or Ukraine holds no fucking cards. But it's disgusting for America to say that to the Ukrainians, especially when it is America that has also used Ukraine as a proxy in the situation after they were unjustifiably fucking invaded. It is America that has consistently escalated tensions against Russia using Ukraine as a proxy historically. It is not Ukrainians that are at fault here, and yet it is the Ukrainians that are victim to these actions. You're such a liberal on Ukraine. Defend Ukraine for American interests is all you stand for. Lamafayao, Jesus Christ. No, you fucking moron. I just don't think that Russia is the based destroyer of Western liberal hegemony in the way that you approach it, because I recognize that it's a fucking a despotic kleptocracy. A despotic kleptocracy led by a fucking dude who wants to make a final impact and restore at least some semblance of the Russian Empire before he finally fucking passes away. There is also obviously some understandable security concerns that Russia has from a realpolitik perspective, perspectives that I agree with. Like I am not agree with necessarily, but like perspectives that I understand. Okay. But the reality of the matter is, in terms of fucking invading Ukraine, this was an idiotic move. Because Russia knows that American involvement in Ukraine presents a threat, but they know America was never going to let fucking Ukraine into NATO. What are you, crazy? Come on. Come the fuck on, especially when you are directly an energy provider to all of Ukraine's other NATO nation partners that would have voted against Ukraine ever joining NATO. And look what look what happened to your energy deals now. Your fucking pipeline was blown up. I think everyone everyone with the exception of Ukrainians is behaving like shit here. Biden's goading of Vladimir Putin certainly did not help. Their refusal to recognize the tide of battle was not going to change, and that when they had the point of maximum leverage, if they truly cared about the safety and security of Ukrainians, if they wanted to avoid further bloodshed, they would have packed up with a 15-point plan in Antalya shortly after the Ukrainian forces were able to purge Russians from Kiev and push them back into eastern Ukraine before Russia was able to literally take over more and more territory in eastern Ukraine over a year-long, multiple year-long conflict. Incoherent position. If America hadn't funded Ukraine, their defense would have collapsed years ago. Europe had neither the will nor inventory to arm them. Hungary, Germany, and Turkey were/are the definitive blocks of EU and NATO. Wait, what? It's not an incoherent position. I'm not saying that America did not have genuine interest by way of civil society organizations and NGOs and the Atlantic Council in changing Ukrainian politics. Changing Ukrainian politics in a way that actually at a time when Ukrainians themselves were also frustrated partially because of nationalistic sentiment, frustrated partially because of racism, frustrated partially because of the incompetence of the Ukrainian leadership in perpetuity. Ukraine was an incredibly corrupt country, okay, and still is, obviously, but it was not exactly a beacon of Western liberal democracy before the fucking Russian invasion, okay? And those were very real. Very real points of resentment and anger towards existing Ukrainian nations, which the American interest groups obviously played a big role in galvanizing, and more importantly than that, took advantage of the existing popular momentum against the Ukrainian government. Russia looked at that and considered it to be a threat to their regional security. Russia did not want a country that is directly in its fucking ass cheeks to be NATO aligned. But Russia knows, as a very powerful country, that Ukraine was never going to be allowed into NATO anyway. That's it. Russia knows Ukraine was not going to ever be allowed into fucking NATO. That is insane. So if they know that, and I know that, and France knows that, and other NATO nations that were getting energy from Russia know that they were not going to allow Ukraine into NATO, why the fuck did he invade Ukraine? Why did he invade Ukraine? In some ways, it's actually very simple. It's because he wanted it. That's it. No, it was not to liberate the beautiful Russian-speaking population of Donbass, LPR, or DPR. No, that is not the reason. Don't be fucking ridiculous, okay? Such great liberation. Such great liberation that, like, the people that would have been sympathetic to Russia in the past, like those who were living in Kharkiv, now fucking despise Russia. Incredible move. Oh, it was to kill Ukrainian Nazis. Yeah, by using Russia's own nationalist, ultra-nationalist Nazi forces. Is that what it was? Yeah. Just like Israel. Just like Israel is denazifying Gaza, right? Get the fuck out of here. It's no different in many ways when you think about Russia's ambition here, or Vladimir Putin's ambition here is not all that different from Israel's ambitions. Obviously, I'm not making this comparison because one is a genocide of a in the aftermath of 77 years of brutal occupation and apartheid. This whole take is a bit of an L. Putin invaded because he trusted Western leaders to think like you and give up / negotiate quickly. No, he doesn't want to bring back the USSR. He wants to bring back the Russian Empire. It's not an appropriate analog. Putin is not a fucking socialist. Putin is a capitalist KGB asset that literally was a part of the rest of the ranks of the KGB assets that were American-backed movements that took control over all of the state's industrial enterprise and became the fucking rank of oligarchs that dominate the Russian economy, all that are all obviously operating on the whims of Vladimir Putin. The only thing that boomers like Putin actually like about the USSR is the fact that it was a dominant force, okay? That's it. They don't actually care about like reinstating some sort of centrally command economy or anything like that, even though there are plenty of aspects, even within the oligarch structure that Vladimir Putin controls, there are plenty of aspects that are state dominated in the hands of one person, of course, not through any sort of real democracy or democratic process. Having said that, I think Vladimir Putin's ambitions for Ukraine are not necessarily, like, if I were to rank them, I would say number one is pure irredentism, pure expansionist policies, okay, ego and the spoils of war, okay. Number two would probably be security concerns in terms of like Western interference in Ukrainian affairs and how and what kind of security concerns it might create down the line for Russia, you know, a decade in the future. And then everything else is fucking bullshit. Like the Nazi stuff is complete bullshit. Denazification is a complete bullshit reasoning for it. Or liberating Donbass is a complete bullshit reasoning for it. And the reason why I say it's complete bullshit reasoning is because you killed so many more fucking people. You killed so many fucking people. The reason why I also don't believe, like, the reason why I say it was completely unjustifiable is especially because he knows number two is a decent fucking concern, a reasonable concern, security concerns, okay? But he also knows that there are better ways to manage said security concern. That's why I always point to China. China is the manufacturing hub of the planet, and it's always going to use that to make sure that they don't disrupt the pre-existing deals that have taken place even though America is now trying to decouple the rest of the world from trade with China so that they can actually go to conflict with China directly. With Russia, it's energy. Russia is an energy hub for Europe and many other allies. Russia is a part of OPEC Plus. That is a position of profound importance and influence. Russia could have just as easily continued to use that position of profound importance to just refuse Ukraine joining fucking NATO. If you listen to Putin's critique of NATO expansion, he sounds valid. He just instrumentalizes it as a base to extend his own empire influence. Yes. That's why I think fucking invading Ukraine is ridiculous. And aside from how bloody of an affair it is because he did not have to invade Ukraine to stop Ukraine from joining NATO. Okay? That's it. Why did Russia blow up the Nord Stream pipeline then? Come on. Jokes, right? I don't think anybody believes this still at this point. What is this, like a day after the Nord Stream pipeline blew up? Chatter, did you read the first news article that came out after the Nord Stream pipeline blew up and then went into a coma until... Oh, you're just kidding. Okay. If Crimea, that is 98% Russian speaking and Russian in terms of national consciousness, according to you, belongs to Russia, then why is the Donbass, that is 80% Russian speaking and Russian conscious nationally, doesn't also belong to Russia? Great question. Because Donbass is directly inside of the pre-existing Ukrainian territory, and even Russia recognized that that would have been fucking ridiculous to permanently annex, which is precisely why the Minsk agreements did not demand the permanent annexation of Donbass, LPR or DPR, but instead simply wanted them to have some semblance of autonomy. That's the reason why. Okay? That's crazy. The comparison between Crimea and LPR and DPR is fucking stupid. And even then, even like the incursion into Crimea is already unjustifiable under international human rights. Like, I get it. The reason why I put it in a separate category as opposed to the Russian barbaric maneuvers in fucking eastern Ukraine is because look at the way they overtook Crimea as opposed to the way they are still trying to permanently fucking annex a place that they have no business annexing. Yeah. Sevastopol was already inside of fucking Crimea. Bad news for Canada. 85% of us speak English. No, it's not a direct it's not a direct comparison either, because when you say like Canada has like I guess it's like if people in Michigan were watching like Canadian TV and there were differences between, like, there were some differences between like the ethnic identification of people, where people in like the northern border were like, well, I feel very Canadian, you know what I mean? But even then, it doesn't fucking matter. It's still not appropriate at all, okay? So in the end, it just means to implement his wet dreams of returning the Westworld back to non-gay and family ideals and civilize us. Yeah, no, that's fucking stupid too. That's the dumbest. That argument is just for American. That argument is for Amerifats on Telegram channels that resented and hated Russia their entire lives because they were communists, only to like get flipped on Russia by reading 8 fucking Telegram memes directly beamed into their consciousness from a fucking KGB agent. Okay, that's it. That's all it took for some of these dumb Amerifats to turn on Russia and to become like the #1 dick riders of Vladimir Putin. God damn, Americans are so fucking stupid. It is actually mind-boggling how stupid some Americans are. They literally spent their entire life going, oh, Russia is fucking socialist. Russia is socialist. Post-USSR dissolution. Russia is still socialist. The socialist menace. We hate him. I hate him. I hate him. We got to nuke Moscow. Only to fucking have 3 Tucker Carlson broadcasts with like only to read 3 different memes from a Telegram channel directly from an FSB agent and like watching one Tucker Carlson video about Russia to turn into fucking Duganist for some goddamn reason. They're like, yeah, that's right. Have you noticed Vladimir Putin is actually a beacon of masculinity, whereas Zelensky is gay, a homosexual. Ukraine is trying to fight back against Russia because they're gay. They want transsexuals to dominate Ukraine. We don't want that in America. Like, how can you flip so fast? These guys are so dumb. If I do legitimately believe that if China were to use the appropriate techniques of influence peddling by using the same fucking memes and shit, by using TikTok and shit, they could convince these dumb fuck boomers to be on board with globo homo communism, dude. I swear to fucking God. You just gotta be like, you know what's gay? Private enterprise in healthcare. That's gay as fuck, actually. Yeah. You know what's gay? Not advocating for homo communism. Globo homo communism. Whoa, what? What do you mean? We must become transgenders to fight back against the woke transgenders. That's why we need globo homo communism. It's the only way to defeat woke.
With Russia. And it's a security conference, so believe me, everybody here is talking about exactly this issue. But I think, if you look at these discussions, I don't really believe that Putin, even if he meets President Trump, which probably will happen, that he will necessarily change his mind, because he's not just looking at Ukraine. Ukraine is a very important issue. But I think Putin's ultimate objective is what he was talking about way back at the beginning when Russia invaded Ukraine, which is a very big picture. It's not only, Ukraine can never join NATO. It's that you push NATO out of Eastern Europe, push them out of this region and go back to like 1991. And that, of course, is never going to happen. But that literally is one of the demands of Vladimir Putin. So he's got a long-term objective. And I do believe that President Trump doesn't quite comprehend that demand that Putin is making. It's very big. He wants to literally define security in Europe, or lack of security, which it would be.
Yeah, and again, you are right now in a country that's on the front lines of this sort of rhetorical and physical resistance to Russia.
Come on. Come on, bro. Estonia on the front lines of what, dude? God damn, bro. This is why those countries love NATO, by the way. Just this alone is enough. Okay? You get to hear on American television that Estonia is on the front lines. They're like, yeah, Estonia mentioned. It's so funny because, like, the only reason why America would ever choose to defend Eastern Europe, which, by the way, I'm not convinced it even would, is if they, one, thought Russia was weak enough not to be able to take Eastern Europe, and two, and more importantly, not even two, the major reason would be to defend its power on the global stage. Because once you penetrate that veil, once you destroy the idea that like NATO is a collaborative security project, all of a sudden, everything falls apart. So in order to maintain this idea, in order to maintain these weapons contracts, America has to defend these NATO countries. When in fact, if Russia was a more powerful enemy and it just rolled over Ukraine and then fucking rolled over Poland and Estonia, okay, I don't think America would actually defend any of these countries. I'm just being serious. I think the United States of America is incredibly fucking selfish, okay? Unimaginably selfish. And I know this. And I think now many liberals know this as well, because they've seen the way Donald Trump talks about Ukraine. So in that regard, if Russia actually had the smoke and the weapons and the capabilities to literally fucking roll over into Lviv all the way past Kyiv, take it over, go to Lviv, and then move directly into like fucking Poland or whatever, trust me, America, I don't think would defend these NATO nations. They just got their Estonian NATO airspace violated by a Russian Su-35 when they tried to detain a Russian Black Fleet tanker and nothing happened.
Russia. What's the view from there?
HasanAbi, I don't know. Eastern European liberals still think for the most part the USA actually cares about us, and not because they use us as a colony, but with Trump, it kind of feels like this is changing. But I don't know if for the better. Yeah. I think Eastern Europe has been plagued with a severe lack of autonomy since the inception of nation states in Eastern Europe. Okay? In the way that we understand the modern world, right? Having said that, I think the American approach of just farming out weapons contracts with assurances of security is far better in the minds of Eastern Europeans, specifically because like post-USSR, a lot of these countries already had like their fill of Russian involvement in their affairs or Soviet involvement in their affairs. And there was a lot of reactionary counter movements in these countries that also were nationalist movements, right-wing nationalist movements. So, because of that reason, the American approach is much nicer, I think, from their perspective. They believe it. They believe the bullshit that America sells them. Better to be in the orbit and sphere of influence of America that's far away and doesn't care enough about you than to be in the orbit and sphere of influence of a country that's in your ass cheeks and directly intervenes in your domestic affairs in ways that you don't like.
On whether there has been a back and forth swing on how the Americans are behaving. You know, President Trump for the first time had words that were construed by some as a little bit tougher on Vladimir Putin. Even J.D. Vance did. But now President Trump is going back to saying that he wants to powwow with Putin. So is it a little bit of like a tennis match from the European perspective?
Well, I mean, it is confusing. And I think that that's probably due to both President Trump, who's been kind of back and forth, but also Vladimir Putin. You know, you kind of shake it up, get a lot of confusion in the situation, and it works for him to temporize, you know, to think, well, I can get a better deal, let's see what happens. But I think the mood here, John, is that people obviously, since they were invaded and taken over by the Soviet Union in 1940, it's a difficult relationship with Russia. That said, if you ask what they think about President Trump, I think they're worried. They are worried that President Trump ultimately may just kind of walk away and say, look, I tried, these parties can't get it together, I'm out of here, and it's in the hands of the Europeans. So that is a concern, because even though the Europeans are rallying, and they're rallying actually quite quickly with more sanctions, giving more money. By the way, Estonia itself is going to be giving 5.4% of its GDP, which is a lot more than the United States does, to its own defense, which is for NATO. So they're very serious about it. But
there's nothing funnier than this woman, this American woman, sitting there and talking about how one of its colonies is paying additional penance to the American mercenary force and the American military industrial complex to the tune of 5% of its entire national GDP. Okay? It's so funny. And you ask Estonians this, they're going to be like, of course, we don't want fucking disgusting Russian orcs coming over and taking over our country. Like, this is literally a colony. This is what it is. They're saying, my lordship, we will pay you. How the fuck do you think feudal structures worked in the land of monarchs? How do you think this worked? It was exactly the same. The king has an army. Half of the army is actually the very same peasants that are working under the feudal structure. The army is comprised of the peasants, but the army also pays taxes to the king, so the king will protect them. Yeah. In the modern world, we also call this a protection racket. It's what the mafia does. A racket. An extortion racket, a protection racket. That's it. You don't want the rival gangs to come up and fuck your business up? You have to pay us money so that you can defend yourself with the weapons that we will give you. And maybe if you're good enough, we'll come in and defend you directly if the other mafia comes in. And just like the mafia, in order to justify NATO in many of these countries, they literally did do mafia shit, for the record. I'm, of course, talking about Operation Gladio. So, yeah. Wonderful stuff here.
I do think the one phrase that I did hear over and over again was Estonia was right. And Estonia meaning not only Estonia, but a lot of people in this region. Estonia was right in 2022 when they said that Vladimir Putin would invade Ukraine. And they would argue, you know, people weren't paying attention. But of course, now everybody understands that that's precisely what happened.
Yeah, this is no
Estonia
game for Estonia.
Owned Hasan.
This is no deal, per se. This is life and death. Jill Doherty, thank you for being there. Thank you for joining us this morning. All right, with us now, CNN Global Affairs analyst Kim Dozier. So, Kim, what does that do? There are low-level meetings happening right now in Turkey between Russia and Ukraine. But what does it do to those meetings if President Trump says, you know, the only way this is going to get done is if I meet with Vladimir Putin?
Yeah, this feels like a cakewalk where Putin keeps pulling the chairs out from underneath Ukraine, and Trump just lets them. Across Europe and in Ukraine, where I just was, they're feeling like Trump always sides with Putin.
To be fair to Trump on this, Trump has all the motion on the planet, okay, to literally do a deal with Israel. And it doesn't have to be a deal. It's just Trump has to say the words to Israel, which is stop. Instead of saying the words, am Israel high? All he needs to do is say the words, stop. Okay? Like, you know how he said, Vladimir, stop. And we all laughed at that. He could say that to Israel and Israel would stop. Part of the reason why I thought maybe there is like some chance in the incredibly hyper unlikely off chance that there could potentially be a ceasefire. The reason why I said it could potentially happen was because he has no shot at doing this with Russia. He has no control over Russia, but he has full control over Israel. So in order for him to like seemingly get a W, I thought maybe he would try to dial the fucking violence back. He didn't even take that. Okay? But with Russia, he has nothing. What's he supposed to do? Like, at the end of the day, Vladimir, stop, is basically what he can do. Now, what he could do with Russia is, instead of going to Russia, he could go to China. China has time and time again shown to be a restrained party that wants peace in Ukraine, that wants to maintain stability, that is willing and able to reign in Russia. Okay? Donald Trump could go to China. But instead, Donald Trump is agitating against China. Instead of trying to get China to the table and get China to rein in its partner here. Xi wore a Z ribbon. What the fuck are you on? Oh. You know what? Fuck it. Things are good. There's no reason to fucking fix it. Russia is not a partner to China. It's their colony. No, it is a partner to China. It is not their colony. You're dumb as fuck. Genuine question, but as a European, I don't really see China as impartial or wanting stability after he went to Russia to visit the parade. What makes you think it would help? Wait, first of all, the entire planet, especially on that part of the world, celebrate Victory Day. That's not unique. Okay? It's Victory Day. When I went into France, it was Victory Day there too. Like, Xi Jinping going to Russia or going to Moscow for the fucking Victory Day parade is meaningful. Yes, it's China showing support to its ally, to its partner. But it's you know, their perspective on the matter is I think their perspective on the matter is basically, and this resembles the Global South's framework as well, because you'll see some people that are like pro-Russia and then pro-Palestine, and you're like, why the fuck is this happening? Why are so many people pro-Russia and pro-Palestine? The reason for that is the same reason why China is a partner to Russia in this endeavor. Because Russia is seen as a fucking weapon to wield against Western interests. They're the only guys dumb enough to aggressively go after any sort of Western intervention and actually put the fucking manpower necessary to and expend to undermine Western interests in their backyard. That's it. Because every single one of these countries that is outside of the periphery of the West and Western powers has their own fucking Ukraine. Okay? That's it. So for them, even if they don't fuck with what Russia is doing, and not because they care about the humanity of Ukrainians, no fucking state cares about human beings, let's be real. They don't even care about their own safety and security, the safety and security of their own human beings. They care about politics. They care about distribution of assets, resources, power. And in that regard, in that respect, China's analysis on the situation is clear. They just look at Russia as dangerous enough and unstable enough to literally, the mad lads, they're doing it. They're like, they're basically saying like, some of y'all claim to be anti-West, but they're actually fucking doing what anti-West looks like. That's what it is. And it's totally understandable for them to take a campus position. I know someone said campus in here earlier to describe it, but it's like, yeah, no shit. That's because they are literally in the enemy camp. in the eyes of the United States of America. So I guess technically, yeah, they're campus. Campus is what you say to an American who is fucking against the West unconditionally, no matter who the fucking groups that they're aligning with are. Campism is just geopolitics. No, I'm using it as a joke.
But in Ukraine, the idea is if we just keep showing up, if we show that we're the willing party here, eventually, hopefully, Trump will see that Putin is playing him and the rest.
You say fucking Victory Day parade? Are you fucking crazy? You should apologize. Wait, apologize for what? What? Explain what your position is here. Victory over Estonia and you're laughing? Okay, shut the fuck up. Apologize to who? The Nazis? Like historically the Axis? What do you think Victory Day parades are? They're the fucking it's victory over Nazi Germany and Europe. What the fuck? Oh, this person I think is Russian and literally didn't understand what I was saying. Oh my God. This person thinks I was shitting on Victory Day, not realizing that I was making fun of a chatter who was like, why did she go to the parade in Russia, not realizing that it was a fucking Victory Day parade. No weed, only vodka. Okay, that's how we know this person's Russian. Yeah, you misunderstood me, dumbass. I wasn't saying fuck Victory Day. What are you, insane? You think I'm a fucking Nazi? Once again, we have a situation where chatter doesn't understand what I'm saying and then makes it my fucking problem. If it's unethical for the U.S. to support Israel, why isn't it unethical for China to support Russia? Do you think China's support over first of all, Russia's not doing the same thing that Israel is doing. If it was, I was going to say they would have nuked Russia, but honestly, probably not, because Western leadership is just so insanely selfish and they probably wouldn't do shit. But secondly, America's involvement with Israel is entirely different. China did not invent Russia, okay? In the way that England, the British Empire initially, invented Israel whole cloth. You think there was no, like, you think there was like indigenous nomadic tribes living there? And then fucking China came in and put these Russians there and Russified the entirety of the USSR? The fuck are you talking about? China did invent Russia. Half of Russia looks Chinese. Okay, that's fair. Do you not think Russia is committing a genocide? I think that there are understandable investigations into genocidal intent in areas of Russian operation, like was it Bakhmut? Like insane levels of slaughter, but overall, no. Not Bakhmut, sorry, Bucha. I apologize. You're right. Also, that's not my assessment. Yeah, there's not a single UN report nor the ICC or ICJ that shows genocide. Like, there hasn't been any investigation or trials into at least tackling it from that angle. To be fair, if there was, I would definitely read into it and try to figure out if there is veracity to the claims. So you're a genocide denier. Okay, yeah, sure. Like, I think there is a level of war that goes beyond war. That's why I say, like, what America did in the Korean War is it amounts to a genocide, certainly. And I think I think that would be considered a genocide if it wasn't America doing it, you know, and a coalition of the willing. But I wouldn't even say that about, I don't know, other wars that America is engaged in, like Vietnam and Korea would reach that level, but I don't even know if Iraq would reach that level. Like, I don't know if it would be considered, but I don't know. Maybe. All of this is certainly immoral regardless. I think Iraq probably too. It's because of the sanctions too. Like, the sanctions before America even invaded Iraq was responsible for the death of 500,000 Iraqis, you know?
Of us, and that he has no intentions of engaging in a ceasefire or engaging in real meaningful peace talks. He wants to capture Ukraine.
Why is it, if you can explain, that the idea of Trump saying that he wants to meet with Putin, why is it seen by people in Ukraine and, frankly, across Europe that is caving to Putin's demands?
Because in the run-up to this, remember, a number of European leaders took the long train ride into Kyiv, and together with President Zelensky, they agreed that a ceasefire would start this past week, and that Putin had to comply with it or face
Genocide deniers, so the killing of indigenous people would be considered a just war? Wait, what? Who are you talking about? Are you saying that I'm denying genocide? What? I'm confused.
massive sanctions. And Trump indicated that he also agreed with that. They called him from Kyiv, and he agreed to that. A day later, Putin says, well, how about talks? We should do direct talks. So that was his way of heading off the threat of sanctions from not complying with the ceasefire. And it wouldn't have worked, except Trump endorsed it and said to Zelensky by tweet, well, you better show up in Turkey. Zelensky showed up. Putin is the no-show, and somehow Putin keeps getting excused. So that's the narrative as it's seen here in Tallinn, Estonia, in the Baltics, in Kyiv. They just feel like Trump admires Putin so much that he just keeps giving him a pass.
There's something of a diplomatic...
Someone said, what about kill the boar? Yeah, white genocide is not real. Shut the fuck up.
charade going on in Istanbul today. In a sense, it's all orchestrated by the Russians, who are trying to avoid any real commitment to a ceasefire. So they're playing for time, as we knew they would from last week onwards, and the international community can't really do very much about it so far.
Oh, there is a ICJ. There is a ICJ decision, Ukraine versus Russia. In 2022. Ukraine made international law a centerpiece of its war effort since Russia's full-scale invasion on February 24, 2022. It came as something as a shock. Then to see the International Court of Justice deal Ukraine's legal effort 2 blows and a pair of disappointing decisions last week. In both cases, Ukraine didn't lose entirely, but the wins were so modest that a thoughtful observer called the results a huge loss for Ukraine and a major disappointment in its lawfare efforts against Russia. First case is irrelevant because we're talking about Russia's current invasion. Second case, which garnered far more attention, was filed by Ukraine against Russia shortly after Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in February 2022. There, Ukraine had employed an exceptionally clever legal maneuver. Because there is no international court with jurisdiction over the violation of the UN Charter committed by Russia when it invaded Ukraine, and no international court with jurisdiction over the crime of aggression committed by Russian leaders in Ukraine, Ukraine instead used the dispute resolution provision in the Genocide Convention to bring Russia to court. In a cunning twist, it used Russia's own disinformation against it, arguing that Russia's false claims that Ukraine was engaging in genocide against members of the Russian ethnic minority in eastern Ukraine, which it had used to justify its unlawful acts of aggression, made for a dispute under the Genocide Convention that the court should resolve. The court agreed. And in its order on provisional measures, decided that Ukraine's claims were plausible and, among other things, ordered Russia to immediately suspend the military operations that it commenced on the 24th of February in the territory of Ukraine, an order Russia had entirely and predictably ignored. Ukraine's big win on provisional measures had led to some to predict a big win for Ukraine at following stages, but in the decision last week on preliminary objections, the court failed to deliver. It decided that Ukraine's clever approach, which had won the support of 32 intervening states, was too clever by half. It upheld Russia's objection that Russia's uses of force based on allegations of genocide, even if false, fell outside of the scope of the Genocide Convention and thus outside of the court's jurisdiction. But it did not kill the case entirely. It decided that it will decide whether there is any credible evidence that Ukraine is responsible for committing genocide in violation of the Genocide Convention in Donetsk and Luhansk oblasts of Ukraine. This is something of a Pyrrhic victory for Ukraine, as it means that Ukraine's conduct, not Russia's, will be the focus of the argument on the merits. Even so, it does allow the courts to review a key justification Russia has offered for its military campaign. Russia's violations of the court's provisional measures order might also leave Ukraine with some room to maneuver. I hate people to just keep fucking slamming at Grok in the chat. We get it. Y'all are funny. Okay? Let's continue.
In a way, Marco Rubio, the American Secretary of State, said about a month ago, we'll have no more negotiations about negotiations, no more talks about talks. Well, that almost certainly is what they're going to come out with today, negotiations about negotiations. It isn't taking us very far in the direction of a ceasefire. Meanwhile, the war itself keeps on moving. And so the Russians have put a great deal of effort into attacking always on the southeastern front, that big semicircle in the southeast. And in this area, they're replacing their battlefield losses now. They're bringing people in with only a month's training and throwing them straight into the front. And that whole front has been alive now for many, many months. Now, as we get into the campaign season, the Russians will push even harder. And so they're making some gains around Lyman. They're making some gains around Touretsk, but the Ukrainians are pushing back. The Ukrainians are still holding Pokrovsk, even though the Russians have tried to get all the way around it, but they still can't. And the Russians themselves still can't take Chazev Yar, which is a really important center for going northwards to take the whole of the Donbass. Here's the key thing. Over a year ago, in February last year, February 2024, the Russians took Avdiivka. That was a really important strategic gain for them, a really important strategic loss for the Ukrainians. Over a year later, 15 months later, they're only 30 miles further on. They still haven't taken Pokrovsk. That tells you all you really need to know about what's going on in the war. It's a bit of a stalemate.
So during this time, we were living in Chambers Road, and there were documents related to the Penn Biden Center or the Biden or the cancer moonshot or your book. Where did you keep papers that related to those things that you were actively working on?
Well, I don't know. This is what, 2017, 18, that area?
Yes, sir.
Remember, in this time frame, my son is either been deployed or is dying. And so it was, and by the way, there were still a lot of people at the time when I got out of the Senate that were encouraging me to run in this period, except the president. They're not a mean thing to say. I mean, he just thought that
What you're seeing here, what you are seeing here is a man demonstrating how perfect his brain is. Okay? That's right. What you're watching here is a man who doesn't have a PhD in foreign policy. He's just that brilliant. Okay? What you are watching here is a man who does not have a PhD. You might think he has a PhD because he's that fucking good, okay? But he doesn't have one.
That she had a better shot of winning the presidency than I did. And so I hadn't at this point, even though I'm at Penn, I hadn't walked away from the idea that I might run for office again. So if I ran again, I'd be running for president. And so what was happening though, what month did Bo die? May 30th, 2015. Was it 2015 he died?
2015.
I think it's 2015.
I'm not sure the months are, but I think that was That's right, Mr. President.
And what's happened in the meantime is that Trump gets elected in November of 2017? 2016. All right. So.
Dude, I hate everyone involved in this. It is so crazy. What do you think her thought when he heard this shit? He must have been like, dude, this guy has the fucking nuclear launch codes, man. This motherfucker has the nuclear launch codes. Like, that's crazy. You're just sitting there, and this guy that you have understandably said is too incompetent to sit for a trial because a jury would look at him and go, he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's fucking demented. That guy's the president. Maybe that's why Trump kept talking about the auto pen, because he's like saying that Biden is so brain dead that he doesn't even know what he was fucking signing. God, and the liberals, they fucking fought me so hard on this. God damn. They fought long and hard. God damn, they fought so much. They fought every step of the way on this. Do you think the hair feels nice on the back of his neck? Like right here? Yeah. He has such a weirdly shaped head at this point because it's like he's just so old.
Why do I have 2017 here?
That's when you left office, January of 2017.
Okay. But that's when Trump gets sworn in.
Right.
January.
Right. Correct.
Okay. Yeah. Correct. And in 2017, Bo had passed, and this is personal. The genesis.
The audio shows that the transcript lacked Biden's dry whisper voice and the long silences as he struggles to speak and remember details. Those often were supplied by his attorneys who acted as caretakers of his memory. There's also a clock on the background as a metronome. That's crazy. Tick, Bo had passed. Tick, tock, tick, tock, tick. This is personal. Tick, tock, tick, tock, tick. The genesis. Tick. God damn. Is this a recent interview? No, dog. This was the fucking investigation that was being conducted when he was president with special counsel Robert Hur. Biden was questioned about his documents and where he kept the documents. Remember there was a whole fucking... This is in 2023. Fuck.
The book and the title, Promise Me Dad, was a...
Are you sure he's not just pausing to collect himself because he's talking about his deceased son that he loved? Shut the fuck up. Shut your stupid fucking liberal face up. You are not this person. No one is this person. I am refusing to entertain that there is a person like this right now at this stage that still maintains the position that Biden actually was just simply emotional. And what's next? A stutter? Are you going to say he was stuttering? Dog, he doesn't know when his son died. What are you talking about, dude? He does not know when his son died. He didn't know what year Donald Trump was elected. This is why you know every single person that was like, oh, we didn't know he was this bad is just a fucking liar, okay? You know when he's like, you know when everyone's like, well, behind closed doors, he was a dynamo. Yeah, this is the behind closed doors. Doesn't seem like a fucking dynamo.
I know you're all close with your sons and daughters, but Bo was like my right arm.
Bro, he could not recognize George Clooney at an event that a fundraiser that George Clooney had put for him. Okay? Do you understand? Like, he's known George Clooney for multiple decades at this point. It's not just like random George Clooney, who is a very famous celebrity, and like, oh, maybe he hasn't watched Ocean's 11. You know, it's not like that. He's known George Clooney. George Clooney has been a fucking major booster of the Democratic Party. He was throwing a fundraiser for him. He went to the fundraiser and he's like, who is this guy? Are you fucking kidding me?
And that was my left. These guys were a year and a day apart, and they could finish each other's sentences. And Bo, I used to go home on the train in the period.
Dude, I can't make my judgment on Biden's senility until I see him blow out Jill Biden's back, as the Daily Mail famously reported, okay? Is he a sexual dynamo or not? Okay? Is he making that ass quake? Because then I will reserve my judgment until I know with conclusive evidence that he is blowing backs out, okay?
That I was still in the Senate. Anyway, do you remember? There was not pressure. Bo knew how much I adored him. And maybe this sounds so. Everybody knew how close we were. There was not anybody in the world who wondered whether or not. Anyway. And so.
Sir, I'm wondering if this is a good time to take a break briefly.
No, let me just keep going to get it done.
Was this memo, Mr. President, was this something that you...
Biden acknowledges keeping classified Afghanistan doc for posterity's sake.
consciously kept after your term as vice president? Is this something that you wanted to hold on to?
I don't recall. Did I have this? Was this in my possession, this memo?
Yes, to give you some context for this, Mr. President, it was found in the front of this notebook that's on the first page, and the notebook was found in the library at the Lake House. in one of the drawers in the
Your
cabinet.
answer is you don't recall. I don't recall how it got back. I mean, I don't recall how it got back in the book because I sent it to the president. I gave it to the president. And this looks like the original. I don't think maybe there's a copy made of it, but I don't think so.
It was faxed, just to give you
Oh,
some
okay,
context.
that's why.
Yeah.
All right, now I got it. I wasn't sure whether I handed it to the president. It was faxed to the president, which I had the copy.
Right.
Okay.
You had the original.
Yeah, I had the original, and I just put it in the book, and that was it.
Okay.
Is 5D Chess, he knew he was in the wrong, so he played senile to avoid prosecution, and it worked. Hashtag Dark Brandon.
Were you aware that you had kept it after your term as vice president?
That's right.
Did you know that you had it?
I don't know that I knew, but it
Watch me.
It wasn't something I would have stopped to think about.
The reason I ask is it's been written about. Bob Woodward wrote about it in one of his books. Jules Whitcover wrote about it in his biography of you. So that's the reason I asked, is if it was something that you wanted to hang on to because it was going to be the subject of reporting or history.
I don't know if it would be subject to reporting, but I wanted to hang. I guess I wanted to hang on to it just for posterity's sake. I mean, this was my position on Afghanistan. I've been of the view, from a historical standpoint, that there are certain points in history, world history, where fundamental things change, usually technology. For example, without Gutenberg's printing press, Europe would be a very different place. Literally a different place, because countries would not have known what was happening in other countries, other parts of the country. You know, think about a stupid idea, a notion. Nixon probably would have been president where he used to television, where he's sweating. I mean, sincerely, he was sweating so profusely in that debate. A lot of people thought he won the debate, but he lost the debate because of his demeanor.
Yeah, he was there, dude. Gutenberg, I was there. I was there when radio killed or was killed by the video star. 99 Theses, Martin Luther, not the black one, the other one. Good guy. Came up to the door of the church with a nail, said, "Watch me. I'm going to nail this like Jesus was nailed on a cross." Now, I'm Catholic, so I didn't like it when he did that. I'm Irish, Jack. That's what I said. I said, "Look alive, Jack." Martin Luther, the day the world changed. Oh, man. Does it make you feel big and strong making fun of a man suffering from dementia? Is this really okay? My grandma died of dementia and you're disgusting? You ain't special, bitch. So did my grandma. Fuck you. Okay, guess what? She wasn't running the state. Okay? God damn. Dumbass. We wouldn't let her behind the fucking wheel of a car, let alone give her the nuclear launch codes, dumbass. That's the reason why I'm making fun of the situation. The libs are still riding strong for Biden even after this audio. Seriously? You're upset that a man speaks slowly when he's reliving the death of his son? This isn't journalism. It's just a hit piece. Come on. Harry. Drop this, Harry. God damn. I don't understand why these guys are doing that. Harry, you fuck. We know you fuck, Harry. Harry, you fuck. Okay? You don't have to play the song and dance no more. You fuck. You're out. You're out from the Democratic Party shooter brigade. You're done. you fuck. Okay? Leave the grips of the DNC, Harry. Be an independent, Harry. Nobody thinks you're gay no more, Harry. They know you fuck. And a lot. Quite a bit, as a matter of fact. You can't be out here... you can't be out here behaving like the old Harry. The old Harry people thought was gay. That's the Harry that defended the Democratic Party. He should have come out and just been like, listen, I fuck. I'm a real hitter, okay? I'm a shooter. And shooters shoot. What's the relevance of him fucking? That's nothing. I'm just making jokes. Charlie Brown does indeed have hoes. Yeah, this is the one time where we were all wrong, okay? Charlie Brown, Harry Hasan, does indeed have hoes. He does indeed fuck. You understand me? Harry is like Sex Pestiny? No, the fuck he's not. Absolutely not. At least all of the material that I looked at was exactly the opposite of Sex Pestiny, where no, he was actually, one, consensual through and through, unless there's, again, I don't know everything. Maybe I missed something, but everything was consensual. And also on top of that, lame as hell for the most part. Material as in like the allegations and shit. Don't fucking compare him to Sex Pestiny. That's crazy. Yeah, he was breaking people's hearts. That's it. That's like, that was his biggest failure, biggest problem. Anyway, let's keep going.
So there's a lot of things that I think are fundamentally changing how international societies function. And they relate a lot to technology.
Like it is, listen to me, okay? It is not illegal to consensually speak to another adult that you are consensually speaking to say, I'll fuck you raw after a wine tasting, okay? Harry Hasan did that. And God damn it, if we're going to consider that illegal behavior, if that's wrong, I don't want to be right. Okay? What's up, honey? I'd love to read a little bit of NPR and then get down consensual style. That's the game he was kicking, dude. That's the type of shit he was saying to women on Snapchat. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, yeah. Damn. That ass is fat. From the hot tub, too. Let's NPR and chill.
And one of the things that I was of the view that a lot has changed in terms of everything from the internet to the way in which we communicate with one another, to that has fundamentally altered the ability. I've had this discussion with the press.
Mr. President, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, I'm sorry. Anyway, that's what I wanted to do. It had
really,
nothing to do with Afghanistan.
Okay, that answered my question.
And Mark, just really quickly, I promise it'll be brief. I just really would like to avoid, for the purpose of a clean record, getting into speculative areas. When the president responded and said, I don't recall intending to keep this memo, you then said, well, might you have thought it was important to keep him, whatever? And he said, well, I guess I could have. His recollection, as I understand it, is he does not recall specifically intending to keep this memo after he left the vice presidency. And I want these questions to be as clearly answered and recorded on the transcript as possible.
I think we should take a break at this point.
All right.
Okay, this story, it's sparking a wave of anger.
We're back to the fucking dark woke versus soy right, folks. Oh my God. In things that I wish I never read. Harry is going down with the Biden ship out of mutual respect for Biden's dick game. The student and the master are fighting one last futile battle together. I mean, I'll take credit for developing a fucking degenerate audience like this, okay? What is this? Harry Hasan Snapchat manipulation scandal. Oh, my goat. My fucking goat, dude. Ah! God, that ass is fat. Respect. Wait, what? Matt Walsh? Oh, Matt Walsh getting... Is Harry a community member? Harry, I think at a certain point probably was a community member. Okay. We're moving on from Brandonian nonsense. We're moving on from Brandonian nonsense to nonsense that pertains to dark woke going to war with the soy right. Now, a lot of you know I've been talking quite a bit about the soy right, which is what we're calling the right wing now, because now that they're in positions of power, their endless cries have yet to cease. They still act like they have nothing because, I don't know, I guess they're not getting all of their wishes or something. But also, you have this new emerging movement called dark woke, where some liberals have decided to basically behave like Republicans normally do. For example, what do? They every now and then they'll believe in like their own version of QAnon theories. Like there was that one guy that claimed that JD Vance was like a serial rapist of children, like a known rapist of children in the state of Ohio. And he was like, I'm coming out with all this information, like, just you fucking wait. You know, that kind of thing. It's different than, like, the dirtbag left. Dark woke is very different than the dirtbag left, because the dirtbag left is usually a group of people that just don't really fuck with identity politics too much, right? Or have, like, a class-first politics. But they're not necessarily like anti-representative politics in general, but they will, you know, they'll behave in ways where the average radlib will consider that to be problematic and that you're a fascist. Dark woke, on the other hand, is like still very libbed up. Like dark woke is very libbed up. I would probably be in the dirtbag left category to a certain degree. Dark woke, on the other hand, is like super duper libbed up and most likely will punch left if push comes to shove. They haven't recently because they're too busy attacking the Republican administration. You're just making up titles for things now? No. First of all, I do that, but right now I'm not doing that. Dirtbag left, where does Chapo fall into? Chapo is the reason why they invented the term dirtbag left. I'm in the wiki? Ain't no fucking way. The dirtbag left is a style of left-wing politics that eschews civility to convey a left-wing populist and anti-capitalist message using vulgarity. It's most closely associated with American left-wing online media that emerged in the mid-2010s, such as the podcast Chapo Trap House. The term was coined by Amber A. Lee Frost associated with her essay, The Necessity of Political Vulgarity, published in the Current Affairs in 2016. While the essay does not directly use the term dirtbag left, it mounts a defense of politics that uses vulgarity as a tool for fighting the powerful, citing libels, I don't fucking know. Used to slander Mary Antoinette, Cone v. California, NWA's protest song, Fuck the Police, among others. Frost writes that vulgarity in itself is not inherently subversive, but argues that the left must reclaim it from the Trumps of the world, lest it be handicapped by its own civility. Dirtbag left is most closely associated with the American politics podcast Chapo Trap House. Chapo emerged in 2016. It combines political analysis, punditry from a socialist perspective with elements of comedy and irony in the style of a shock jock. Beyond Chapo, media outlets that have been linked to, described as, or identified with the dirtbag left include podcasts, Street Fight Radio, TrueAnon, Red Scare, Failed Verification, Stavi's World, and Cumtown. The publication is The Baffler and Current Affairs, and internet streamers Hasan Piker and Vosh. Oh, no! Oh, my God! No! No! Up until this moment, I'm like, oh, these are all my friends, except for Red Scare. I don't know how they got there. Oh! No! No! It's over. Oh, Tacoma wept, dude. Tacoma fucking wept on this day, let me tell you. It fucking wept, dude. I'm weeping. West Hollywood is weeping. Tacoma is weeping. Oh, no. The people want dark woke. What? I mean, that's crazy. Oh, God. Now that I briefly clicked on this meme, there's going to be 11 hours of commentary from crying right-wingers who are going to cut away from their normal broadcast of constantly talking about how women ain't shit and how rape is actually fake to talk about how unimaginable of a slight that I engaged in by clicking on this fucking meme. Oh, brother.
James Comey, our former FBI director, posted on Instagram something that many are interpreting as a call for violence on the president. Look at this. The caption reads, "Cool shell formation on my beach walk."
8647. 1738. Dude, this is awesome. James Comey is a Republican. He has always been a Republican. He just doesn't like Donald Trump. He's a never Trump Republican. Okay. What is this? The two types of leftists, Vosh versus Matt Christman.
Donald Trump and other prominent members of his administration are announcing to us that they intend to commit a coup in the United States.
So I wanted to talk about something today. I wanted to talk about what I heard from a friend.
This isn't a fancy, frivolous use of language. This is a capital C coup d'etat, a traditional seizure of government power by one group against the democratic wishes of the majority.
I heard from a friend who heard it from a friend who heard it from another Trump is stealing the election. Down, down, down.
They have been broadcasting their intentions now for quite some time. And it is clear to me now that they are committed to the following plan.
And I can't believe it, and I can't conceive it, because we're under the gun and Trump's stealing the election.
That is what is going to happen in 5 weeks. Things may actually end up being worse than I imagine them to be.
So it seems like people are kind of erotically enthralled with the idea of Trump having a coup in November. Am I wrong about this? Do they not speak with a virtual ball gag in their mouths and perhaps a butt plug betwixt their cheeks?
I'm going to explain this to you, and I am going to be right.
Just like the fucking libs who are getting off on the prospect of Trump doing a coup because they're just
because he predictably is not accepting that he lost, which everyone knew he would.
And this hits with the Chapo boys, too, those smug doomer dipshits who have completely resigned any possibility of engaging in good political action.
This is another case of people jazzing themselves up on a fight that they want to keep having because they didn't get the orgasm they thought they were going to get out of Biden winning. They just got this kind of sad, seeping ejaculation.
The main issue for me is that there aren't really any, like, good pockets of the left, I feel, outside of, like, my community. It feels like every other big community of leftists has some, like, huge...
And, like, I start throwing a few pitches, and it's... And
this is why liberals get so mad at me whenever I say January 6th was objectively funny. Like, because, like, January 6th has to be a pivotal moment. And in some ways, like, yeah, if you care about those sorts of things as like adult Americans were supposed to, and then you still vote in Donald Trump into office, it's still pretty funny, but it's also kind of damaging. But again, it was funny, objectively funny. You will never, and as I've defended over and over again, you will never have me tell a lie that diabetic, heart diseased, HVAC business owners climbing up the walls of the Capitol Rotunda, okay, live on camera for no real reason, with no like genuine objective beyond stopping a process that is purely fucking symbolic, terrifying the shit out of every American congressperson, and then just smearing their shit all over the walls once they actually breached the halls of Congress. And then every politician saying this is like a million 9/11s that took place in eternity, just constantly repeating this over and over again in perpetuity. Amazing. It was fucking hilarious. Only followed up by the Brazilian January 6th, which was also hilarious. But I feel like the American version was still funnier because it's closer to home for me.
The crowd's going crazy. And then, you know, I thought that would be cool.
No, sorry, Matt, Chrisman, and Trayon talk shit about you. No, I didn't. What, on Twitter or over their podcast or something like that?
Yeah, no, that Vouch guy, people want me to debate him, and I've looked at the debate? What would you want me to jangle keys in front of his face? He seems like the dumbest people I've ever encountered.
Anyway, that's I don't know where I would put Vaush in categorically, because he has like a lot of liberal tendencies. He's also a big time NATO boy. He hammered me quite a bit on the Hasan loves Russia stuff. He really farmed that shit into oblivion. But he's always been pro-Palestine, and I gave him credit for that. Forever. He's definitely not dirtbag left enough. Yeah, but in some respects, he used to do shit that like Choppa Boys would never do, like fucking say the N-word. The tactical deployment of an N-word to show that the word does not scare him. The word has no power over him. A white man when talking to other racists. So I don't know if I can call him a dirtbag leftist. Because then that means like everyone on the dirtbag left is doing tactical deployments of the N-word. Even though he did get banned off Twitch for saying not so nice things. Ironically enough, Vaush, despite being a hardline NATO liberal, okay, said something that I would never say. Said something on Twitch that I literally use as an example of what not to say about Tel Aviv. I go so far as to say what he said about Tel Aviv and what to do to Tel Aviv, even fucking Bad Empanada does not say, for the record. He says some stuff. Is Bad Empanada's Twitter handle? No, he went beyond. I think Bad Empanada was saying Dresden, Tel Aviv, whereas Voss said something beyond that. He said Hiroshima, Tel Aviv. Pretty sure Bad Empanada only says Dresden, Tel Aviv, whereas Voss said, the N-word, but this time not the N-word that you've heard from him in the past, tactically deployed. This is the other tactical N-word, nuclear. Him accusing that lady of being racist who was just trying to explain decolonialization to him was seriously fucked up. Yeah, there was a whole period of him and Sex Pestany constantly fucking duking it out with like people that were just simply trying to explain to them that like not all nationalism is the same, that like emancipatory nationalism is different than, you know, Nazi nationalism. That's always funny. Whenever like a black or brown person is trying to engage in the emotional labor of describing to a white NatSec liberal that, you know, there are differences between emancipatory nationalist movements. Now, ironically enough, for a guy that said tactical N-word Tel Aviv, what the fuck does he think Hamas is? I mean, that's also a emancipatory national movement. You know, that's what that is. Actually, I don't even know what his fucking takes on Hamas are. I think he was like shitting on me for defending the Houthis' blockade on the Red Sea. I remember that. Which I also find really strange. Again, an untenable, unsustainable position. Israel's doing a genocide, and he literally got banned for saying, once again, I will not say this, you know, Hiroshima and Nagasaki Tel Aviv, but also simultaneously he's like, you know what's a bridge too far? Implementing an economic blockade on the country that you said to nuke the capital of. Like, it doesn't make sense. It's like where is the consistency is just gone. It's just so illogical. Yeah, he was acting like the Houthis were just targeting random ships. Yeah, they're just like barbaric. They're just what do you call it? Barbaric rapist monsters who just want to rape the ships. That's what the Houthis are doing. They want to do ISIS-style beheadings of the ships. They want to cut the heads off the ship.
And it says 8647.
So this is what the former director is saying in response to this. It literally makes no sense, but here it is. I posted earlier a picture of some shells I saw today on a beach walk, which I assume were a political message. I didn't realize some folks associated those numbers with violence. It's never occurred to me, but I oppose violence of any kind, so I took the post down. So what political message did you think it represented?
Just in case you don't know, most people do. In the dictionary, it defines 86 as slang for to throw out, to get rid of. And
dude, this is awesome. Oh my God, this is like almost 500,000 views in 10 hours. Oh, dude, imagine a boomer watching this and just like whipping himself up into a frenzy to have an aneurysm because they're so scared of their beautiful president getting assassinated. Oh, that's so funny. Today has been 8,647 days since September 11, 2001 attacks. How many messages was James Comey sending today? Oh my God, what did he know? Oh my God. Wait, Jack Posobiec, 8646? No. What did he know? Oh my God. I can't believe these guys are being so violent.
And to refuse service to. A lot of restaurants use this when I was a waitress. They would put 86 green beans on the chalkboard, so you knew we were out of it.
But when it comes to law enforcement, a lot of times 86 means death.
That's
they
right.
kill him by 86 him. He's dead. So we thought the head of the FBI has to know when 86 can be
100%.
used. Why would you post that? Number one, who cares what James Comey thinks? All he's
Dude. This is fucking... I love this story. I love this story. This guy, like, they're unironically being like, yeah, no, he meant like assassinate the current president as a Republican, former head of the FBI under both Barack Obama and also Donald Trump, a person who was perhaps most responsible for Donald Trump winning the fucking election against Hillary Rodham Clinton. That guy is actually now out there being like, we should assassinate the president. You're fucking... This is so fucking stupid. Oh, it's awesome. Oh, that's great, man. That's what's going on. Brian Kilme confused 86 with 187.
he spends his time on the beach. I'm wondering, did he do that rock formation?
Right, I was wondering that too.
Or do you think he just
100%.
walked on and thought you'd share it? So this caused Don Jr. stumbled on it first and said, are you calling for the assassination of my dad?
Yeah.
So here's the president.
Of my dad? Dude, you're like 50. You're not allowed to say that. Just say the president. Okay? He's everybody's dad at this point. If you're like a 50-year-old man, you can't be like, are you calling for the assassination of my dad? He's the president, man. Am I wrong about this? Am I crazy for taking issue with Don Jr. and this statement here? Not my daddy. Like, ugh, gross.
Ask, responding to it.
He knew exactly what that meant. A child knows what that meant. If you're the FBI director and you don't know what that meant assassination. And it says it loud and clear. Now, he wasn't very competent, but he was competent enough to know what that meant. And he did it for a reason, and he was hit.
Oh, God. Conservatives love being the victim so much. It's their favorite thing. It's their favorite sport. By the way, this is literally verbatim the same shit where, like, Tectone crying about his fucking rapist father or whatever and how he can't fucking stream with him anymore because it's my fault that, his dad was such a serial sexual abuser in the American military that they made a fucking new rule around it, you know? It's just like, dude, what do you mean? We see you, we hear you, we know what you're doing every other moment of the day when you're not crying about this. Like, what the fuck do you mean? Like, Donald Trump saying this is so funny to me because he's like, he literally retweeted a guy who had a visual of like Brandon in fucking bound in the back of his pickup truck. Like, that was a big deal. I laughed about that when that happened too. I was like, come on, guys. Like, who gives a shit? But like, what are we doing? Like, you're Donald Trump. You can't do this. Like, you are not allowed. Okay? You are not allowed to cry about this if you're fucking Donald Trump. What the hell? I hate this. I hate this, like, overt hypocrisy. I hate this incredible hypocrisy. I can't stand it. It makes me so angry. And it's especially frustrating because you know who actually goes, I guess it's actually fair. I gotta hand it to these fucking dipshits. You know who only does that? Stupid ass liberals do that. Okay? And leftists too. Only you motherfuckers in this chat and stupid ass liberals do this shit. Republicans, you could be like, what are you talking about? Look at this shit. What is this? He'd be like, yeah, well, he deserved it. He deserved to be murdered. I want to kill Joe Brandon. Blah, blah, blah. in the same breath as talking about how devastating it is that the big, beautiful boy, our big, beautiful president was actually fucking almost assassinated. And that's what Jim Comey is trying to do. They don't care. They're too stupid. The right has endless amounts of freedom. Okay? The right has endless amounts of freedom to just say whatever the fuck and be overtly hypocritical, contradictory in the same breath. I think liberals got to stop this shit. They got to drop this. Don't even ever fucking give a moment to this kind of like woe is me ass cry bully bullshit, okay? Yeah, Donald Trump Jr. got my Paul Pelosi Halloween costume ready. No love lost for Liz Cheney, but the right just forgets this shit. All these Republicans pretending Comey was threatening to kill Trump is pretending to be mad that it was totally fine with Trump saying Liz Cheney should be put in front of 9 barrels shooting at her. Let's see how she feels about it when the guns are trained on her face. No, this is also bullshit. This is not even an appropriate line of hypocrisy baiting because Donald Trump very clearly was calling Liz Cheney a chicken hawk in that situation. Like, you would know because you're the king dog whistle. Mountains out of molehills, a classic reactionary tendency, says you. Bro, you do that when you said Russia wouldn't invade? What? Let's go, Chad. Is Friday debate? What the fuck? What? I'm so confused. How is that even applicable in this circumstance? Anyway. Have you seen this?
What's going to happen in the future? I'm saying to you, we have not called for the killing of white people, at least for now. I can't guarantee the future.
I love that it's called crossing the line. Oh, that's hilarious.
I mean, you'd understand somebody watching that, especially as it gets shared on Twitter, they freak out. It sounds like a genocidal call.
Cry babies. Cry babies.
I'm not calling for the slaughter of white people, at least for now.
I can't give you a guarantee of the future, especially when things are going the way they are.
Subtext.
Especially if things are going the way they are, there will be a revolution in this country, I can tell you now.
Okay, dude. Okay, dude. He's doing the Trump thing where he's like, things change. I don't even know if this interview will end. I don't know how this interview will end. Ed Krasenstein got visited by the government. Here are more details about how the Trump administration had the Secret Service show up at my home, simply for posting 8647, followed by an explanation in that thread saying I'm not calling for violence. No, not my goat. Not my goat. Dark woke Ed Krasenstein getting a fucking call up from the feds. Listen, who amongst us hasn't talked to the feds about things that they may or may not have said? I'm just saying, you know? It happens sometimes. It is what it is. New York Post should retract this despicable false smear. It's just not true that he refused to officially condemn the Holocaust. That's not debatable. It is a factual error. Wait, what? Politico made a baseless accusation. New York City mayor candidate Zohran Mamdani refused to officially condemn Holocaust / support Israel.
Sponsor on a resolution. When you run for mayor, you face a lot of baseless accusations. And
The
I try
fuck?
to ignore as many of them as I can.
Uh-oh. They saw the polls where he's rising up. He's actually a threat to Cuomo. Here we go.
I can. But this morning, Politico accused me of something that I take very seriously. They released a story falsely claiming that I refused to condemn the Holocaust. Their evidence? My name wasn't listed as a co-sponsor on a resolution I proudly voted for. In this election, we're seeing the real crisis of anti-Semitism and the pain of Jewish New Yorkers being weaponized as a political talking point. Here's the truth. In January, I told my assembly staff not to co-sponsor any resolutions that were emailed to our office. If I'm on a resolution, it's because I was automatically added. I created this blanket policy because I wanted to focus on the substance of legislation. It had nothing to do with the content of the resolution. But I understand this has caused pain and confusion for many, so I want to share my actual record. I have voted every year for the Holocaust Remembrance Day resolution, including this year, to honor the more than 6 million Jewish people murdered by the Nazis. I have repeatedly supported allocating millions of dollars in the state budget for Holocaust survivors. And my campaign has proposed the largest fiscal commitment of any candidate to combat anti-Semitism, an 800% increase in hate crime prevention. As mayor, I will protect Jewish New Yorkers and build a city that every person can be proud to call home. As we get closer to Election Day, you'll unfortunately hear more lies about me, but I'll always be here to tell you.
I can't believe they're hitting the last second exit ramp to be like, wow.
The truth.
Co-sponsoring versus voting has always been pedantic. Yeah. It's I can tell this guy went on minoxidil and finasteride because of you. Did he? Is it not slander? Of course it is, dude. What are you talking about? In a UJA Federation JCRC questionnaire, Andrew Cuomo, Adrian Adams, Brad Lander, Scott Stringer, and Zellner Myrie pledged visit to Israel if elected mayor. Zoran Mamdani declined. One need not to travel to Israel to remain steadfast in their support for Jewish New Yorkers. Yeah, fuck yeah. And it's correct. What do you mean? What do you fucking mean? I can't tell if I'm in an echo chamber in New York, but it baffles me that Cuomo is ahead of Zoran. Dude, it's because, and I told Zoran this, and he knows this better than anyone else in our conversation. If you listen, the real fucking constituencies that he needs to penetrate now, he needs to fucking target are the black and brown aunties. And they are always, especially older people, are always going to go with institutional Democrat Party corrupt charlatans. Always. Old New Yorkers are always going to go with, oh, Andrew Cuomo, I've heard a lot about him. Well, I don't know. He seems like a good guy. Name recognition is a major player here. Name recognition definitely is an issue here, okay? For Zoran especially. But overall, the real reason is because the black and brown voter base especially, and there are a lot of older whites as well that go even further beyond and vote for Republicans in general, but older people in general across the board will go with the institutional pick. Cuomo in New York politics is a name that they remember. The problem is, of course, when you tackle the subject matter from the perspective of like old aunties being a little fucking conservative within the framework of the Democrats and oftentimes like leaning on whatever the institutional candidate is, people call you a racist. But those very same people that call you a racist will literally fucking run around screaming obscenities at fucking Latino and black people that vote for Trump. Or even before they vote for Trump, the idea that they might even vote for Trump is enough to call into question their legitimacy of their race. Like, it's fucking crazy. Do you think Zoran actually has a chance to win? Dude, what is up with these fucking people? Why did they write the name of a fucking like lolly enjoying possible pedophile in the chat? You should be fucking embarrassed, dude. I don't understand it. So this is literally turning into the Sam Hyde shit. Brother, I know you're trying to test something so you can be like, so you can go back and be like, oh, this guy banned me because he can't stand criticism. No, I can't stand you because you enjoy the content of a fucking moron who literally watches lolly porn and shows it to other people. Like, that's it. And also on top of that, he's a fucking Israel supporter. It's the same principle behind why I banned mentions of Sam Hyde for the longest fucking time, because his also pedophilic neo-Nazi fans would fucking come in here and straight up constantly be like, oh, Sam Hyde. It's like, no, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing to know that like my fellow human beings are this dumb and this this willing to fucking openly admit that they watched someone who was gross as fuck like this. Yeah, every person coming into your chat to talk about Asman or Nux or whatever is this guy. I know. 5 years on Tinder, swipe right 2 million times and got one date. It's time to Thailand max, bro. He's going to go, oh, dude, the mere mention of this fucking gross loser caused him to get triggered. But, like, the reality is, yeah, I'm just fucking relitigating why I think he's a gross little freak. It makes me sad. It makes me truly fucking sad that there are people who would be willing to openly be like, nah, that gross little repulsive freak that's like super pro Israel's genocide. I fucking love that guy. This is fucking stupid. Anyway. Yeah, he got you by revealing that he loves pedophiles. How are you going to come back from this intellectual defeat? That's what I mean. This guy swiped right almost 1% of the entire American population. What is this? So I have to try it. Nuxanor said if anyone says his name in your chat, they would be banned, so let's try it. Bro, this is what I mean. This is what I mean. Like, you should be embarrassed. You should be embarrassed of getting to be openly getting directives from a fucking anime VTuber that every other fucking VTuber hates because he's a gross, lolly enjoying, genocide enjoying loser. Like, every time you come in here, you're basically saying, hey man, I'm here on behalf of a pedophile. The fuck? It's weird. It's the same bullshit. It's the same fucking bullshit that Sam High Defenders were doing. There's another VTuber being a white supremacist that made headlines. Yeah, I saw. And the only reason why I saw it is because apparently after that fucking loser ass VTuber got banned, immediately they were hitting the Hasan loves terrorism and he's not banned, so why can't I say that it was good that George Floyd got killed or some shit? And it's like, I don't know, maybe because you're a fucking gross little freak. Have you seen one of his fans constant replies to this tweet of yours? What is this? Which one? What? How many gerbils did they find in the cavity search? When Hasan was detained by customs, he learned they were cockroach minions of Asmongold. What is this? Oh my God. Is this guy okay? What the fuck? Don't tap the glass? Bro, this is fucking crazy. What is this? Look at what this loser looks like. Who is the guy? Who is this guy? Trauma the Thief? Is that the guy who I don't know. He's got a decent following. Yeah, he's weird, but can't deny he has fans. See? Oh, hey, I was testing something. I've been a fan of Hasan since Bro Tips. Yeah, okay, buddy. Yeah. Why are you so embarrassed, dude? Why are you so embarrassed to fucking to openly state that you're a fan of this guy? Dude, people are really weird about you on Twitter. I know, because Twitter is a fucking shithole filled to the brim with neo-Nazis. I do love actually seeing. I'm not gonna lie. I do love putting a face to the fandom here of the types of dudes that are coming in here from watching the lolly enjoyer, pedo Israel defender. Bro looks like that fucking TikTok filter that one guy posts all the time when he's like, this is your manager who's trying to flirt with you on Snapchat. Oh my God. He literally looks like that TikTok filter. You know the one I'm talking about? No way. Hold on. I have to find it. Someone in this chat knows exactly what I'm talking about. This segment is perfect for Soy Right. Many tears will be shed now. I know. Hogwatch is turning into Soy Right. Soy Right Watch. It's unopened snaps from a manager on TikTok. That's what I mean. Yeah. Please fucking link it to me. Please. I can't find it myself. Please. We don't use TikTok. We are old. Okay, you need to be subscribed to be able to send me TikToks. Yeah.
You know, I heard you called out again. I'm not mad. I was off today too. But it is a nice rainy day, so if you called in because of the rain, that's okay. We want you safe.
Shout out ho, I'm see the man, you know what I'm saying, ho, 4 p.m. You know what I'm saying, I put it up. Shout out my label, that's me. I'm in this bitch with TB.
You know, just because it's an off day doesn't mean you can't be turned on.
I love this fucking guy so much. It's just the same vibes too, though. It's the same fucking vibes too. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Trauma the thief. Trauma the thief. Log off, dude. Fucking log off, brother. Openly fascist here. While I don't agree with most of what Hasan says, I feel personally that Bam was stupid. Openly fascist here? He started off with openly fascist here? Ain't no fucking way, right? No. You just radicalized this guy so fucking hard. Okay, here. We'll end it on a high note for this guy. Okay, listen. You have the opportunity not to be this person. A big part of that, of course, is, you know, spiritually cleansing yourself of whatever kind of weird fucking nonsense you've radicalized yourself into believing. But also, you know, hitting the gym, figuring out what to do with your hair, figuring out how to groom yourself appropriately. Like, these are the types of things that you can do to fix your life, okay? But I promise you, right now, what you're doing, entertaining the circles that you're entertaining and the Reddits that you go to, all of that is 100% not helping you, okay? This is leading you down a dark path. Chat logs might not be real, just checked. Okay, well, regardless, openly fascist or not, yeah, I have seen this. I retweeted this today. I didn't know this existed. I donated $10,000 to streamers if they say the N-word live. Imagine putting hours of work and investing a ton of money into a YouTube video with a great premise that turns out really good, only for it to get demonetized, not suggested, and not even sent to sub feeds properly. This is why YouTube is so demoralizing. Bullying him for his looks and hopping back on your high horse is wild. I thought you were against this. Fuck no, I'm not against this. Suck my dick. We just literally talked about dark woke versus soy right. When the fuck have I been against this, dumbass? The fuck? Stop crying. Stop chirping. This is what would happen if you were to fucking come up to me in the real world and try to pull some shit like this in the real world. So why the fuck are you, like, when people cry about this shit, okay, first of all, I will fucking bully you, okay? If you come in here and behave like a dumbass, if you come in here and engage in like reactionary behavior or whatever, yeah, I'm gonna fucking bully you a little bit. You need a little bit of bullying and then also a little bit of reconstruction, okay? You need to be broken down a little bit and only to be built back up as a beautiful flower blossoming, okay? Like a phoenix rising from the ashes. All right? Bring back shame. God damn. A big part of the problem here is that a lot of people think like anonymity is granted to you as a fucking right. You know, you're like, no, I can anonymously go and fucking harass people. I can go and annoy people. And there's no way to check back. That's what it is. That's what's very frustrating. A lot of chatters unironically think like, what the fuck? Yeah, of course I'm gonna fucking, you're the streamer. Of course I'm gonna shit on you. And if you shit back on me, how dare you do that? And it's like, no, it doesn't work that way. I treat you like a fucking person. Okay? I treat you like a normal human being. If you come in here as a normal human being, okay, if you open the door up to this, I think you can receive a little bit of it back. Yeah, let 1,000 soy flowers bloom. Exactly. That's what Mao said too. What is this? Man, I used to like Hasan a lot, but now he just seems like a whiny ass fucking dude that can't take accountability. Because I said perhaps this is why my former podcast co is too afraid to talk to Sam Cedar or myself about Gaza and instead cries about watching a 2-hour compilation of bad fake clips out of context to try to smear pro-Palestinian content creators or terror lovers. This is me not fucking taking accountability. This is quite literally Ethan Klein defending fucking right-wing terrorists who were destroying aid by lying to his audience and saying that they were actually nice Jewish boys that maybe were just holding on to the aid for funsies. This is what I mean. I hate this shit. Don't fall for this bullshit, okay? Don't fall for this bullshit, the whole customer's always right mentality. It's fucking bullshit. Okay? Chatters are not always right. Used to respect Hasan the Hun, but now, bro can't take accountability. Always deflects with you misunderstood like he's some 4D chess genius. Now he's out here supporting terrorists? What a fall from grace. Bro's a bad faith loser who will never take accountability. Yeah, I don't think this person actually liked me, for the record. I think he's just one of those guys who says that. My point is, this is a normal part of the process, right? In a person-to-person communication, these are things that I could fucking draw out of you. Anonymity in this chat is something that a lot of people take for granted, and they say a lot of shit. They say a lot of stuff and take for granted the anonymity in the process of saying a lot of shit. And when I treat them like normal human beings saying this shit, when I pull them up and I respond to them directly, okay, all of a sudden they're like, whoa, 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 hold up. I thought I could just like chirp at you completely from the fucking barrier, protected by the barrier of anonymity. You know? Anyway. Yeah, I mean, there it is. This plan was put in place to help Israel continue its genocide in Gaza. Not even close to a genocide, but at this point, I invite the idea. That's it. Nailed it. There we have the problem. And yes, Space Ace is correct. It really sucks that if people actually genuinely approach you with good faith while disagreeing with you, you will engage and spend time to be polite and explain things, but they choose to be like this instead for cheap internet points, and then they fucking cry when they get a fraction of it back. Okay? That's it. If you genuinely had a disagreement with me, I mean, on the issue of genocide, it's like pretty crazy. That is a little bit heated, you know? But if you were to come in here, and even in that situation, if you were to come in here and try to change your mind, if you were like an open-minded person, if you were charitable, then I would fucking entertain it. I would entertain it all day, every day. And chatters yell at me all the time for being charitable to those who are demonstrating charity. They're like, why do you fucking sit around and like describe certain concepts to people over and over and over again? And it's because I do that because I know that, like, you know, there were plenty of things I didn't understand in the past as well. Like, it's as long as someone is there to like hold your hand a little bit, it's fine. As long as you have the capacity to change, as long as you're open-minded, it's great. But if you come in here and you're like, dude, I was just testing being a bitch. Okay, well, you know, I'm going to fucking make fun of you a little bit. Don't fucking play the victim right after, especially when we're talking about a story where Republicans are playing the fucking victim. I thought you were talking about this guy, bro.
I'm not.
Oh, this is the guy I was talking about too, yeah.
I'm not. You're just predictable. And you like to camp in the middle of the bus. Well, I basically know all the spawn locations too, so. See, you're probably gonna spawn behind the yellow house now.
How the fuck would you know I'm going that way, though?
And you like to run through the garage, so I don't know what to tell you.
You're actually cheating.
You're definitely predictable, dude. Stop trying to. I'm not gaslighting you, dude. You're cheating. Yeah, whatever.
Anyway. I don't know. Read the rest. When did he bully you? You come off as a bit of a piece of shit here for attacking his lugs. Chatter. How many fucking tweets does he have to have about being a former fan of mine, but he's just not, he's not being held accountable here, while simultaneously fucking defending the fact that there is no genocide when there clearly is one, while also simultaneously fucking turning around and saying, but, you know, I'm on board with it, potentially. I bullied him before I knew all that because his associations invited me to investigate a little bit further, because what he came in here was in defense of a person who does also believe that there is no genocide, but it would be really cool if there was one. If someone comes in here and says, I'm a big fan of the pedophile neo-Nazi Sam Hyde, if someone comes in here with that mentality, would you have an issue with me doing the same exact thing? Stop being obtuse. Answer my question. I didn't know what he looked like either. Yes, he came in with associations from a dude that is a fucking neo-Nazi who enjoys lolly anime porn. He volunteered that information. I don't know anything about this person. He's totally anonymous. I will forget about him as soon as this discourse is over. If someone comes in here and says, like, I love Sam Hyde. Sam Hyde's going to fucking kill you, dude. He owns you. And we do this exact same process where we look towards his background. You didn't know any of that before he came in, so we were shaming his looks on a hunch, I guess? No, you fucking baboon. Oh, shut the fuck up. I'm saying he literally came in to be like, oh, Nooks owns you. That is an association that is enough for us to fucking go, oh, you like a person who enjoys lolly porn and is also a fucking Nazi. An Israeli Nazi. Not like the neo-Nazi in the Sam Hyde sense. Okay? Yeah, if you come in with that association, I'm going to swing back at you. The fuck? Again, don't come in here and demand respectability if you're not going to be respectful yourself. That's it. Also, I didn't even fucking call him fat, for the record. I said he's ugly, both inside and out. You called him fat, you fucking moron.
So hard because people like me and they like what's happening with our country. Our country's become respected again and all this. And he's calling for the assassination of the president.
Obviously, he apologized and said he doesn't.
Well, he
wasn't
apologized
calling
because
for
he was
violence.
here.
But
look, he's a very bad.
What do you want to see happen? What do you want to see happen?
I don't want to take a position on it because that's going to be up to Pam and all of the great people. But I will say this: I think it's a terrible thing, and when you add his history to that, if he had a clean history, he doesn't. He's a dirty cop. He's a dirty cop, and if he had a clean history, I could understand if there was a leniency, but I'm going to let them make that decision.
Tulsi Gabbard was asked, do you believe that Comey should be in jail? She said, I do. Any other person with a position of influence that has people who take him very seriously with a guy of that stature, his experience, and with propaganda media has built him up to be. She's very concerned. So Secret Service is now dispatched to investigate.
And Don Jr. said,
Have you also noticed that you and other leftist streamers like Mike from PA are treated by haters as if your politicians are running for a campaign? It's always supercharging imaginary, mean-spirited points of contention to bring you down and never get it back when there is no way to actually do that, as you are not running for any election to lose. You're just accessible, sure, but still untouchable to them. Yeah, that's what it is. That's precisely what it is.
said, just James Comey casually calling for my dad to be murdered. This is who the Dem media worships, demented.
We've already had 2 attempted assassination
Correct.
attempts on the president.
Why
of the
would you
United
encourage
States.
that?
Why would you put that out there? And playing stupid is not going to get you anywhere. I look forward to the investigation.
I'm Steve Doocy. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to
Welcome back to
Comey is hated by Republicans and Democrats both at this point is not true. Dems love him. They think he's a fucking... Democrats think Jim Comey is a hero. Bro, they did like primetime specials for him. Have you seen this yet about your detainment? No, but also, why the fuck would I ever take seriously pirate wires?
Abu Dhabi, Mr. President. Thanks for the time.
Thank you very much.
First of all, congrats on becoming a grandfather for the
Yes.
11th time.
Most importantly.
Tiffany, baby Alexander.
They're a really good couple, great couple, I think. And the baby is perfect. I'll let you know about it in 21 years. But the baby.
Pirate wires is like a Peter Thiel operation, you fucking moron. Why would you link that to me? It's like saying, hey, did you see this 4chan thread calling for your execution? No, but I'm sure there's plenty of them out there. You know what I mean? Why the fuck would you link me a Peter Thiel operation? What, because it's called pirate wires and it looks legit? Is that what it is? You're too dumb to actually fucking do a little bit of investigation, to engage in a little bit of fucking media literacy, to recognize whether or not the outlet that you're sending me is actually not a serious one. Anyway. Let me fucking restart this video.
Welcome back to Abu Dhabi, Mr. President. Thanks for the time.
Thank you very much.
First of all, congrats on becoming a grandfather for the
Yes.
11th time.
Most importantly.
Tiffany, baby Alexander.
They're a really good couple, great couple, I think. And the baby is perfect. I'll let you know about it in 21 years. But the baby is good, so we're happy about that. I look forward to seeing the baby.
Seeing you with those grandkids. This is a big trip. This is seen, especially in this region, as a major, major success with the interaction between each one of these countries. How do you see it today as you wrap it up?
Well, I always considered it to be a very important region. I know all three leaders, as you could see, very well. In all three cases, I knew them long before I ran for politics, which is sort of something. It makes it a little bit more special. They're great people. The three of them, they're great people. And it's a great region, but it was never treated properly, and it was certainly not treated well by Biden, who didn't know he was alive, frankly, so, you know, you can understand that. But he was not, they didn't treat this group well. And I think they were being, and I guess you know, because you've reported on it, they were being coaxed very strongly by China, because that solves China's fuel problem forever. And it wasn't their preference, but they were on their way. They were going to China, and that was going to be their parent, and that's not happening anymore.
Do you think you've shifted the paradigm on that?
No, I don't think. I know. We are as close. We're closer now to them than ever before. You could see the relationship. You could get a body expert and pay them a lot of money, and they could tell you. No, there's just a relationship that I have with all three that's just, you know, very extraordinary. I was even saying, you know, I mean, we're like so friendly. Not a normal situation where you're okay with a leader or whatever. But this is a very important region. This is the energy capital of the world. They have, you know, massive amounts of energy and other things. They've invested wisely, and they're looking to do other things. I guess in Saudi Arabia, they said in another couple of years, there'll be more than 50% other businesses represent more than 50% of the take. And it's pretty amazing what all of them have done.
You have a massive amount of business investment coming back to the U.S.
Right.
And they're still adding it up
Which,
in
by
each
the way,
country.
most importantly, that's why I came here. I didn't come here to say, gee, you guys are rich and you have a lot of oil. You know, they have a lot of money, and I want them to spend the money in the United States. And we set records. There's never been a trip like this by any president or anybody ever before. And I'd ask them, how about doubling it up? Okay. Oh, I should have asked for more, because they said, okay. They're good people, and they love our country. And look, they have great danger because of Iran. That's their primary danger. And that makes them vulnerable. But I don't see them as being vulnerable, because I think we have the greatest military in the world. And we're adding to it now at levels that nobody's ever seen. We're going to build the Iron Dome. We deserve an Iron Dome. You know, see, we call it two names. So I was going to call it the Iron Dome because that's the name everyone has heard of for years. But to me, it was old-fashioned. So we changed it recently to the Golden Dome.
Dude, I can't wait to fucking remove people from Medicare so that we can pay for a Golden Dome. Which, of course, implies that we already don't have anti-air missile defense capabilities on U.S. soil, which, of course, would be a ridiculous thing to fucking claim, which you would know if you are the president, I suspect. Like, the idea that the United States of America is just completely unprotected from potential missile systems, like potential attacks from who? Fucking Mexico? Canada? Who is going to lob small arms and like fucking little bathtub rockets over the fucking borders? Is it going to be Canada? Is Canada going to fucking send RPG rockets? Is that what's going to happen? Because that's what the Iron Dome is. The Israeli defense systems comprise of the Iron Dome, and then there's the Arrow system. There's a bunch of different anti-missile systems, right? Like, the Iron Dome one is the one that gets the most play because the Palestinians don't have access to actual fucking missiles. Okay? Yeah, you have the David Sling, you have the Arrow systems, and then you have Iron Dome. But even then, the Iron Dome is there for RPGs and tiny missiles, okay? Nothing that another country has within its arsenal. The United States of America already has defense capabilities against this sort of thing. It's so stupid for him to just say, we need a golden dome, like an iron dome, but more golden.
Beautiful golden dome. And
matches
Ronald
the golden
Reagan,
age.
you know, Ronald Reagan wanted that many years ago, and he was.
If you lived in a border town, you'd feel different. Yeah. I live in Vermont, brother. Let me tell you how terrifying it is, them goddamn Canadians. As a man living in upstate New York, every day is a struggle. I live in El Paso, and you don't know what they're capable of over there. Only thing keeping us and the demons is a iron wall. Why not an iron dome on top of that?
Was right, except you didn't have anywhere near the technology.
I want to talk about Israel. I mean, the first trip in the first administration, when you came over to the Middle East, you did do a stop in Israel on the way back. Not doing it this time. Obviously, the Israel-Hamas and what's happening in Gaza is driving a lot. How do you see that? Are you?
I had no clue what the Pirate Wire was. This is why I'm asking if you had seen it. Don't exactly have time in my day to fully investigate the funding behind every single right-wing Twitter account. I'll do better though, sheesh. No, the investigation that you should be conducting is whether or not this is like a fucking actual reliable outlet by simply looking at what the angle of the fucking commentary is. If they are following the notes of a bunch of fucking rabid stalkers online by literally denying the Customs and Border Patrol's own admission of my detention and instead trying to make it seem as though that did not happen, then you have enough brain processing power to go, hey, I don't think this is a reliable outlet, because what it's saying is that, you know, this guy is lying about his fucking detention. That should probably ring some alarm bells in your brain before you go, hey, look at this. Okay? Stop trying to fucking bait. It's all right. God damn, what is happening today, man? Yeah, that Pirate Wire website, the only reason why I know what it is because they fucking claim that, like, me and Zay, the squirrel account on Twitter, actually run a secret Discord cabal that actually dominates the entirety of Reddit and has made every Redditor into pro-Palestinian Hamas soldiers, okay? That was one of their wonderful articles. Obviously, they're fucking hallucinating, but they have enough financing to make it seem as though they are, you know, they look legitimate on the optics front. But if you fucking listen to the words that are coming out of these articles, you can very quickly understand that just because the fucking optics look, just because the optics look a certain way doesn't mean that they're actually a legitimate fucking entity.
Frustrated at all with Prime Minister Netanyahu?
No, look, he's got a tough situation. You have to remember there was an October 7th that everyone forgets. It was one of the most
everyone forgets October 7th, famously.
Violent days in the history of the world, not the Middle East, the world. When you look at the tapes, and the tapes are there for everyone to see. So he has that problem. That problem should have never happened. Now, if I were president, that problem wouldn't have happened because Iran had no money. They were stone cold broke, and they weren't giving money to Hamas. In fact, I remember in your show, like a year before that, you were saying there's no money for Hezbollah, Hamas. There's like 28 different groups. The Houthis. But they have 28 groups that we know of, and none of them, they were all breaking up because there was no money. And then Biden came along, he took off all the sanctions on Iran. I mean, I put sanctions that were so strong. Anybody that did business with Iran could not do business with the United States. So everybody took a pass, including China. Biden came in, he just let everyone go by, and they became, you know, they have over $300 billion today.
So how do you get to a solution there?
Oh, we'll get 100%.
You think so?
Well, we're going to have a solution one way or the other. It's either going to be violent or not violent. And I far prefer nonviolent. I know so many Iranians from New York, from Washington, from different places. These are great people. You know, you have to view them as people. And I don't want it to be a violent thing, but they're not going to have a nuclear weapon.
But you said it was close the other day. You said it was close to a deal.
I think it's close. I think,
so does that mean that they're going to enrich
at
any level, like a civilian level?
No, I think they want to make a deal. You know, you say to yourself, they have massive oil, by the way. They have oil that lasts for 300 years.
Massive oil.
They have a lot of oil. People don't realize they're one of the biggest in the world. And it's very good oil, meaning it's pure.
It's very good oil.
Perfect stuff. They don't have to, you know, spend a fortune on gases and energy in order to melt the rock and everything. They have pure, unadulterated, good oil. And you say, why does somebody that has that kind of oil, other than being politically correct, but when you have unlimited amounts of oil and gas, why are you putting up, you know, why do you need civil nuclear? I just don't see it.
But I mean, are you going to call for it all?
And I think nuclear is fine. I think nuclear is fine for civil if you have a country with no oil. But if you're sitting on one of the largest piles of oil in the world, why are you talking about putting up nuclear?
I love this. Countries that are sitting on a pile of big, beautiful oil are not capable of entertaining a civil nuclear power grid. I mean, we're sitting on a fucking pile of big, beautiful oil. We have some nuclear power in this country. Like, what do you mean? Also, wait a minute. Isn't he trying to give Saudi Arabia nukes? Who's sitting on a pile of big, beautiful oil? And you're not even trying. What the fuck? Wait, he's like, they got unlimited oil, and it's the most beautiful, pure, unadulterated oil, and they need nukes. What's civil nuclear? He's trying to say like a nuclear energy program as opposed to a nuclear program that can yield nuclear arms. Okay? That's what he's talking about. And to be fair, I don't really fucking know if a civil nuclear energy program, like an energy grid, a nuclear energy grid can also yield additional research and development at the behest of nuclear arms. I feel like there's a distinction there, and it probably doesn't. But okay, chat's giving me conflicting results on this. Bunch of nuclear scientists in the chat. Okay, so basically they just don't want Iran to. His claim is that Iran is trying to engage in nuclear enrichment for nuclear arms. Which, ironically enough, he's trying to give nuclear enrichment to Saudi Arabia. Which is why this argument kind of falls apart from his perspective.
Civil. I call it nuclear civil.
And so Bibi Netanyahu's not convinced that a deal would be good for the region. Is that fair to say?
I think I can say that Bibi...
Have they ever said it's not for arms? Yes, Iran always says it's not for arms. But that doesn't stop America from also punishing Iran for even doing any kind of testing or any kind of attempts at building a nuclear energy grid. To be fair, I don't give a shit. Okay. Mearsheimer once famously said, "If Iran had nukes, the region would be more stable." And in a world where nuclear proliferation is a must for nation building under the HasanAbi doctrine, there's only two ways out of it. Either nobody has nukes or everybody must have nukes if they want to maintain statehood and sovereignty. My point is we must give Hamas a nuke immediately. Yeah. Palestinian sovereignty must come with nuclear armament. Nuclear proliferation for Palestine now.
Maybe he's an angry man, and he should be because of October 7th. And he's been hurt badly by that, but in another way he's been sort of helped because I think he's fought hard and bravely.
And you think the Israel-Hamas, the situation in Gaza is going to come to an end soon?
Gaza's a nasty place. It's been that way for years. I think it should become a free zone. You know, freedom.
They're going to clip this clip and put it on Fox? Why?
I call it a freedom zone. It should become a freedom zone. It doesn't work. Every 10 years they go back. They have Hamas. They have everybody's being killed all over the place. I mean, you ever see? You talk about crime stats. It's a nasty place.
Are these people, these countries that you were just visiting, are they going to have to be a part of the solution?
Well, they would be. They would be. I spoke to all three of them. They would absolutely be. I mean, they're really rich and really, really, really even more than rich. They're good people, and they would help. And so money's not even the problem.
Well, you got to get countries to say yes, to
Well,
take them.
Look, these are people that want to be in the Middle East. They really want to be in the Middle East. They love the Middle East. I see that. There's a spirit for the Middle East. They didn't have to go to Sweden, Germany, these different countries. They could have been home in the Middle East if somebody had the brains to build beautiful communities. You know, 1.9 million.
Can you imagine if China invaded America, fucking nuked half the land, and we're like, why don't you go to Canada? They speak English too. Go to Canada. Come on. You're at home there. You're at home there. That's your home. No, motherfucker. Their home is Palestine. What do you mean? Like, that's so crazy. Come on. They're Christian. They speak English. They're just like you. Go to Mexico. They're Christian too. A lot of people speak English in Mexico. Go to Mexico. It's crazy. Why are Ukrainians fighting back against Russians? They basically speak the same language. They look the same. Yeah, it's just more Russia, I guess. I don't understand. And if they have an issue with it, why don't they go live in Poland? That's also more Russia. They also have similar features, similar cultures. Why don't the Ukrainians just go to fucking Poland? Do you understand how fucking stupid this argument is? Okay, to be fair with Trump, he does, I think that. So at least he's consistent on that front. He literally is like, yeah, Ukrainians, Belarus, Russia, it's all greater Russia. I don't get it. Some say Kiev, others say Kyiv. I don't understand. Phonetics is not my strong suit. Motherfuckers that live in Texas don't even want to believe in living in a more urban part of Texas, okay? Motherfuckers that live in rural parts of Texas think living in Austin is like a death sentence because there's, you know, mass rapes and crime being committed in big cities every goddamn day and nowhere to park their fucking lifted pickup trucks. Meanwhile, you're like, oh yeah, Palestinians, come on, uproot yourselves and go to the fucking open air slave market having war-torn Libya that's in the midst of a fucking civil war. 1 million of you. Let's just send your ass over there. It's ethnic cleansing. It's fine. Just a little bit of ethnic cleansing. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Is a lot of people, but it's not a lot of people, relatively.
You know, you had a couple of foreign policy successes even right before this trip. You picked up the phone and called 2 nuclear powers, India and Pakistan, and you got them to step back from the brink. That was a success as you got on the plane heading over here.
A bigger success than I'll ever be given credit for. Those are major nuclear powers. Those are not like a little bit. And they were angry. And the next phase was probably, did you see where it was getting? It was tit for tat. And it was getting deeper and more, I mean, more missiles. Everyone was stronger, to a point where the next one's going to be, you know what, the N-word. You know what the N-word is, right?
Nuclear.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
Oh my God, what a fucking clown show. What a fucking clown show.
You want to clean that up? No, it's the N-word. That's a very nasty word, right? In a lot of ways. The N-word used in a nuclear sense, that's the worst thing that can happen. And I think they were very close. The hatred was great. And I said, we're going to talk about trade. We're going to do a lot of trade. Don't forget, Iran wants to make a deal with us badly for a lot of reasons. But when you look at India, they are calling, Iran wants to trade with us, okay, if you can believe that. And I'm okay with it. I'm using trade to settle scores and to make peace. But I've told Iran, we make a deal, you're going to be very happy. But more than anything, I've told Iran very simply, because I heard somebody making my case last night on television. I didn't like it, because they were saying, there's plenty of time. There's not plenty of time. There's not plenty of time.
You feel urgency.
Well, they're not going to have a nuclear weapon, and eventually they'll have a nuclear weapon, and then the discussion becomes a much different one. But in the case of India, India wants, they're one of the highest taxed or tariff nations in the world. They make it almost impossible to do business. Do you know that they're willing to cut 100% of their tariffs for the United States because of what I did? Is that deal coming soon? Yeah, that'll come soon. I'm in no rush. Look, everybody wants to make a deal with us.
So South Korea.
South Korea wants to make a deal with
India,
us, everybody. But
Japan.
I'm not going to make deals with everybody. I'm just going to set the limit. I'll make some deals, and then I'm just going to, because you can't meet with that many people. I've got 150 countries that want to make deals. You have a lot of countries.
The market was really happy with the China situation and the sit down.
They were.
With the Treasury Secretary.
If I didn't do that deal with China, I think China would have broken apart.
Not us, them.
We weren't going to break. We're not going to break. They would have broken apart. Our country has a lot of spirit. And you know why? Because of November 5th. Because our country has spirit again.
The other foreign policy shift was this embrace of Syria. You met with the Syrian president.
You think he sucked him off after the interview was over? Brother, he's sucking him off during the interview. Trump has just whipped it out, and he's sucking the whole time.
Who has a, shady past of being tied to Al-Qaeda and the Al-Nusra Front.
Okay, he wasn't being tied to Al-Qaeda. He was Al-Qaeda. Okay? It's like talking about Osama bin Laden. I mean, like, yo, he had a bit of a shady past being tied to Al-Qaeda. Like, no, he wasn't. That's not. I guess that's one way to describe it. What the fuck?
Front in Syria. But you see promise there.
Well, before I talk about that, just one word.
Yeah.
Also Pakistan. Great conversations with Pakistan. We can't forget them. And because it does take two to tango. And with India, I felt very certain. And with Pakistan, I also talked about trade. Oh, they would love to trade. They would love to trade. They're brilliant people. They make incredible products. And we don't do much trading with them. And yet I have a good relationship with a lot of people that you wouldn't believe. But I stopped that war. That was going to be a nuclear war, I think, or close. Very close. You were right there.
Yeah.
And now everyone's happy. In fact, I told my people, call them up. Let's start trading immediately, because I'm a man of my word. Now when you get to Syria, so I did something with Syria because the future king, and you have a wonderful king right now. He's an older man. He's also a friend of mine, and he's 100% sharp. He's great. And he's got a great son, the Crown Prince, and he has actually many titles. He's Prime Minister, he's Crown Prince, and he's doing a great job running it. But he called me, and he spoke to me, and he said, could you do me a favor? Could you, and do the world a favor, could you take the sanctions off Syria? Because the only way they're going to have a chance, the sanctions are crippling, really biting. Well, that's what I did with Iran, and they came to a point where they were bust. Could you take the sanctions off? I hadn't thought about it much, and he said it in a way that was, he's got a great heart. He said they can't make it with those sanctions. I said, let's give him a chance. I met the leader. I met the new leader, and handsome guy, by the way, young, handsome. And I said, you know, you have quite a past. Got a tough past. But when you think about it, are you going to put a choir boy in that position? I don't think so. You know, it's going to be a little bit tough. It's a tough part.
So you're willing to give him a shot?
You know the word they say, it's a nasty neighborhood. It's a rough neighborhood.
Yeah.
And I thought he was really, I thought he was terrific. He was so thankful about the sanctions because he knew he's not going to be able to bust through.
So maybe it'll be a turn there. We'll see.
I think he has a real chance. He's a strong guy. He's done some pretty tough things.
A lot of the coverage here was about your speech in Saudi Arabia and some of those things that you said about trusting these countries to make their own decisions, and we're not trying to make it a mirror image of ourselves. You know, big foreign policy thoughts.
We have our own problems.
Yeah.
You know?
But a lot of the coverage back home was about this donation of the Qatar Boeing jet. And I've heard you talk about it.
You know, until you bring this up now, I haven't heard about it for 3 days.
I know, but I mean, I'm just telling you
we
back
can talk
home.
about it again. You ready?
Briefly.
You ready?
No, I heard all the answers.
Well, no, but your audience has to hear the answers. Yeah.
They're giving it to the Defense Department.
To be very simple.
Yeah.
They're giving it to the United States Air Force / Defense Department of the United States. They're not giving it to me. I made a good deal. We need a plane for a couple of years.
What? Israel isn't a terrorist? What do you mean? Does he agree with anything? Can you just start saying the same shit Kanye is saying at this point? Your chat rides your meat so hard, it's crazy. I'd go up to Hasan and say the N-word. Israel defenders, dude. Every fucking time. I didn't even know this person existed. He was just chirping into the fucking wind, and he didn't get the attention that he wanted. So instantly, he's like, no one asked him. He came in, said Israel's not a terrorist. It definitely is. And then he couldn't get what he wanted out of this. And it was like, yeah, I'm just going to come up to you and say the N-word. Like, why are you volunteering this information, dumbass? What the fuck? So many of these people, man.
Before we get the other ones, because Boeing is very late. Boeing is sadly.
Did you talk to the CEO while you were?
I did. I said, let's get, you know, in the meantime, I got him 160 planes to build. I said, how about the two that you're supposed to build for our country? Now, they are different. They're extremely complex, and I'm not going to go into it, but they're not like a normal plane. You know, it's not like building a 747 normal.
I mean, we could put people on the moon before
but let me tell you,
the Boeing Air Force One is
People knew I was angry at Boeing. A lot of people know. These people know. They're very smart down here. And they suggested if we can do anything at all to help, because we have 40-year-old planes right now. You know, our Air Force One is actually two planes. It's 247, 740.
This plane shit is so funny because, like, I don't think he's allowed to fly in the Qatar plane for at least until the end of his term, if he even stops being president at any point. Because, like, they have to retool it. Like, I don't get it. Is he just going to fly around in a fucking Boeing plane that he got from Qatar without, like, proper security checks and retrofitting it to make sure that it's up to standard for Air Force One capabilities? He's not going to be able to fly it. I'm not even talking about sweeping it for bugs, chat. Do you guys understand how complicated Air Force One is? My brother checked me on this, by the way, because I said it has refueling capabilities so we can withstand a nuclear holocaust. The new ones don't, I don't think. But like overall, it's supposed to be, it has like incredibly it has like all of this stuff is public knowledge, by the way. It's not like a secret. Air Force One capabilities are crazy. Was this one of those anti-aircraft missile smugglers over the border last summer are going to get Trump? Also, the plane is so marginal in comparison to all the deals that he set up for his entire fucking family.
I love that.
It blows my mind that we're even talking about the plane this much. The only reason why we're talking about the plane is because it's Israel. Israel fucking hates that. Israel hates that Qatar gave the plane, and Qatar is like neutral. I want to watch this.
I was in Ethan Klein's and Hasan Piker's debate. Ethan played a clip of Hasan reacting to a video of mine in which I refuted Ethan's dishonesty and omission surrounding the Nakba. We'll get back to this, but let's just say there's a reason why Ethan cut my clip off where he did. I'm going to be making this quick and hopefully short video to disprove Ethan's mischaracterizations of the Nakba and the events that contextualize it, his dishonest representation of...
It's not a skip. This has nothing to do with Ethan and everything to do with a major point of contention about the Nakba and the double Nakba theory.
Iraqi-Israeli historian Avi Shleim and his book
From friend of the show,
and to
Overzealous.
contend with the blatant racism Ethan displayed during that segment. I'm not going to get into iDubbbz's content cop or the whole swastika sword that is and isn't a swastika mess.
It's not a swastika, and you know it's not a swastika.
I mean, it literally is a swastika.
I genuinely thought it was a swastika memorabilia. Do you think I would keep it in my house?
Dude, you're being so obtuse. I know it's not a swastika.
I'll pass on Schrodinger's swastika and stick only to Ethan's ahistoricity. Right off the bat, Ethan falsely conflates the Nakba, the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, with the emigration of Jewish people from the MENA region to Israel.
Why are you soy liberal chatters afraid of decline in the Raider? They're understandably fucking annoyed listening to Ethan Klein over and over again and seeing his face over and over again. I get why.
Made this claim in his content nuke.
After all, Israel is a country of refugees. If the Jews didn't come from Europe after the Holocaust, they came from the surrounding Arab countries that expelled them in massive amounts.
I have family who fought in Yemen, seen the sights firsthand, been on the ground myself. Even they dislike the Houthis and will fight them, but they can agree with you, myself included, about what you said about the Houthis. Appreciate you for the honesty. Yeah, I know people from Yemen. They're not Shia. They're not exactly fond of the Houthis. Their family members might have even fought the Houthis at a certain point. There's a reason why Yemen is united on this. The only guy who doesn't agree with me that's from Yemen is that one guy who lives in Israel now. What is it? Luai Ahmed or whatever, who of course Ethan posted about because he loves a good token. Or Sweden.
Following the 1948 war. In fact, there was more Jews displaced than Palestinians during the Nakba. 1 million Jews.
And decided to stand by it during his debate with Hasan.
You said, in the context puke, you said, this was the worst thing I did, so let me play it, okay? And then we can discuss. In fact, there was more Jews displaced than Palestinians.
This was one of the worst pieces of misinformation I've seen in the fucking context puke, for the record. It was crazy.
This specific... So Mike, again, nicely done. Let this guy hold your hand and formulate your opinions, but he's not here to help you, okay? So you tell me what was wrong with what was misinformation about saying that 900,000 Jews were displaced?
He presents these two distinct situations, the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians and the displacement of Arab Jews, as if they're morally symmetrical, when they're not. And to support that argument, he cites the work of Avi Shleim, specifically Shleim's book, 3 Worlds. Ethan carefully frames his question to Hasan by asking,
what was misinformation about saying that 900,000 Jews were displaced?
But don't be misled by that framing. It's true that around 850,000 Jews left MENA countries for Israel, but the way Ethan poses that question implies a false equivalence, as if this were a mere case of...
Which, by the way, I told him over and over again, but it was impossible for him or his audience to comprehend this. And the reason why it was impossible for him or his audience to comprehend this is because they also believe the exact same thing that Ethan believes, which is that Arabs are a fucking monolith. And that all of these other countries, regardless of who was controlling those nations at the time, half of the countries that he literally points to were under colonial rulership. All of those countries were actually developing anti-Semitic tendencies and doing pogroms to Jews. And they were all united because they were all Arabs, the fucking Arabs, as Ethan said. And that's the problem. Neither the Jews nor the Arabs, whether they are Arab Jews or Arab Christians or Arab Muslims, are not fucking monolithic. You cannot attribute the crimes, for example, of anti-Semitic hate crimes, let's say, that took place on and off in a place like Algeria when it was literally under colonial occupation and completely under the control of France, okay? Vichy France at first as well, to and attribute the lack of interest in like dealing with that, even though in Algeria there's also a second issue there as well, because a lot of the Algerian Jews were granted French citizenship and therefore were collaborators with the French colonial occupation as well. And in the aftermath of this successful revolution there, they were granted Algerian citizenship, but they chose to move to France. They volunteered to move to France, for example. Saying that that is like relevant to the Palestinian plight in this regard is fucking ridiculous. It's no more ridiculous than saying that Palestinians have to die right now because Germany did the Holocaust.
Of mutual displacement. In reality, the forces behind the migration of Arab Jews were far more complex and included significant Zionist influence. In some cases, that included false flag bombing campaigns aimed at Jewish targets committed by the Zionist underground and blamed on local Arab communities to facilitate the immigration of Jews to Israel. The newly founded Israeli state was desperate to boost its Jewish population and secure a demographic majority, even though Arab Jews faced systemic racism from their European counterparts once they arrived. Meanwhile, these immigrants were often settled in Palestinian homes on expropriated land, while Palestinians themselves were ethnically cleansed, killed, or forced into exile. Not to mention, the migration of Jews to Palestine started well before 1948 and took place over the course of many, many years. That's not a mirror image, that's a power imbalance that can't be justified under any circumstances. And you know who agrees with my assessment? Avi Shlaim, the guy Ethan is mischaracterizing. Shlaim literally makes that point in his book, 3 Worlds. Klein even condescendingly asks Hasan if he's ever read the book, to which Hasan replies that he hasn't, but he's read Shlaim's other works.
3 Worlds. Have you read that book?
No, I have not read 3 Worlds.
Okay, well, you're using a lot of source from it. It's a book that he wrote about his migration.
It's not the only book he wrote about this. But go on.
Have you read any of the other ones?
Yes.
Really? Which ones?
The book that I'm referencing is from the Iron Wall.
Then Ethan goes on to heavily imply that he himself has either read the book or is very familiar with its contents.
3 Worlds, okay? He writes about his time in Iraq. He writes about his time in Israel. He writes about his time in the UK.
However, the events that follow prove that Ethan has no clue what Avi Shlaim's thesis is, nor has he actually read the book. Ethan seems to believe that Avi Shlaim, an anti-Zionist Arab Jew who supports a one-state solution, agrees with him that the exodus of Jews from Iraq and other MENA countries was morally...
Guys, stop. It was just a tick. No, he wasn't. That wasn't a tick. He kept trying to make fun of me for stuttering before I even said anything. And I think it was because he wanted to catch me slipping and make fun of him back in retaliation, which I never did, so that he could clip it. Like the entire conversation was basically just him farming for clips so that he could like find anything he could to just clip after the fact to release upon me, provoking me at every step of the way, which I never really entertained until the very end, where I got frustrated with him being like insanely fucking racist. Like even the conversation around sexual violence that took place post October 7 or during October 7, where his initial point is like there's mass rapes led by Hamas. That's obviously not the case. That did not happen. There's no evidence for it. He was desperately trying to fire off a powerful clip where he could call me a fucking rape denier. And he couldn't even get that clip that he wanted. So his audience basically just kept repeating that point over and over again. And then it basically fell on fucking deaf ears, especially because Ethan shortly thereafter openly admitted that he was fucking lying about my position. He wasn't interested in actually winning that conversation at all, or even understanding my position at all. He was simply there to try to get a clip, any clip he can, to make me look bad after the fact that he could just like blast everywhere. But because he was not able to do so over the course of basically a 5-hour and 30-minute conversation, all of his gotchas fell flat. And what most people remembered is him just, you know, actively agreeing with me over and over and over again. That's why they keep doing the picture it didn't happen shit. Like, that wasn't my point at all.
Comparable to the Nakba and simply caused by Arab racism and ideological anti-Semitism, but Schleim actually argues the opposite. In 3 Worlds, he contends that ideological anti-Semitism was a European malady that later infected the Near East. He attributes the hostility toward Jews in Iraq and other MENA countries to the political fallout from European colonialism, the Zionist project, and the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, not to some ingrained ideological Arab anti-Semitism. Iraq, after all, had a long-standing, well-integrated Jewish community. As I said, Ethan opens this segment by downplaying the Nakba and conflating it with the Jewish exodus from MENA countries. He cites Schleim to justify this moral flattening, but if he'd just let my video play for a few seconds longer, he'd have seen this direct quote from 3 Worlds, the very book he claims to be familiar with. I want to quote Avi Schleim once more in regard to this claim. Zionists are driven by the propaganda need to portray the Jews as the victims of endemic Arab persecution, a portrayal that is then used to justify Israel's own atrocious treatment of the Palestinians. A rich, fascinating, and multi-dimensional history is thus reduced to a quest for ammunition to use in the ongoing war against the Palestinians. This trend reached its climax with the manufacture of the narrative of the Jewish Nakba. According to this narrative, the forced exodus of 850,000 Jews from Arab countries after 1948 amounted to a catastrophe, a Jewish Nakba, at least on par with, if not more devastating in its consequences than the Palestinian Nakba. Variously called the Forgotten Exodus, the Forced Exodus, or the Double Exodus.
I think Ethan genuinely lied about reading the book. How could you possibly misinterpret this? No, of course he didn't read the book. What are you, fucking stupid? No. He got someone in his Discord server that is like all of the loner box and Bad Empanada Haters support group Discord server to basically feed him certain lines. He clip-chimped everything. He clip-chimped Nelson Mandela. Some of the things that he actually clipped out of context, I was very familiar with, so I was able to immediately go, play out the rest of the fucking clip. You think he fucking sat down and read 3 Worlds? If he did, he would be a fucking anti-Zionist. If he sat down and read a single fucking Avi Schleim book, he would already have developed a much better understanding of Israel's inception and also the dynamic of Arab Jews in Israel as well, and how devastating that was, and how Israel is a, in its inception and in perpetuity, a white colonial, white supremacist settler colonial enterprise that heavily wanted to de-Arabize the region and westernize it. A big part of like even ruining the olive trees and rebuilding Israel in the image of the West that actually destroys the ecology of the region. That is part of the reason why the wildfires are so fucking devastating in Israel is directly because of this. They don't just like remove Arab words and slap on Hebrew to the neighborhoods. They also burn down the fucking villages in their entirety and engage in ecocide and plant European trees that dry up way faster than the natural olive trees would, the natural fauna would, which cause way more devastation when wildfires take place. It's a self-own every step of the way.
The purpose of this narrative is to create a false symmetry between the fate of 2 communities. This narrative is not history, it's the propaganda of the victors. Honest history has to acknowledge the part played by all the governments concerned in causing this man-made tragedy. The main difference is that the Palestinian refugees, for the most part, were ethnically cleansed by the Israeli armed forces, whereas Arab Jews, with a few exceptions, were given by the Arab governments the option of leaving or staying.
So right fauna or animal, sorry, flora. Fuck. ESL.
Schleim argues against Ethan, and since this specific quote was inconvenient for Klein, he acted as though it didn't exist. I'm fairly certain he saw it because he played a clip of my video and then he quickly turned it off before the quote appeared on the screen.
No, I don't think he even saw that. I think you're giving him too much credit. I think someone else clipped it for him.
Also, it's literally only 17 pages into the book. Ethan, you only had to actually read one chapter. On the page prior, Avi says that the history of the Mizrahim has been deliberately distorted to serve Zionist propaganda, and Ethan is proving his point. Avi's central argument is that the Zion—
But I knew the basic thrust of the fucking book from one, knowing about Avi's previous works, and also listening to him talk about the book because he's gone on a book tour since he released the book. So I know that his entire work revolves around undermining the point that Ethan was trying to make by fucking copying and pasting key parts of his fucking book. That was so crazy. That's why I literally said, dude, I'm going to have Avi Shlaim on to address some of the fucking claims that you made. We're still working on it, by the way. A lot of these older academics are much harder to get on the stream, including Elon Pape, who I talked to a while back to bring on the stream. And he said, oh, sorry, I'm booked until like October, which is insane. It's like, I love the guy, but goddamn, brother, till October, I don't know. I can't even book a guest for next week sometimes because things are moving so fast. He also probably has no fucking clue who I am, so that's part of the reason why.
The Zionist movement played a major role in fueling hostility toward Jewish communities in the MENA region, and that the subsequent migration of Jews to Israel should not be equated with the ethnic cleansing of Palestine, as doing so is historically inaccurate. Ethan pulls one quote from Shlaim.
He said, we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
And assumes that Shlaim is on his side, but as we will see, this is not true. One thing I want to make abundantly clear before we go any further is that there absolutely was hostility toward Jews in MENA countries, especially post-1948.
Which is also not even a point that I contest. I know that that is the case. I have talked about this. I even asked Ethan, I was like, Ethan, have you ever heard me speak on this before? Because this is something that I also talk about. And he literally did not. He was like, he went silent for like 20 seconds because in that moment he realized like, nope, he's only seen fucking clips that were sent to him of me, clips to make it seem as though I'm denying the anti-Semitism that took place in these countries. Yeah, he went nonverbal for once.
It had little to do with ideological anti-Semitism in the genocidal way Europeans exhibited it, and nearly everything to do with geopolitical factors leading to intense nationalism. So although Jewish people may not have been forcefully expelled, and in some instances countries had laws on the books to prevent Jews from leaving, the conditions they were subjected to post-48 were horrible in a lot of instances. To use Iraq as an example, Jews were not forced out at gunpoint, as Ethan kind of implies.
Do you want to interview with Morena? Morena? Who in Morena?
And Jewish immigration was actually illegal at one point, but that doesn't change the fact that Jews were subjected to harsh and coercive conditions, fueled by Iraqi anger over the loss of Palestine, resentment towards Zionism, and the creation of a...
He brought up the bombing. It was like, you wouldn't understand the level of anti-Semitic danger. The Israelis only planted 3 of the 5 bombs. Yeah. If you are talking about my queen, my goat, okay? If you are talking about a potential interview with my queen, I will fucking fly down to Mexico right now. Do you understand? And no, I'm looking at my email. I don't fucking see it. So... Don't be crazy.
Settler colony in the Middle East, and the perceived connection between Jews and the British, whose colonial legacy was widely despised in Iraq. It may seem like a small thing I'm harping on here, but it's imperative to understand the distinction between the genocidal ideological anti-Semitism of Europe and the hostility toward Jewish people that arose largely as a response.
By the way, this is yet another glaringly obvious example of it takes a fucking second to tell a lie and an hour to tell the truth or to correct said lie. It's like this conversation, this back and forth took place. I brought up virtually all the points that he's making. obviously did not have the time and space or the additional knowledge of reading the book and citing directly from the book, as Overzealous is doing here. But the conversation that took place in that back and forth with Ethan trying to steamroll with like clips directly out of context was not a productive one. It was probably one of the worst back and forths I had, even though it led to Ethan openly demonstrating his anti-Arab racism. Not that it fucking matters, because if everyone is anti-Arab racist, then he comes across as the normal one, and I come across as the manic one in the eyes of all of those people.
To external political elements in the MENA region. The depth of dishonesty in which Zionists are willing to sink to further their narrative is astonishing. Another example of this is how Ethan lies about the nature of the Iraqi bombings. When Ethan is discussing the false flag bombing campaigns in Iraq, mostly carried out by the Zionist underground to convince Iraqi Jews to flee the country, Ethan falsely and smugly claims that 100,000 Jews were already registered to leave Iraq before the bombs went off.
Before the bombs went off, 100,000 of the 125 Jews were already registered to leave. Do you want to explain that?
However, this is a blatant lie. Schleim explains how Zionist groups were formed for the expressed purpose to speed up Jewish emigration from Iraq because the turnout of Jews registering to leave Iraq was underwhelming. Following the passage of the denaturalization law, a small group consisting of Israeli envoys and local Zionists was formed to speed up the process of registration and emigration. The response of the Jewish community to the law was slow and hesitant. Only hundreds came forward in the initial phase. The Israeli authorities were seriously disappointed by this response. Consultations took place, and a decision was reached to take action to encourage Jews to give up their Iraqi citizenship. Israel needed the manpower both to build the country and to boost numbers in the army. At the same time, Israel's population was tiny, only 600,000 people, while surrounded by Arab countries with a combined population of tens of millions. There was an urgent need to increase numbers on the Jewish side of the demographic equation. It also says, Zionists exploited the bombing incidents, issuing warnings to the Jews to hurry up and leave the country before it was too late. It's also worth noting that just because someone registered to leave under the denaturalization law didn't mean they actually intended to. Quote, many of the Jews
or even that they were in fear of their lives, and that's the reason why they wanted to fucking do it either. Like, some were, but that doesn't change that. That doesn't, you can't use that as a reasoning for across the board, like, double Nakba theories, which, while also simultaneously using Avi Shleim's work to make this fucking incredulous claim, when his work is entirely going against the double Nakba theory.
Who registered under the law had not finally made up.
It's like trying to fucking clip chimp Noam Chomsky to be like, the media actually voluntarily talks about the truth on purpose. Like, that's the reason why they cover for the State Department, because they love to do it, and there's no invisible incentives built into the structure of the media at all. We've moved on from clip chimping Twitch streamers to clip chimping historians in a way where it's not, not manufacturing consent. You're just manufacturing the truth. Famously, that's what Noam Chomsky was talking about.
Up their mind to surrender their Iraqi citizenship. They simply wanted to give themselves a way out should the situation become intolerable. So no, 100,000 Jews were not registered to leave before the bombs. I'm assuming Ethan probably read this Wikipedia article and came across this quote by Moshe Gat that says, just over 105,000 Jews had registered to leave by 8 March, and Ethan probably just stopped his research there. However, if you read the book in which Gat's quote comes from, Gat is referring to the year 1951. The bombing started on April 8th of 1950. Maybe Ethan just quote sniped from the wiki without proper research. That's the only way I can rationalize how he came.
Once again, this was not done by Ethan. You are assuming that he does any of this research. If he was capable of doing this research, he would have put up a stronger front. He was not. Someone else fed these quotes to him, and they also are not very good at doing research, but at least they're good at doing nefarious quote mining. Oftentimes, this is the Sexpestany method. Not saying that it was Sexpestany that gave him these quotes, okay? Not saying that at all. But this is a method that he engages in where he relies on the other person not immediately being able to recall exactly what quote you have mined in an effort to present himself as the foremost authority on the subject matter. This is how you develop a level of intellectual authority in this conversation, because the overwhelming majority of people that are having this conversation are completely oblivious. The reason why it doesn't work on every single person, however, is because there are some people out there, like Norm Finkelstein, who do actually either A, write the books themselves, or are insane fucking readers. So when you try to do something like that to a guy like Norm Finkelstein, it doesn't fucking work. That's why Sex Pestity looked like a fucking loser and an oblivious moron when he tried to do that. Why does he do that? Is there a reason why he doesn't read? Why would he fucking read when this does nothing to him? Reading doesn't help him at all. It doesn't aid him in his ultimate goal.
Came to that conclusion. Schleim's Three Worlds, the book Ethan was quoting from and lambasting Hasan for not reading, even refutes this claim by explaining that by the end of April 1950, the number of Jews who had registered to leave Iraq was 25,000. So Ethan was off by about 75,000. It's true that the bombings alone are not the sole reason as to why Jews wanted to flee Iraq. They were subjected to horrible conditions.
I'm willing to bet he thought I would lie and say I read that book. Okay. And that would have probably been his like big reveal, like to make it seem like he actually read the book. But because I was honest, because I have no reason to fucking lie, and I told him I didn't read this book, it kind of fell short of what the intended goal was. That's what happened there. Of course, Ethan never read the book either, obviously, and I know more than he does about Avi Schleim's work, which is precisely why I was confident in pushing back against his claims, saying that he was, clip chimping Avi Schleim and actually undermining the overall point that he was trying to make. There were numerous occasions where he just he had pre-established gotchas.
It's 100% accurate. Avi Schleim concedes that point, but the bombs did play a role. As Avi Schleim put it, there was a direct correlation between the bombings and the rise in the number of applicants to emigrate from Iraq. Schleim alleges that the majority of the bombings were committed by Zionist forces, and they, along with the rest of the bombings, were opportunistically utilized to serve Zionist propaganda. His entire point is that the State of Israel, which claimed to be a safe haven for Jews, was actively harming and harassing Jews across the region to serve the interests of their supremacist project. So when Ethan accuses Hasan of denying the flight of Arab Jews...
You deny the flight, you deny the trauma of Middle Eastern Jews.
I don't deny the flight,
You
Ethan.
absolutely
You don't
deny the
understand.
trauma.
You are attributing...
Ethan doesn't understand that Hasan is not denying anything. He's simply pointing out how the flight of Arab Jews ought not be used to offset or diminish the severity of the Nakba, which happens to be Avi Schleim's assessment as well. Now, if you want to...
Yeah. One is a planned exterminationist campaign, okay, carefully crafted with numerous atrocities, and the other is a reaction to that planned extermination campaign from other wholly irrelevant groups. Okay? Entirely irrelevant groups. It's not the same at all. The Palestinians weren't in communications with the Algerian Arabs or people in Morocco or people in fucking Yemen or any number of different places that Ethan points to, or in Iraq, right? The Palestinian Arabs were not talking to the Iraqi Arabs and being like, yo, you got to kick these Jews out. You got to kill them. Let's all do it together. That's not how this worked. If it was a direct analog, if it was actually something that you could use in comparison, there would have to be a direct line of communication and a planned extermination of Jews or ethnic cleansing campaign of Jews that the entire Arab League got together and engaged in. This reaction was not systematic ethnic cleansing in the same way that Planned Dalit was. The Mena Aliyah is not comparable to the Nakba. It reminds me of the double genocide theory in the USSR and Nazi Germany. No, that's exactly what I said. That's what I said after my review of the debate. It's the same as the double genocide theory. That's exactly what it is. It's the double genocide theory that fucking Holocaust revisionists and shit love to use to make it to soften the impact of Nazi Germany's Holocaust, which was very quickly discredited by historians to begin with. But the idea that USSR and Nazi Germany both did their own versions of the genocide, which is the double genocide theory, and it's comparing apples to oranges, centralized atrocities against diffuse violence and poor conditions in an effort to make one side's atrocities look more palatable, look more normal in comparison. And if you actually extend it to its logical conclusion, you arrive inevitably at the opinion that, well, guess what? Way more people died under communism. The USSR killed 7 quintillion people, as opposed to the Nazis only killed like 15 million in the concentration camps. Obviously, the Nazis weren't the bad guys. That's the logical conclusion that you are trying to arrive at in a very sinister, cynical way, in a place where it's like illegal to fucking say such things. That is the whole purpose of the double genocide theory. It's also hilarious because people use that to this day.
Argue that Schleim is wrong or his historiography is flawed, that's another conversation. But we're talking about Schleim because Ethan was the one using his book as an authoritative account. Even though Hasan didn't include all of what I just said in this video during his debate, and frankly, Ethan probably wouldn't have been receptive to it at that moment, Hasan's argument that Iraqis are not Palestinians
You're no longer safe.
Are not Palestinian.
and therefore Palestinians shouldn't be punished for actions taken in Iraq was the appropriate argument to make, in my opinion. Nothing that happened to Jewish people across the MENA region justifies what happened to Palestinians. It doesn't justify the fact that Palestinians were made refugees while Jews from the MENA region were able to settle in Palestine and expropriate Palestinian property. When Ethan reduces Iraqis, Morocco...
Of course, for the record, the double Nakba theory works if you're a Zionist, because what is the like major atrocity that took place that justifies the inception of the Israeli state as a Jewish nation state for Zionists? It's the Holocaust, right? So it's like whenever something horrible has happened to Jewish people, that's the reason why we have to fucking do this exterminationist policy and maintain a demographic majority Jewish ethno state in an area that does not belong to us is the underpinning of Zionism. But the only way that Ethan gets away with this double Nakba theory, as opposed to like being able to say that for the Holocaust, is because while people understand the Holocaust is a singular event, most people don't understand the Nakba. Most people don't know what that is, okay? Or even those who do know have only been taught that it was a war and that Israel was just doing shit that you do in a fucking war, right? It was just war shit, and the victims were also Arabs, and therefore, obviously, who gives a fuck? Whereas in his eyes, you can't justify that to the you can't justify the Holocaust is the reason why Israel had to exist to like average people, especially at this point, because they'd be like, okay, but the Germans have nothing to do with the Palestinians. But you can at least make it seem like the Arabs and the response to the Nakba, or the pan-Arabic nationalism that took hold in the entire region as these countries were being developed and statehood was being re-examined for the first time in a post-colonial way in these countries, you can at least sweep the entirety of the region under the brush of Arabs to say, well, Palestinians are Arabs and so are these fucking guys. You're relying a lot on people's lack of knowledge and also their racism. You're relying on their bigotry. This is the underpinning of reactionary propaganda. This is precisely why I always say Ben Shapiro has a much easier go at it to fucking make an argument by just simply pointing to shit and going, it's common sense. It's just common sense, because all you need to do is lean on pre-existing biases that people have. This is why leftists always are on a back foot, because we do not have, most people don't have this accurate understanding of the shared history that we live in. And therefore, you have to literally, one, fight for the humanity of Palestinians, to establish the humanity of Palestinians, to develop an accurate assessment of historical events at a time when the other person is basically relying on bigotry that everyone shares, okay? And you have to be able to do so in a way that is charismatic and not convoluted, and also will penetrate the consciousness of a lot of people who have been primed to fucking assume that all Arabs are a monolith and scary and Muslim and barbaric. Not to say that because it's difficult, you shouldn't try, but, you know, just explaining to you the structural hurdles of leftist thought and leftist debate in general.
Americans, Egyptians, Palestinians, and others into a single monolith, calling them simply
fucking Arabs, anti-Semitic Arabs.
He tacitly justifies the crimes committed against Palestinians by lumping them in with other groups and making them pay for the wrongdoings of others. This is also a tactic used by the Zionist project to avoid responsibility for compensating Palestinians for the property they lost and are still owed. Ethan actually does this exact thing in the debate. He equates the loss of Jewish property across the region to the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians and the expropriation of their property.
How would they go back and reclaim their lost assets, their lost property?
Even though the ethnic cleansing of Palestine had already begun well before the Nakba. Quote, Israel came under strong international pressure to allow the 750,000 Palestinians who became refugees in 1948 either to return to their homes or to receive compensation. Israel flatly rejected the right of return. This left the alternative of compensation, but this too is...
The reason why they were reluctant to concede on compensation was specifically because this would require them to take recognition, ownership over the Nakba, and that would yield additional legal complications down the line.
Israel was extremely reluctant to concede. In this context, the idea arose of offsetting the property left behind by the Palestinian refugees against the property of Iraqi Jews. Again, Arab Jews got Palestinian land and property. Palestinians got ethnically cleansed. It is not the same. Also, it's worth mentioning that many of these MENA countries were under European colonial rule during this time. The fact that Ethan actually tries to make this double exodus Jewish Nakba point in both his content nuke and in his debate with Hasan.
You brought that up deliberately to say more Jews were displaced than Palestinians
I think that's
were.
an interesting fact that you clearly don't fucking ever want to mention because
Why
it
would
really
you bring
messes up your beautiful little narrative.
All while citing Avi Shlaim, who openly detests this conflation, is a testament to either Ethan's stupidity or his dishonesty. It's important to understand that reducing this issue down to mere Arab anti-Semitism overlooks the actions of all the actors involved and flattens the complexity of the situation in a way that plays a role in justifying what happened to the Palestinians. To show you once more what Shlaim said about conflating the Jewish plight with the ethnic cleansing of Palestine, the purpose of this narrative is to create a false symmetry between the fate of two communities. This narrative is not history, it is the propaganda of the victors. The main difference is that the Palestinian refugees, for the most part, were ethnically cleansed by the Israeli armed forces, whereas the Arab Jews, with a few exceptions, were given by the Arab governments the option of leaving or staying. Poor form of Ethan to skip past this while bastardizing Avi Shlaim's book. I don't think Avi would approve of this conflation while also claiming that the Arabs were responsible for creating Zionists.
The Arabs created a million Zionists because they're anti-Semitic.
In reality, the Zionist project, underway since the 1800s, was one of the factors that contributed to the rise of pan-Arab nationalism, not the other way around. Again, my point here is not that there was no hatred toward Jewish people in the MENA region. It is not that the Iraqi bombings were the sole reason for Jewish flight from Iraq. My point is simply to illustrate how Ethan...
By the way, the reason why I present the Iraqi bombings by the Zionist underground is not to say that that was the reason why all of the Jewish people chose to leave Iraq. The reason why I mention that, and is the same reason why Avi Shlaim mentions that, it is because it shows with conclusive evidence that a mass exodus of Jews from all of the MENA region was an absolute necessity, even though Israel reluctantly were bringing the Jews in because they were Arab Jews and were considered lesser than, what was Ben Gurion's initial take on it? Like, they were like the dust of the desert or something. But they needed more manpower to develop the ethno-state. They needed a larger population to maintain their demographic considerations, to maintain their demographic goals. The reason why I bring that up is to suggest that this was beneficial, if not sometimes directed by the Israeli government itself. That's it. And it's not the only instance where Israel actually did this from other countries in the MENA region as well.
Is an unreliable source on these topics. He cites Avi Shleim, invokes his authority, and then bastardizes his work so thoroughly that he ends up arguing for the exact opposite of Shleim's thesis. The comparison between the Nakba and the Jewish flight to Israel is deeply flawed. The Zionist project had been underway for decades prior, and pan-Arab nationalism was largely a reaction to it, as well as to broader European meddling. Jews who fled MENA countries were able to settle in Palestine and expropriate Palestinian homes and property. Palestinians, on the other hand, were violently displaced, denied return, and are still denied that right to this day. These are asymmetrical situations, and trying to force a false equivalence between them amounts to Nakba denialism. Anyway, this shit is agonizing to go through, but before I end the video, I want to quickly move to another topic that Ethan and Hasan briefly touched on, the comparison between Israel-Palestine and apartheid South Africa. I don't want to get into the whole would Nelson Mandela support violent resistance debate. It feels kind of awkward and distracts from the more important point, which is the conditions in apartheid South Africa were significantly different from what we see in Palestine today. As Noam Chomsky argued, the conditions Palestinians are subjected to are worse and more violent than those imposed on the indigenous people of South Africa. The black population in South Africa was relied upon for labor, whereas the Palestinian population is treated by the Israeli state as something to be done away with. And if you don't want to accept that argument from Chomsky because he didn't live under apartheid, then take it from Desmond Tutu, the South African bishop who said that what Israel does to Palestinians is, in many instances, worse than what occurred in South Africa. The Bantustans weren't routinely bombed, nor were they systematically targeted by snipers. There was absolutely violence and horrific, unforgivable atrocities committed against the black population of South Africa, but they were still needed alive for labor. They didn't experience the kind of regular, indiscriminate assaults that Palestinians face today, the so-called mowing of the lawn. This difference alone makes the Nelson Mandela comparison inapplicable in my opinion. The conditions Palestinians are subjected to are far more violent, and as a result, their response is bound to be more violent as well. It's an unfortunate reality, but the blame ultimately lies with the occupying force. Those who maintain apartheid structures and uphold an oppressive system are responsible for the violence that system produces. As Frantz Fanon wrote in the opening line of The Wretched of the Earth, decolonization is always a violent event. Anyway, I am done talking about Ethan Klein unless he responds to one of my videos. Funnily enough, the only one who responded to the last one was the fucking cartoon guy. So I mean, good on him.
But anyway, that'll be all for today for me, folks. And tomorrow we'll get to some lighter events, okay? Yeah, there's a lot going on in the world, so oh fuck. I suspect that there will be unfortunately a potential ground invasion that escalates tomorrow, but I hope not. But in any case, love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. Peace.
Starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord active prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3, 4, 5 fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.